Friends, government is not the answer for the soul of a nation. Jesus is. And may God bring revival again to the United States of America. So until Jesus comes, get out there, vote, be his ambassadors, be salt and light in this world, and advance the kingdom of God for the glory of God to stem the tide of evil in our land until Jesus comes. Let your voices be heard, let your votes be counted, and let God arise and let his enemies be scattered. Amen and amen. For the glory of God. For the glory of God.
Woohoo! Wow. Let your voices be heard, and tonight is the night for letting our voices be heard.
Yes, finally here.
Oh my goodness.
Woo.
Wow, what a journey.
I know. I have some interesting stories to kind of tell you tonight of my encounters with individuals. So, yes.
Well, couple news things. And then we'll get to, but we want to welcome everybody. Thank you for watching tonight. And we greatly appreciate you being there. And, you know, this is going to be a roller coaster night. And I hope you got your popcorn or you're eating your pizza, which my pizza will be here in about an hour.
Oh, okay.
Well, you know, you guys are further along than I am. And Connie, you know, we're over here, and I don't know if 2%'s on yet, but us California girls, you know.
Oh, yeah. Yes, yes.
We have to wait. So, with that said, we'll get started here real quick. Sorry, wrong video. I'm doing good.
You're doing good, Kathy.
I'm doing good.
You're doing, oh, there's 2% at California.
Woohoo! I'm not alone.
Welcome to Faith and Freedom Fridays, where we explore the godly way to vote with faith and integrity. Here are your hosts, LaTanya Evans and Kathy Ryan.
There we are.
Hello. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, LaTanya.
Hello.
So how is everybody tonight?
They're still open here for another 15 minutes.
Yeah. Well, we're open here for another 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. Well, California is going to be easy. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Because with the Republican percentage and the independent percentage, and that's not counting Democrats who are secretly voting for Trump. I don't know. Maybe Trump can win California. Barely, but maybe he can win it.
Exact. And how many electorals would that be?
54.
What?
That would win the election for him.
54? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. That would win the election. And they're saying now that Arizona looks like it's going to go Trump. That would win the election.
Oh, really?
And, they're saying,
wow.
Yeah. West Virginia's already been called for Trump.
It was?
Yep.
Okay. You know what would have been nice if we had like a counter thing so we could like add the points?
Well, I do.
You do?
The thing is I can't watch. Well, maybe I can. Let me move this over here. And actually, ooh, okay, there's been a lot more called. Okay, I'm going to share screen.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, there's the map.
So there's the map. So the ones in red, are they what Trump has already?
They're Trump. No,
They've
they've been called for Trump. So at the top, you can see that Harris has 3 electoral votes
and Trump has 32.
32. And they need 270 to win.
Okay. Okay. So woohoo, we got a counter that's going to help us. Kathy, I have to say, we look really nice. Our background, we both got I'm pretty much red, white, and blue because my jeans are blue. So,
Me too.
and it was so funny because I think I stuck out today when I was out and about. I'm like, everybody's probably like, yeah, we know about her. Look
That's
at
right.
her in her little red, white, and blue.
Yeah. So
yes, Angela, Trump winning states are red. Yes, that is true. And yes, please let's go over to thank you, Rosie. Yes, please give Kathy's channel a like and a comment too.
Yes, thank you, Rosie.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, I thank you guys for supporting me. I hit 50 hours of watch time on my new channel, so that was this week, actually, on Sunday. So I think thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate you very much.
And we also, Kathy, I want to say really quick, thank you, Lord, and thank you everyone who prayed for Kathy's mom.
Yes, she came through the surgery well. She's recovering. She's in the ICU. Her blood pressure has been very high, and she's still at risk for having a heart attack. But everything else is looking good. So they're going to watch her for the next 24 hours, possibly 48, and then she can come home. But she's doing well for 86 years old.
So let's still keep the prayers.
Yes, thank you.
And her name is Did I get it right, Diane?
Yes.
Diane. Okay.
Yep, Diane. So, yeah. So that was really good news. So, other news, and this was on Flashpoint before we started, is that the poll watchers in Wisconsin,
in my state,
yeah, I don't know what precinct it was, but on the counting machines, there's 16 counting machines in this precinct, and 15 of the 16 seals were broken. In other words, they were tampered with after 8 o'clock this morning.
So what did they do? What did they do about it?
Well, they caught them and they're checking them out. And all the ballots that have gone through the voting machines, actually all the ballots, period, in that precinct are going to have to be recounted.
Okay, so that's what so they did catch it and they are on top of it. And
oh, wait, they're calling some. Let me share the other.
It could have on R or D, and that one went to the Democrat, in this case, in Florida.
Okay, let's talk about, there are a lot of ballot initiatives on the ballots all the way down the
I'm having internet issues, guys. So
I know I was having that yesterday.
All right. So let's go back to, I'm going to stop sharing because everything's frozen. All right. I'll just keep an eye on this map. And if something new comes up, then I'll let you guys know. How about that?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. Thank you guys for praying for my mom. Thank you, Shireen. So, yeah. So like Sunday night, I was talking about California possibly turning red. You know, Gavin Newsom hasn't been out there campaigning for anybody. And we'll see what happens.
All right. So how is everybody tonight so far? Did anybody vote today, or has everybody voted? Thank you so much, Karen. And oh, kind of girl. Oh, you can't. Oh, Connie said she can't get her TV to connect.
We have 4 states that are
So,
dealing with illegal
if you can see back there, 63% of Georgia's in
legalized
and
illegal drugs.
63%
We
for
have a number
Trump,
of states that are
for
dealing
Georgia.
For Georgia? Georgia?
with
Yeah.
ranked choice
Praise
voting,
the
which is a
Lord.
really bad idea.
10 for abortion.
10
Wow.
That's one of the swing states.
That's what we'll be covering. And the other one will point to,
You know, Shireen, at the place where voting is, where I vote at, it was so easy. Like it was like you could walk in and walk out.
significant stat out of South Carolina that may affect the way we see the
So
I'm
I'm really glad that I voted early.
presidential race.
Yeah, me too. I saw on the news, there were
allowed to vote
a lot of
early,
people that were
particularly
standing in line for 2 to 3 hours to vote today.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. So here we go, stopping again. All right.
low propensity voters, those that usually don't vote.
I'm gonna only have to have 2 windows open.
So for
Nope.
the Senate, I just saw
27%
something. I
of those
think
who
in the
voted-
Senate, it looks like they're winning.
The Senate?
Yeah. I just saw something. Oh, I should have got my glasses. I probably might have to. But so far it's saying showing Trump 32. Where is this? Then in the Senate it says 40 to 39. 40 red, 339. Yeah, I'm gonna probably have to get my glasses.
Okay. Here's the Senate results.
Okay.
So
South Carolina, 59%, and Kamala, 39.
okay, so right now we got 40 Republicans for the Senate and 29 Democrats. And there's 435 seats. Oh no, 100 seats in the Senate. This is the Senate race, right? Yeah, this is the Senate race.
Okay.
So the Senate race is 50-50. There's 100 seats.
Okay.
So right now we have, I think Weir might take the Senate.
Oh, really?
We might just take the Senate.
Wow.
Wow. We'll see.
One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend or restrict abortion law. The other would be to legalize.
Yeah, this isn't going to work.
Okay. I was just posting.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna get my iPad so I can
Okay.
watch
Okay. Okay.
Flashpoint because I can't do it on the computer. It's everything's freezing.
Okay. Okay.
So, I'm gonna change it back to the presidential race here,
Okay.
and it's on live results. Okay.
Okay. So everyone, let's see any comments. Good evening, Connie. I know I wrote it in the comment section, but good evening, Chris. Honest Conversations with Chris. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Connie, for being here. Rosie, thank you, Rosie. Good evening. And let's see. And Shireen at the heart of the conversation. Thank you so much for yesterday and for the prayer. It was really needful. Thank you so much. And how is Socks doing this evening? How is Socks doing? Yeah, I know. Let's see. Angela, hello, Angela. Thank you so much for being here. Hello, 2%. Let's see. Yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, Sun City.
Okay.
Okay. Well, my husband's out there watching in the living room watching Dan Bongino. And
Okay.
they're talking about Jamie Raskins, Senator Jamie Raskins.
Right.
Pulling some kind of BLM riot stuff if Trump wins.
They're what?
That they're talking about Senator Jamie Raskins, because it's been rumored that he said that he will not certify the election if Trump wins.
What?
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
I can't imagine that. And then now they're saying that he's possibly going to be pulling some shenanigans like instigating BLM riot type stuff.
Okay. Wow.
Crazy.
So Virginia looks like Harris is up in Virginia.
Harris is up in Virginia.
Yeah, it looks, at least I think I'm saying it right. 52 to 46. Yes.
Darn it. I was hoping that we would take Virginia.
And there's been a change. Now it's 60. Okay, Trump has 105 and Harris has is that correct?
I don't know.
Trump has 105 and Harris has 72. Yeah. So there's been a change. Is this what we're looking? Is this what we're looking at? Is it correct?
This?
Yes.
Well, it's like anything else. It will be correct. I mean, it's like any other newscast. they can call it where another station hasn't called it yet.
So those are just interesting things to look at. Other than that, if you look at these
No, honey, I have to order it and pay for it. Give me a second, please.
Okay. Wow. So so Kathy, did this just update itself by it just does it
Yeah, it does
automatically?
it automatically. So Trump
Okay.
has 105 electoral votes and Harris has 31.
So I wonder why it said on the thing 105 to 72.
Because they're calling another state that they haven't called yet. So Fox News is calling a state for Harris that 270 to win website hasn't called yet.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, Layla. Hi, Layla. I'm sorry. I missed I just noticed you had joined.
Oh, we get a free emergency pizza. Yep. It's a medium. It expires in 8 days. You want something else?
a second about it wasn't close. We just called it for the former president's a big electoral vote call. But if you think about it, when elections passed, Florida was a swing state. 2022, Ron DeSantis changes that. It makes it a red state. And even in Miami-Dade County, the Republicans are taking on the vote, including the electoral vote, which could go something else beyond vote.
Sorry, here. I'm ordering our pizza. So what's happening, guys?
So, okay. So I'm thinking, let me see. I'm going to let's see. Let's see.
Okay. So let's see. Florida's been called for Trump. South Carolina's been called for Trump. Alabama's been called for Trump. Mississippi, Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Maryland, DC, Vermont have all been called for Harris.
Oh wow, they have?
Yep.
So what does that mean? Does that mean but they haven't put the votes up there yet? I mean, they haven't changed the tally though, right?
Oh, hold on one second.
Okay.
Sorry about that. You're trying to get our pizza order together here.
Okay.
All good now. Yeah, so Vermont's 3, Massachusetts 11, Rhode Island 4, Maryland 10, and DC 3. So they're all small electoral states.
Right.
So, but you said that Fox called one because they said that she had 76.
72.
They must be assuming California, I would imagine.
Oh, and there's another update. Trump has now, they're saying 175 to Harris 94.
Okay.
So let's see. Let's see what some of the
All right, I'm going to do it this way. So it's been quite a wild ride, you guys. Do you think
yeah,
the
that's what it
Christians
looks
will
like.
come out? I'm
That's-
hopeful that the Christians will come out and vote.
Yes.
That's what I'm hoping.
Let's see. I'm trying to see what's. Wow. Let's see. I want to show something.
Okay.
Let me show this video. Let me see. Settings. Let me go. Oh, no.
Present.
Okay.
And we're blessed to have, ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris. Come on, let's receive her as she comes.
We were born for such a time as this. The road ahead won't be easy, but in times of uncertainty, we are reminded weeping may endure for a night, but joy cometh in the morning.
And we're going to pray for our sister. We're believing that God is going to do what we've been praying for.
Well, now we have a response. Sort of. I said, I've had a fondness always for the Church of God in Christ. My family has some roots in the Church of God in Christ. As a matter of fact, listened to my mother at one point in time talking about how her mother would talk about actually knowing Bishop Mason, one of the founders of the Church of God in Christ. Now, that being said, my fondness does not still nullify my disappointment in the current presiding bishop. And not the fact that he has chosen who he wants to choose for to vote for, but the fact that you would bring her up and that you would have her preach in, people say, well, that's not a preach, that's not a sermon. What do you call it? She's going through scriptures and she's enticing people. She's motivating people. She's trying to influence people based on her selective, by the way, misuse of scriptures to get them to come and vote for her. Literally bringing in Pilate to ask the people of the church to come and vote for her. These are things that you just should not see. What she calls good, the Bible calls evil, but you bring her into your church, such as the promotion of killing the unborn, the promotion of homosexual marriage and things like that, and transgenderism, and all the things. Forget about the other political things, such as certain policies. These things that the Bible has spoken of.
Let me see. I am going to endorse her. I'm with her. I wish I had somebody else that'll go with her.
So now that as the backdrop and him saying, I'm for Kamala, after all that being stated, the question then is, what would someone like Bishop Wooden say? They're both bishops of the Church of God in Christ. Obviously, one is a presiding bishop. But the question is, since he is clearly against Kamala, that is Bishop Wooden, what would he have to say?
No, I'm going to serve Jesus. But I will say this, whether we're elected or not, we are a holiness church. We are a sanctified church. And we're going to remain that way. One of the beauties of the Church of God in Christ as an organization is that the Church of God in Christ gives each church autonomy.
Now, what he's doing is he's saying, because one particular church or group says something, as long as it's not sin, then we have our autonomy to feel the way we want to feel. Now, I happen to believe that what Bishop what Bishop Sheard is bringing up, I think it is. If it's not sin, it's promoting sin. If it's promoting sin, then guess what? It is sin. But Bishop Sheard is not saying that everyone in the Church of God in Christ has to vote this way. So I won't hold to that where he's putting it on the rest of them. And there are people in the Church of God in Christ who are against Kamala. But what he is going to do is he's going to kind of give an example of really how we ought to be, how we ought to behave towards other people that we disagree with.
What goes on in one place, all of us under the banner of holiness ought to abide by the same rules of holiness. But what go on in one church may or may not, well, it didn't have any bearing on what goes on in another. Our church is a sanctified church, and we believe in the God of the Bible, and we're going to stay that way, come what may. I prophesied now, maybe 2 decades ago, that there would come a divide in the body of Christ, and the divide would be a division between dealing with Scripture. God bless you, Sister Farmville. I see your beautiful daughters with you today. Good to see you, girl. And we're seeing that. And one of the things that's ushering in a divide in the kingdom is politics. People are saying, the church shouldn't be into politics. That's debatable. But I will tell you this. The church is not into politics as much as the politics have gotten into the church. You got to know what you're looking at. You're not looking at us going into the politician's lane. You're seeing the politicians enter into our lane.
And he's absolutely correct. The world has crept over into our lane, into the things that, and it's what I mean, where the Bible has spoken and said certain things. If you have something to say and it goes against what the word says, well, then we are now against what you say. Not necessarily against you, but against what the word says. And anybody, if both parties, all parties, then guess what? We're going to call those things out and push, because guess what? These politicians want to win. If they know that they have people, they might not agree with it, but if their constituents, the folks whose votes are looking to get, if they want this done away with, if the Christians want abortion done away with, if Christians want to eliminate girls having to compete with boys, and this whole thing about their genitalia being taken off and things like that, if they know that Christians are against that, that is, if they think about that, they don't think that Christians apparently are against that. Why? Because one particular party is not even courting that. As a matter of fact, they'll show up in your church thinking that you clearly don't care about those issues that are specifically named in the Bible. But if the Bible names them, then you cross over into our lane. Well, now we have a voice.
Marriage belonged to the church long before the government decided to license it so that they could tax it and get money off of it. God, the God of the Bible, created marriage, and he created marriage between a man and a woman. The government got in it and redefined the thing. Just took God's first institution. We know how God feels about marriage. It was his first institution. And how dare President Obama and the Supreme Court redefine God's first institution? We've been going downhill ever since. Now we don't know what the definition of a woman is. Now we believe that men can actually turn themselves into women, and women turn themselves into men. Downhill. Now there are those who defend men playing contact sports against women and with women, and all he got to do is claim to be a woman. Who ever heard of a presidential candidate campaigning at an abortion clinic before? And yet we see that today. That's wickedness. That's ungodliness. Amen.
This is why God says, woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who substitute darkness for light and light for darkness, who substitute bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. This is what we're seeing. And the problem that we're having is something else that is brought up, and I think it's sad.
Okay. I just wanted to see if anybody had any comments on that.
Are the descendants. My father came from the country of Colombia, so I'm the second generation Hispanic. You're seeing the descendants of these immigrants that are fleeing communism, socialism.
Oh, I hear that. Is that on your end, Kathy?
Yeah, it's Flashpoint and Victory News.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to kind of stop to see what anyone think about what was being said at 2%. What did you say? Leave my bishop alone. He is a classic man. Okay.
First on the channel, it was
always a real man's man. Okay. Okay.
Like what you just said.
Oh, Shireen says Donald Trump wins. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's on the map.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
already been called on the map.
You did. You did the revival on the border. Yeah, where you take
Now he is dressed modest. Now that is modest. 2%. Yes, the bishop is dressed. Yes, very modest.
Is there anything surprising to you as you did
Okay,
that?
I'm with
Well, you're correct.
I'm with the truth, and Bishop Wooden is living the truth. Amen. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, I want to get back to it.
We spoke the name of Jesus over every mile. We prayed in the spirit over every mile. We saw over
Oh, okay. Let me go back up. Okay.
Not when we're dealing with false people who we say, you know what, these might be decent men and women of God, but what you're doing, you're partnering with something that you ought not partner with. When you bring someone in who is for the things that are against God, the question is, do men walk together unless they have made an appointment? How can two walk together unless they agree? And therein lies the problem. Thank God that you've got a person like a Bishop Wooden who is going to stand up against those things.
And many of these people, you may not know where they stand on anything else. You may not know where they stand on the border. You may not know where they stand on the fixing the economy. You may not have a clear understanding on where they stand on this, that, or third. But you know how they feel about abortion, though, because it's every other sentence. These things are not right. And it is the right thing to do for the church to speak up and to speak out. If you have not voted already, I encourage you to vote. You should vote. It is your duty to vote. If you are eligible to vote, then vote. If you don't vote, you got to be quiet because you can't complain about anything. Your pastor is different from other pastors. I go by the rules. It's against the rules for the pastor. And even in our church doesn't, we can't endorse anybody. The IRS don't allow for that. And the rules don't allow for that. But here's what I want to do. Since you are grown, you don't need me to tell you who to vote for. But I can tell you this, and I hope you follow this. Do your homework.
Now, I like what he's saying, the fact that he's speaking.
Well,
Yeah, do your homework. That's
your
what we've said.
homework.
Well done.
And wouldn't that be in so many ways what we're seeing, especially in this particular election where there were pastors and others, and even when they are bringing in these politicians, bringing them in, aren't they in some kind of way? Isn't that election interference because they know that that some people, whatever the pastor says, they're just gonna go with it.
It's not election interference.
Okay.
What it is in violation of the 503C, where they can lose their tax exempt status. So basically, because the pastor is not supposed to endorse a candidate from the pulpit. As the pastor, he cannot endorse a candidate from behind the pulpit. As a private citizen, he can. But it's a thin line. So like, I know that candidates have come and talked to church, but it shouldn't have been on a Sunday morning. Sunday morning is church. Now, a Wednesday night can go both ways. It's not exactly church. It could be a Bible study, or just a meeting, or we're having a special thing here, and we won't have typical church or whatever. Because I know that, like Calvary Chapel, Chino Hills, Jack Hibbs is very political. He's a pastor. He's my brother's pastor, and he's been very political for many, many years. And he was one of the ones in California that didn't close his church during COVID.
So that Shireen, okay, I'm sorry, Kathy. She's made a good. So how are all these pastors, so-called pastors, how are they getting away with it?
Well, the IRS has to go after them. And under Biden's administration or
They're not
Harris's
gonna do it.
administration, they're not going to go after them. So they get away with it. You know, it's a double standard. If it was a pastor supporting Trump, you better believe they're going to go after him. And, you know, Jack Hibbs, he says that twice a year or yeah, twice a year. I forget what he said in one of his most recent videos. He said that he sends a letter with the video of the sermon to the IRS to let him know in case somebody turns him in and says you are talking about politics and you're endorsing candidates.
Right.
You know, but he's not worried about his tax exempt status. He's doing what God has called him to do. And that's where, you know, pastors, I think pastors today, a lot of them, and this is where the church is failing, is it's more about getting butts in the seats and the dollar
yeah,
on a show than actually preaching the word of God.
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that was one of the things my pastor didn't have church. He eventually opened it up and we had outside church and you can sit in your car and listen to the radio to the sermon and all of that. Or watch it on YouTube basically, but he didn't open up the church at first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
it was a while that he did that. So yeah.
Okay.
Calling
Well,
something.
let me get back.
They're calling a state. Hold on.
Oh, they are? Oh, okay. Well, let me come back. Okay.
I didn't hear them.
Are the echoes of what caused our parents to leave Central as your enemies? Amendment could be useful. We've seen. Greg, David, tell us what the update is.
All right, thank you,
Okay.
Jim. We've got a lot of updates. First,
All right, let me get it back
Okay. Let's get.
onto my computer and then I will share my screen.
Okay. Let me remove. Okay.
Almost back. I went too far.
Okay. I don't see nothing changing there. Oh, wow. What state is that? I'm going to really have to get my glasses so I can read these. Let me see. Okay. Those are senates. Okay. Wow. Looks like the Senate is even doing pretty good.
Into total confusion is and Greg, tell us
what happened.
Senate seat. We are calling some races now, and we're going to get these updated. Mississippi, Donald Trump. Alabama, Donald Trump.
Right.
Florida, Donald Trump. Tennessee, Oklahoma, both called for Donald Trump. Maryland called for Harris.
South Carolina called for Trump. And Oklahoma called for Donald Trump.
Whoa!
Got that. So we'll have some updated numbers for you in just a moment. We're also doing some very interesting things on ballot measures.
State initiatives, ballot initiatives. So there's several that are coming.
Oh,
so what does that? Okay, Kathy. So you're our, when it comes to. So okay. So what does this mean? Yay!
Well, let's see what the map shows.
Yeah, let's see what the map shows. The electoral college map. You got to go up. There you go.
Okay, this is not the actual one.
Yeah, that's not the one.
No, that's projected.
Okay.
The election results. I want that one.
Electoral college. Is that the one is that it? Is it this one?
No, election result map is what I want. This one. So they haven't updated. Well, they did. They updated.
They haven't updated. Yeah. And
yeah,
I don't.
So Oklahoma, Missouri, Indiana.
So what? Okay. I want. Okay, let me see if I can.
Let's see. See if I can find another.
Electoral.
Election results. Okay, well, this was an Associated Press. So this one has Trump at 95 and Harris at 35.
Yeah, I actually just yeah, I saw that.
So he's got 95 to 35. He's winning the popular vote.
Okay.
So that's new. So this one hasn't been called yet. 39. Well, Flashpoint called it Texas because 39% is in. And he's got 51% of the vote.
Okay.
Missouri.
Huh.
So, and that's 40 electoral votes. Okay. Missouri, 2% reporting and is at 51%. Ohio is neck and neck. Trump's edging ahead, which is 17 electoral votes. And Virginia is too close to call. It's still neck and neck. 5,000 vote difference in Virginia. Trump still could possibly win Virginia.
Okay.
And Trump's ahead 52% of reporting at 55%. He's got 55%, which is one of the swing states he needs to win.
Okay.
So we're getting there. Oh,
okay.
they called another one. What they
call?
They
did?
Oklahoma.
Who did they call?
Oklahoma. So
okay. What was Oklahoma? Was Oklahoma
149?
What was Oklahoma? Was it what state?
It's right here.
Yes, I mean, was it a red state?
Blue.
Oklahoma?
Yep, it flipped.
Oh, wow.
It flipped. Praise the Lord.
Wow.
Yes. Right now we are 101 to 49 electoral votes.
Wow. Okay. I was trying to look for some other maps. Who calling me? Yay! Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Our air horn. Excuse me while I eat. It's a party.
Okay, let's. Oh, Rosie said this. Who did Virginia go to?
Did they call Virginia? Virginia's not called. It's right here. It's
Where?
leaning Trump.
Oh, is that me?
9.6% to 48.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Is that me?
No, it's me.
Oh, okay. Okay, I went to make. Okay, so that's you, not me, not my horn.
No, that's our horn.
Oh, okay. There we go. Okay. With the air horn. Okay. Stop the air horns. You hear me, Kathy?
What's that?
Told to stop the air horns. Okay.
It kept playing.
Yes, they kept playing. Yeah. Yeah. That they was like, that's that was a little annoying.
Let's put you up on some Senate races. Marsha Blackburn, not a surprise, of Tennessee. Senator Blackburn will be going back. Roger Wicker, Mississippi, is also several Democrat races. Elizabeth Warren, Massachusetts, will be a senator again. Sheldon Whitehouse, Chris Murphy, Rhode Island, Connecticut.
Let's see.
Andy Kim in New Jersey, all northern states here. And Lisa Blunt, Rochester in Delaware. We're also going to call two more states for the presidential race. Connecticut and Massachusetts have both gone for so all of these numbers have been added up. But this is interesting, David.
Okay, so Rick Scott,
two
Republican,
counties in Georgia in this
run
race for the president.
one
County,
Florida,
Georgia, 84%.
Larry Hogan, one Maryland, Republican.
Harris,
oh,
and then Baldwin
Ted
County,
Cruz
Georgia,
won. Thank God.
Oh, really?
Trump is at 51, Kamala at 48. What do we take from that?
Yeah, that race was something. Let me go back to this one because I want to see the House.
Okay.
And if one flips and Fayette
So,
is one of those, if Fayette flips to being red,
Let's
then it's
see.
very difficult for Georgia to go blue with that. So Fayette, that's what
2%.
um,
If California gets flipped, oh my goodness.
praise the Lord. Let's party, 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 party.
Would really be something.
Oh, look at that red.
That look in your picture is like it's saying, "Come on, California."
Look at that red. Look at that red. Those are all Congress. 127 Republicans in Congress. So there's 430 seats, and they're all up for grabs. So we got 127 to 75. California is going to decide this, guys. We really need to be praying for California that those Democrat Congress people do not win. We decided 2020, California decided 2020 and set the majority in Congress. We're going to do it again.
Right.
In the past 8 or 10 days. And I talked to pastors from every state, a bunch of states also, and it looks to me like from denominations and ethnic backgrounds.
Well, I'm encouraged.
Wow.
It's dancing time. I know, I'm nuts.
No, this is exciting.
I'm excited.
Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to. Okay, so I guess we probably can.
2016.
Okay, so we don't have no updated ones yet. We don't have no new
Yeah.
Okay.
Trump's at 111 according to this map.
Okay, okay. So I'm going to take it back to our video.
speaking up about what the Bible says, that's what we're for. And then he goes on to talk about what we should not vote for. He's not telling you who to vote for, but these are things that you should not vote for, such as the way a person looks, the color, the fact that they're male or
Oh, wait a
female.
minute.
Those are things that's not.
Was it playing, Kathy? Oh, it was? Okay.
Yeah, I was playing.
What you ought to be voting for.
Nobody comes to you to get you to do wrong, and who are more likable than the devil. He ain't going to insult you into taking drugs. You're not going to insult you and belittle you into adultery. If he's trying to get you to commit fornication, he's not going to get you to lay down with him and do whatever it is he wants you to do by insulting you. He's got to get you to like him. What you got to pay attention to more than like or dislike is, what is this person trying to get me to do? I don't care how broad his shoulders is. What is he trying to get me to do? Are you trying to get me to do right? Or are you trying to get me to do wrong?
Now, what he also does is brings this point, and we've said the same thing. Now, we've said different ways, but when someone is after you to get you to sin, Satan does not show up with a sign around his neck saying, "I'm Satan, I'm here to cause death and destruction." No, what he's selling obviously is something that he's not really being upfront with. You got with that person, you did that, and then after hindsight, looking at it, that was the worst thing you could ever do. But when you bought it, when you tasted it, when you partook of it, you thought it was something good. That's how Satan shows up. He's not going to tell you that. He's not going to give you all the facts, all the information as relates to abortion until after you get involved. And then at that point in time, many folks just don't care. What about you living your truth? He'll put things, fashion things in a way that you like it, that it just makes sense, right? Well, that's how Satan is. Satan is practical. He's pragmatic. He wants you to think, well, this just makes sense. And again, God wants me to use my mind. He gave me a mind. He wants me to use wisdom, even though it's worldly wisdom. Wants me to use wisdom, and God wants me to be happy. Those sort of things. But you will find yourself in a whole heap, as they say in the South, a whole heap of trouble following your heart instead of listening to the word of God.
You don't vote for a person because they're white, or because they're black, or because they're male, or because they're female. Don't do that. Don't do that. That's the cheap, that's the mindless way out. That's a cheap person. That's how you get screwed. You pay attention to what an individual is promoting. And one thing about it, if you listen to them, they'll tell you. Then you take what you hear and compare it to that book you have right there in your lap.
Amen. Amen. Now, obviously, he's got in mind what Bishop J. Drew Sheard said. Obviously, he has that in mind. He's not going to tear him apart because he's following protocol. But take what the person says, and they'll tell you. They let you know, even when they don't say anything, they're still letting you know. Compare it to the book. I'll say this again. You can talk about foreign policy. You can talk about immigration. You can talk about our income, our economy. You can talk about all these different things. You can talk about how many trees, how dense the forest should be. Should we put on the endangered species, a red salamander, if there's such a thing? Those are things. Those are wonderful things. Infrastructure, all of those things. By the way, all of those things are going to be destroyed at some point in time by the Lord. The question is, will you? And what God is going to hold us accountable to. Not those things, but the things that he has spoken of. And by the way, he has not stuttered. He's not stuttered about abortion. He has not stuttered about homosexuality or those that give approval to or vote for approval to. He has not stuttered about.
Oh, okay. Do we have any? Okay, we don't have any new updates, Kathy. Okay.
No, not right now. I'm watching.
Okay.
Out what you do to children, harming them, precluding them from coming to you, and you also trying to change their gender. These are things that we know are absolute sin. What do you think God is going to judge you on? What do you think God is more concerned with? I'm not saying he's not concerned with how we treat people individually. You treat them the way you're supposed to. But if someone breaks a law and the country wants to deal with them, well, then fine. Amen, because we do have rules. But these things, nothing can transcend God's rules, and he will not let his words be violated. And then us who do so will get away with that. And so you, at least, if you're going to vote, vote as best you can. close to the scriptures. Are you going to find a perfect candidate? No. Are you even going to find a candidate with good character and morals? Not very much, especially in this particular election where neither, let me say this again, neither of the candidates are morally upright. Both have been in adulterous relationships. Both of them are liars
I got an update.
in terms
Oh,
of convicting. Yeah, one right.
Pennsylvania unfortunately went to Harris.
It
We couldn't flip it.
he couldn't.
No.
And how many did they give her?
I'm sorry?
How many electors did that give her?
She's got 71 between that and they called Michigan. This website did. I'll put it up there. Let me put it up. So.
Okay, let me remove.
9 other states, as you know, have abortion-related ballot measures up for grabs, so we'll keep an eye on those tonight. Right now,
but that's okay. I mean, we knew that she was gonna, you know what I mean? It was gonna be, so that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that
So
was already.
Michigan, well, they called it and it's only 7%. Well, she's pretty far ahead. I don't know. And this 12% and they're calling it. What? That's not right.
What?
So well, Associated Press is called Pennsylvania and Michigan for Harris, but 270 to win hasn't called it yet. Either one.
Really?
It's too early. I don't know how they can call it because only 12% is reporting. Only 12% in Pennsylvania is reported. They don't think you can catch up. And only 7% in Michigan.
Oh boy.
I don't know how they can do that. So anyway, that was the update.
Okay.
And that is on the platforms you talked about to vote for abortion is to be an accomplice.
Now has been convicted, though he's not technically fully a felon until his case has been fully adjudicated. Some suspect, I probably suspect the same thing, that those 34 felons are going to be taken off. But someone can say, well, wait a second, she's also presided over a DA's office where people were sent to prison knowingly that the evidence against them would exonerate them. And so you're sending innocent people to prison, convicting them. I don't know what's worse. Both of those have horrible characteristics. Now, I don't know if they have repented, have no idea. But the policies that they promote, either or, if you're promoting something that goes against the Bible, then we'll take that and vote accordingly. But I always appreciate the way that Bishop Wooden handles himself, because he handles himself in a godly fashion. I think that is the perfect response, rather than, you know what? Now I'm not in Church of God in Christ, so I can say where I disagree with Bishop Sheard. He won't say that. And so it does kind of remind us, though, that when we do speak to people, and if someone does disagree with us in terms of how we vote, we don't have to kill them. We don't have to cut their heads off. We don't have to send them to hell. We can voice our disagreement and then move forward, because guess what? Regardless of who's going to be in office after this election, we know who's on the throne. And even still, the world, the direction of this country is not headed towards a revival. Again, I know it's unpopular to say nowadays we're headed for a revival. No, we're not. The love of many will wax cold. There's going to be a departure from people from the tenets of the faith, and there will be a lot of people who thought that they did love Christ, and he'll say to them, I never knew you. Don't you be that person. So instead, what we do is we show love to the people, even though those that we disagree with, and do our very best, in spite of who wins, to promote the name of Christ. Amen.
All right. So
I'm trying to find something that says which states flipped.
Okay.
So far on the East Coast.
Okay.
You lived in this marvelous nation, and you couldn't vote you voted concerning money?
Okay, I was trying to see if I could see something.
You will be wrong 85% of the time.
Oh, okay.
But when
So
you inquire
this map.
and you ask him, what must I do in this? And you vote according to the anointing of the Bible and the anointing that is on that are up for election, and you will be right over 90.
So right here,
I didn't
okay.
The states that flipped, there hasn't been any states that have flipped yet.
Okay.
And they called Virginia for Harris.
Okay, did they just do that?
They must have.
Or no, because remember that's where Rosie was saying, was that Rosie who said that, and we didn't.
But 270 to 1 to win has called Virginia for Harris.
Okay, so that's what made her get to 44.
This one says they shouldn't have called it because this map here. Now see, this is where it gets all hogwashy. Because this says 43% reporting, and 49.5% are for Trump, and it's like 16 or 15,000 votes difference.
Okay.
But they're calling it, they're saying Trump. They haven't actually called it yet, but they said Trump. So
for which one?
For Virginia.
Okay. And so, and how many electors for Virginia? I'm not, okay, what's happening? What?
Electoral votes for Virginia are 13.
Okay, and so who did they go to?
They haven't, 270 to win, the website 270 to win, called them for Harris. But this website, Google's election, this is Google's prediction. Oh no, it's Associated Press. They're saying it's swinging towards Trump and haven't called it yet.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I'm looking at something for Pennsylvania, and it looks like it is going toward her.
Pennsylvania?
Yep. And Missouri as well. And Kansas.
Okay. All right, come on.
Voters and hearing their voices. You guys are doing lots of thank you with the voters' voices and sponsor too with the polling expert with Carter. And we have a fabulous audience of voters talking with us about the top issues in race for the White House. Most polls show the economy is the voters' top issue. Now
I guess I'll restart this.
The lines on the screen show how voters reacted to the comment in real time. That's what you get. And the red lines represent the blue Democrats, the gray are independent. Here it is. While inflation is down and wages are up.
Okay.
Noting that in Virginia, right now, with only 43% reporting, Donald Trump is up 15,000 votes. And again, you have some of the major blue areas of Virginia reporting. So some of the stuff is interesting to watch. Maybe we weren't necessarily expecting this to go Republican. North Carolina, we kind of were. And you're seeing a little bit more of North Carolina reporting, only 25% reporting, but you see Donald Trump up by over 100,000 votes. So this is one that inside, we kind of thought it's not going to be really questionable, necessary. It could go the wrong way, but we kind of think it's going to go toward Donald Trump. So we're seeing a lot of things I think we expected.
And Gene, something interesting we saw a moment ago, we were digging down into Virginia, and at one point before they updated, there were 16 vote difference between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Now tell me one vote does not matter, Gene.
Yeah, absolutely. It surely does matter. Texas, Tim, and let's go down to Harris County. Tell me, what are you seeing from Harris County down there in Houston area?
Well, so in Harris County, not surprising, it is favoring Kamala Harris. However, it's 635,000 to 569,000. So even though it's favoring Kamala Harris, you see it's a lighter color blue because it's not as strong going on that Democrat side as maybe might be thought or expected. So this could be a little telling again, as we've seen some of those counties that can be bellwether counties. When you have some major liberal areas that are not showing decisively to be liberal, that can be telling for what we might see in other areas as well.
Yep. All right. Thank you, guys. We'll check back in with you. All right, Meg Garofalo, you got some news. Talk to us.
Yep. Well, we told you before, Gene, about the Hill reporting that the abortion rights ballot initiative in Florida fell. We're talking about that. We've also got what's coming in from CNN in respect to the state of Georgia. I want to show you a clip, and then we'll talk about it after.
Oh, wow.
Trump is winning them by 11 points in these early exit poll results, 54% to 30%. Jake, 4 years ago, Joe Biden won independent voters in Georgia when he won the state by 9 points. So we've seen a swing of 20 points towards Trump in terms of the margin, from 9-point advantage 4 years ago with independents for Biden to now an 11-point advantage for Trump in Georgia. Jake.
Wow. Very challenging. That is really significant. We see some incremental changes here and there when it comes to young voters.
So,
non-confidence, he's doing slightly better.
What's happening?
It's wild.
Okay, what just happened? Hello?
Georgia, we're winning Georgia.
Oh.
We're winning Georgia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're winning Georgia. So he's just talking about it.
Oh, okay.
So Georgia
here.
Yeah. Georgia looks good.
And how many electoral is that?
16.
Oh, okay.
It's one of the states that he's got to win.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this map because they're calling.
Now he got her back to 67.
What's that?
Now she's down to 67.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at two different maps. I like this one better because, you know, this one, we'll keep on this one. We're not going to look at this one anymore. Okay. Because this is more accurate because they haven't called, the Associated Press hasn't called these states yet. Whereas that other 270 to win, which is a liberal, very liberal website.
Oh, it is? Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah.
Very liberal. So New York hasn't been called yet. That's interesting.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is still calling it for Harris at 14%. So that means that Trump needs to win Virginia or Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, and Wisconsin. I know he's not going to win Minnesota, but there's a possibility.
He might.
He might. I don't know. I think it's too blue. Wisconsin is kind of split. Your state is kind of split, and they're saying that Arizona is leaning towards them, and so is Nevada. So we'll see. It's very close. Right now, he's winning the popular vote, which is very important. Because if he wins the electoral vote and the popular vote, it's highly highly unlikely that the Democrats will come back and say that that our side cheated.
Let's see. Okay, I don't see anything that is. Oh wow, he is winning the popular vote. I just looked.
Okay. Well,
So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this: Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%.
Okay.
Come on, Jesus, he's the Lion of Judah. He got eyes like fire. He won holy roller. He got head down to his knees. Got to be King Jesus. Just do what he please. I walks on water. He got miracle power. He makes demons tremble, saying, "Here comes trouble." He said, "I know you, oh, and you know me, and I defeated death and hell and gave you the keys. So come together right now, yeah, over me."
come on.
I like that.
Let's party.
15 states have just finished voting. This is the big map. Washington, Mississippi says it's too early to call Michigan one of the two battlegrounds in the West.
What time does your polls close? At 7 or 8?
8. At 8. So it's 8. So
all right. Well,
yes.
Some numbers come in.
Oh, he won Texas?
Hasn't been called yet.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard them say that.
Maybe they did. What was just called? He just got 2 more. Something was just called. He got 2 more. Was that 101?
Now, how are you getting these calling? How are you getting it?
How am I getting it?
Yes, the information.
Oh, look. North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska all for Trump. We're at 120 to 99.
It just happened. Oh, but it's still close. Because look.
Yep.
She got 99. Trump at 120.
Nope. We come against that in the name of Jesus.
Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
She just went up 99. Oh, he just got another one. Wyoming.
Wow.
Did you see that?
I did.
It just turned. So how many is that?
3.
3 electoral votes. So why haven't they changed it?
Good question.
Oh, and Shireen just put Donald Trump leads in Texas.
Yeah, he's leading in Texas and he's leading in New Mexico, which is a blue state.
What?
Yeah, New Mexico is blue.
So Trump has 178?
On what? Who's calling that? Fox?
Yeah.
Wow.
Incumbent Democratic Senator Tammy Baldwin, who is in close race now with Republican Baker
You want to come in here?
Fox News Live.
Come here, Roxy. You can come in here, baby.
Yeah.
Come on. You don't need to be afraid.
Aw.
Come on.
I know Roxy is not afraid.
For some reason, she's scared to come in here.
Oh gosh, what's going on with my computer?
It's okay, baby. I know. I know. Yeah, I hear you. You gonna talk to me? Who's that? Go get him. Oh, Daddy's calling you. Just trotting off. She's so cute.
Okay, yes, there's an update. It's an update. Harris has 113. Trump has 178.
Okay. And that's on Fox?
Yes, that's on Fox.
Okay. Let me get there.
Let's take a look at how the Senate is stacking up at this hour, 9:04 on the East Coast, and we have 36 Republicans, the one flip of the Virginia, waiting for other states that are.
Yeah, so looks like they are really being on top of it a little better. I mean, it's good to have the map, but this one, I mean,
yeah. No, I get it. I'm looking for Fox here. On YouTube.
Yeah, I just put in Fox News live coverage.
Here we are.
Okay.
Just want to show you this. This is really, it's going to be your target right now. Fulton County, heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? They haven't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%. Kamala Harris, number 7.
Just to show you this. I mean, this is really.
But it's too they say it's too soon to call.
Heavily populated, and a ton of votes there, okay? It hasn't really moved. So the estimated number of votes still out is about 30%, and Kamala Harris hanging in there with 7. She's going to win the county, okay? Question is the margin. The question is whether or not, Trump is chewing in this African-American male vote that we were talking about, because I want to come up to North Carolina. I'll show you a county. Okay, this is rural, and it's also African-American, 47% African-American. It's a small county here. It's called Anson, all right? Trump's winning. Okay, what's that mean? Okay, this is Biden 4 years ago by 4 points. Okay, so Trump right now flipping that county. Is there a minority vote out there that is helping to buoy his campaign? That's something we got to consider. Another thing I want to point out, just while I got you here, okay, guys, this is the part of the state that was racked by that hurricane. All right, this is Trump territory, all right? 61%, 68%, 81%. But come in here for a little bit. This is Buncombe, all right? This is Asheville. You expect this to go blue. Indeed, it has right now, about 2/3 of the vote. No, sorry, 60% of the vote, and she's got 2/3 of the vote right now. But these counties here.
Okay, New York.
I wonder if there's an effect here, all right? Because 53.
I think so.
This is Transylvania. I was checking this out a short time ago. This is Rutherford, 72. But
I think
a lot of that vote's still out there. Why am I showing you this? Because your comparison for percentage is that.
Okay.
I think so, sis. Yeah, I think so. I mean, but I don't think they predicted he would win it, because that would be a flip, right?
Yeah, that would be a big flip. No, that was expected.
Just like California, they don't expect. Right. So he don't have to win those two to win. Yeah.
No, he's got to win. He's got to win. So let me share my screen again. And or go back to the map. Okay. So he's got to win Georgia,
Okay.
North Carolina.
Okay.
So these are the key races: Georgia
And North
Carolina. Virginia isn't a key state, but it will be a plus if he wins.
Okay. Okay.
And he's ahead. Not by much, but he's ahead. It's close. Ohio's not a key state either, but he's ahead by a lot.
Oh, wow.
300,000 votes. And it's 17 electoral votes.
Oh, wow.
Michigan, he needed to win, was one of them. So if he's not going to get Michigan, he's got to get Wisconsin.
Okay.
And then Arizona's a key race, and so is Nevada. So if he can get Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, which they're all leaning that way, Ohio, he's got it. He's at 137 now. What did they just call?
178. He's at 178 and she's at 113.
And that is on okay. Yeah, what on Fox? Interesting. All right, guys. You guys having a good time? We got 8 people watching. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
For our first annual election party. Faith and Freedom Friday's election party.
Sorry, I was responding. So, if anyone wants to come on, we'd welcome you. Oh, so he didn't wait. Okay, so did he win New York or he didn't?
They're calling New York because she's so far ahead in New York for Harris.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
They're pretty much calling it.
Okay.
They just called South Dakota for Trump.
Oh, they did? Are you for real?
Yeah, they called South Dakota for Trump. Let me bring this back on. Woohoo!
All right. Okay, so let's see. Okay, it hasn't changed.
How much does it impact it that, it's the first year that you're seeing some of these betting markets in the United States? Because there's a lot of people who are playing them probably in a fundamental way.
These odds composed by Maxim Lott and John Stossel are from Betfair
So
Smart
Cruz hasn't won yet. They
Predicted
haven't called it.
Polymarket Kalshi.
Okay.
It's a basket.
It's a basket. It's an average.
Dana, what are you looking at?
So let's see what else.
Watching some of the Democrats complain about the Electoral College, and if
There you go.
about a week ago, there was some conventional wisdom that she could actually win the Electoral College, but that Trump would win the popular vote. And then there would be no complaints about the Electoral College from them.
Okay,
if that
let's
were to
see. What
happen.
do we
So
see?
obviously, it's too soon to call, but I'm certainly watching that to see what they're going to say. Plus, I have
Vermont
been
went to
wondering
Harris. We
about
knew that.
Kamala Harris and this whole decision of
What
Biden to run
happened?
again when she knew that he was incapable, but they were still
Vermont
asking
went
their
to
donors,
Harris.
give us all your money.
It did.
Yeah, but we already knew that.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's not a okay.
No, we already knew that from
Oh wow, we got an update.
we got an
Oh
update.
no, we don't. No, we don't. Never mind. never mind.
So Trump's winning the popular vote. That's very important, guys. Very, very important.
No.
Because the reason, that back in 2016, Hillary said that they cheated is because she won the popular vote, but he won the electoral vote. So if he wins the popular vote and the electoral vote, they cannot say he cheated.
Wow.
Wisconsin's leading for Trump?
What?
Shireen says that Trump is leading in Wisconsin.
Really? Are you really?
Yeah. 62%.
What?
62% for Trump in Wisconsin.
Shireen, you see that? Where do you? Whoa.
There we go.
What? I know, Glenda. Exactly. Wow.
Right here with 1%. 62%.
Wow. So would that be good?
That's fantastic.
What?
That's fantastic. That's one
So
of the battlegrounds.
do you see it just changed? 177. So is that with Wisconsin?
No, it hasn't been called yet. It's too early. It's only 1% of.
But you see, it's changed. The number don't just change, didn't it?
That's because they called another state for Trump. They called Texas.
Wow, Wisconsin. Woo. Okay. So, so Kathy, come on, your state got to do something.
I'm praying. At least even if she may win California, but if it comes close to 50-50, I'd be happy. In the state of California, that means California is changing, and I pray that California changes, because we're so liberal, and it's in this state, and the politics are hurting so many people. It's just not right.
Yeah, I mean, I hear what you're saying. Like, it needs to change regardless.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I mean, and us Christians here in California, we need to step it up, and our pastors need to step it up. Doggone it.
Yeah.
That was pretty, that clip. And why don't I dig it up and we show it again? That clip that we showed last week.
Oh, we're going to have to wait until 11 p.m. for California. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. Well, but the thing is they call California the minute the polls close, which.
So if it's 11 p.m., they're going to call it. Oh my gosh, that's 11, 12. That's 1 o'clock. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So, so he needs 270 to win. So he doesn't need much more to win. Okay.
So what happens if he gets to 270 before other votes come in?
He won.
Oh, really?
He can get more than 270.
Can he get more than 270?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
He needs 270 electoral votes to win.
Okay, wait a minute. Somebody is calling him the projected winner of what? Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at two things.
Those are the numbers that they have said. Now, if that is true, that would be African American turnout did not appear to numbers and degree that they wanted, and secondarily, any of the vote they thought the union vote workers are not going to.
Wait a minute. I need to.
Okay.
It's going to be a short night. Why is that? Why is that? What is Gino saying?
Why does he say it's going to be a short night?
come here and say what is Bongino saying?
Everything that's being popped, that's coming up, that they're pulling out, is they're 5 or 6 points on everything
Ahead?
ahead.
You mean Trump is?
Yes.
Well, Fox is saying that it's 113 to 195. Why?
That's for.
Okay, I gotta. For whatever
Okay.
reason, YouTube TV.
But they're winning in every state.
They're not winning in every state.
They're not winning every state.
Well, I mean, not as far as the ones that they were showing.
I'm having issues over here.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I can't get Fox up.
You can't?
No, it's not letting me. So I'm restarting it.
Okay.
So give me a minute and I will get it on the screen.
What they were showing on this.
I like that, Connie. I like what you put the popcorn.
With more than a dozen tabulation machines. What's that about, Mike?
Oh, Milwaukee.
More than a dozen tabulation machines and 31,000 ballots. And as a result, the city put out an all call for volunteers. So they've got firefighters, healthcare workers, and IT workers all showing up here to help with the retabulation of those 31,000 ballots. Now, the heart of the problem I can show you as we zoom in over my shoulder are these tabulation machines. There are 13 of these tabulation machines here at Central Count. If you look close to the back of the machine, there are stickers on the back of the machine. Those act as the seal. The seals were in place according to city officials and election commission officials, but there's a locking mechanism there as well. A Republican observer noted that the locking mechanisms had not been engaged. First, we were told on one machine, then some of the machines, then all 13 machines, 31,000 ballots in question. The city says they believe the integrity of those votes was never compromised. Still, out of 107,000 ballots, those now need to be retabulated. Some 43,000 ballots have been counted here as of this point, but they've got these additional volunteers to try to speed up the process. We expected to get final numbers somewhere around 1 or 2 a.m. The city now only says it's going to be later than that. The city wants to pass this off as an abundance of caution or a very cautious move. Republicans are upset about it. The RNC chairs, Michael Whatley and Laura Trump, put out a statement calling this an unacceptable example of incompetence. Wisconsin officials are here to try to get some questions answered. Brett and Martha?
It's a long night in Milwaukee. Thank you, Mike. So the Fox News decision desk can now project that Vice President Harris will win Delaware, the home state of President Biden. And there is the look at the race to 270. That makes it
So they
Trump
knew that too?
155, Harris 113 at this hour.
Yeah.
And we have another call to make as well.
In a key governor's race, Fox News can now project that Republican Kelly Ayotte will become the next governor of New Hampshire. She defeats Democrat Joyce Gregg.
Wow.
And that was a close race for a while, but Kelly Ayotte will win
wow.
there. Here are a couple of other results we're getting as our Democracy 24
People have had enough.
Continues. It'll be on the screen all night long.
Oh, wow. Another one.
North Dakota Senate, another Republican.
America is watching.
Oh, wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. Wow, maybe
One of
this
the
won't be
Democrats-
as late as we think. A late
I
night.
don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think it's gonna be as late?
One of the Senate seats flipped red.
Really?
Yep. So the Democrats lost a seat. Are you back again? What you doing, Miss Poochie? You want to come in here and see me? I know your bed's behind the screen. Here. I know how to get you in. Here, you want this? Come here. You can do it.
Aw.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then catch.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, I have a question. Okay, what are the best between a poodle tea cup or a Shih Tzu? How do you pronounce that type of dog?
Shih Tzu.
Shih Tzu. I don't like saying that. It sounds too close to something else. Okay. Okay. Trying to see. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Connie. Okay, I just can't say it. No, I'm gonna say Shih Tzu. That's how I'm gonna say it. Shih Tzu. Okay, or a Shih Tzu. Okay. So
now, if you ask what was the best dog ever,
well,
I
of
would
course.
tell you.
What'd you say?
I would tell you the best dog ever. The best
Okay,
dog
what's the
they
best?
have
What's the best dog ever?
is either a golden retriever or a lab. They are such
Really?
lovable family dogs. Yes.
But they're big dogs, so I would want something small.
They're cuddly.
So are they big?
Yeah, they can be. Well,
Yeah.
Roxy's 60 pounds, but she's still in my lap. Aren't you?
Okay.
What's the matter, baby? You
Oh
want to
wow,
be
some
in with
people
me?
are celebrating.
Why are they celebrating? Where are they celebrating on?
Who is this?
Oh, is it on Fox? Oh, news.
Oh,
News.
okay.
Wild. They are very excited about this. I will toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Brooke,
Oh, they're talking
so much.
Let's bring in Pete Hegseth, who is at a honky tonk in Nashville.
Of course he is.
Of course he is. Where else would we find you,
Stand by in
Pete?
a second. Hold on. Once I go like this, we got to wrap real quick.
Hello, Pete.
Coming to us.
You're on.
Should we get Pete a drink?
Just
Hold on.
stand by, everybody. We're
Go ahead.
coordinating with the mothership.
Pete, we are the mothership calling Pete
Can you
Hegseth
hear
at the
us?
honky tonk in
Mothership
Nashville.
calling.
Can you hear us?
Hey, guys. Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, Brett and Martha. We're at Kid Rock's Honky Tonk in Nashville. I can't hear a thing. I can't hear myself. And the crowd here is psyched because you're now on the TVs here in the bar as well. I'm here with Clay Travis, Morgan Ortegas.
All right. Fresh mango, fresh agave.
While you're at
That sounds
home watching the returns on Fox, and everybody's watching you guys, and you're doing a phenomenal job. Pull up Fox Nation on your second screen.
Thank you,
and have a party
Glenda.
with us. Because I'll tell you, the vibes here on the
7%
ground, we're
where?
talking to voters today too, are
What?
this feels a lot like the
7% for Trump where? Shireen?
Wisconsin.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, let's
It's going to
see.
be a very good night for Donald Trump. I can't hear you, but I love you.
Thank you so much.
Pete,
Sounds like
thanks
they're
a
having a
lot.
pretty good time there.
They are. We're back with our panel: Britt Hume, Dana Perino, Harold Ford Jr., Kayleigh McEnany, Sean Hannity, and Trey Gowdy. And Bill Hemmer just went behind the billboard, and I kind of was going to call him out there.
Like the Wizard of Oz.
So they're saying that
Let's
people are looking at
see.
Erie County, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was looking at it too. One thing to keep in mind here as we look at this data here
Oh,
is you got to remember.
Oh, is there
how
about
they
to be
count the
another?
votes, right? You know,
He's going to
they
go
start
over the
processing
map.
at 7
So
a.m.
Oh, he's just
morning.
going over it.
Oh,
Okay.
that's mail-in stuff
Okay,
too.
so
And that-
Vermont, is that a newly
And
called
so
one?
I'm going to do
not
something
sure.
funky and
Just
fancy
for a
here,
minute.
guys. So just bear with me, because I'm going to try and find Pennsylvania in 2020. Okay,
Okay.
this is important.
He's going back.
It's important for us to understand. It's important for our analysts to know, understand. It's important for the audience to understand at home. This is 4 years ago in Pennsylvania. Okay, this is just a 24-hour span from November 3rd into November 4th, from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. the following day. And the vote that count that came in here, right, it's heavily blue, well over 70%. And then around 11 p.m., you get across the line. And that's where the
Okay.
Republican votes started coming in for Trump. Then you went well past midnight, and Trump maintained his margin for almost the entire day on Wednesday. And then if you went further off this map, you see where eventually the bars there cross the other way for Joe Biden. Okay, so with that in mind, okay, we're going to show you Pennsylvania, and we'll try and digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 75% is still out. And you see a lot of blue in the areas where Kamala Harris needs to do well, namely Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, and namely Philadelphia and what they call the collar counties around Philadelphia. But the argument for this hour is that there's a strong Democratic vote in that batch that's now been counted, okay?
So it's
There's 2 counties in Pennsylvania
So
that
that's
you
the
watch
best,
because they are bellwethers and they are flippers too, okay?
It's
One is
Tuesday to
Erie
fall.
along the border here with New
Pennsylvania.
Jersey. Excuse me. One is Erie up there in Lake Erie. This is Northampton here in the east, okay? Northampton is one of these counties that flipped last time around, all right? Kamala Harris with a lead with 27% of the vote reporting there in Northampton. The other one is Erie that I mentioned a moment ago, okay? This is up on the lakefront here, all right? I don't know why we're getting 0% in because there is some of this vote that may lend itself to some of the confusion with the early vote being tabulated from the mail. I don't know. I can't vouch for that. I'm not sure what's going on there. We're going to watch the less than 0.5%. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, the Associated Press now has Trump at 178 and Harris at 99.
178. So he gained something. Did he gain something?
He did, but I don't know what.
Oh, okay.
And then 270 to win has Trump at 210 and Harris at 105.
So it changed again? It changed again?
Yeah. I'm going to share my screen.
Can you share it?
I am. Hold on. I'm getting there. Looky here. 270. I mean 210. That means he's 60 down. He's 60. If he wins Wisconsin, that's 220. If he wins Georgia, that's 236. He's projected to win Arizona. That's 247. New Mexico's up in the air. That is 252. And, well, they're still calling Virginia. I don't want that. They're still calling that that one's still calling Virginia, and this one's still too close. He could still win Virginia.
Wow.
He's ahead by 50,000 votes.
Huh.
I don't know, guys. It really looks good. It
And
really
it really
looks good.
And that's good. And it looks really close.
Yeah. My concern is it looked, in 2020, it looked like Trump was winning. And then when we woke up in the morning, it all switched.
It was something different. Yeah.
That's my concern. So I'm praying that before, when all the polls close, because it's what, 8:30 your time, 9:30.
Yes, 8:34.
Is that, when the West Coast closes, is that we have a 270, and it's not going to go over. That's what I'm praying.
Let's see. Okay.
All right, Victory News is doing something here.
With the same number reporting, Cruz is only up by 2. Significant difference from those supporting President Trump as to those then supporting down ballot, which is some of what we're seeing even from some of the Senate side of President side. When supporting down ballot, which is some of what
Never mind.
as we've talked about, does President Trump have the coattails, right? Yep. Can people follow him? And so if you look at this,
called Cruz, so we're not going to go there.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Let's see.
Did you have a video you wanted to play?
There is, let me cue it up. Okay. Wow. Okay, let me. Just a second. Okay. There was, I'm trying to, where is it? Huh. Okay. Okay, I want to show this. Let me show this. Oh, I don't need to stop sharing. Oh, there it is. Okay. Let me put this up there.
How you doing? Have you voted already? Give me a second. You did. Thank you. Thank you so very much. It's so important that everybody participates, and I thank you because I'm sure you got a lot of other things you could be doing, taking the time to vote. It really does. Right? Thank you. And you enjoy your day, okay?
All right, so it is election day, and what we are seeing so far is Trump voters showing out in large numbers. We have not heard from Kamala Harris as of yet. Only her running mate we have, and I'm going to show you a clip of that. Plenty of voters are being interviewed, and they have some interesting things to say. So we're going to look at that as well. And there is one state that I can show you today and kind of update you on where they are as it pertains to where the voting numbers are currently. So first, what we're going to do is hear from a couple of Kamala Harris voters. Watch. Watch.
Who'd you vote for today?
I voted for Kamala Harris.
Why is that?
I have 3 daughters, 4 children overall, and women's rights is pretty important to them and my daughters. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional about that. I didn't think that I was going to do that, but just their bodies, their choice type of a mentality. I want them to grow up in a world that's welcoming to everybody. So yeah, that's why I cast my vote today.
All right, so he's from Michigan, so that is a big deal. We already know what he just said is not rooted in any truth. Okay, there were no rights stripped from women. No rights can be stripped from women. We have 3 branches of government. If rights were taken away, best believe the Supreme Court would have stepped in and did something about it. Now, what I find funny about this abortion thing is that even if they vote for Kamala Harris and she wins, she can't do anything about it because it's been done already. The Supreme Court is the one that sent it back to the states, and they're not going to bring it back to the federal level. So it's just interesting how misinformed people really are. Now, at least he had a reason on why he voted for Kamala Harris. Hear this voter.
It is time for a change.
What do you mean by that?
I'm just here for women's rights and stuff like that, and I don't really like to talk about it like in depth that much.
Sure. Are you a first-time voter?
I voted in not presidential. I'm a first-time presidential voter.
Tell me, how are you feeling about voting in your first presidential election?
I'm a little scared.
New Hampshire was
but
just called for.
it's exciting. I mean, it's definitely surreal almost to just like be here, be able to do this.
Tanya.
I'm excited to be able to have a voice and stand up for what I believe in. And
sorry.
Would you mind?
Okay.
New Hampshire was just called for Harris.
Oh, was that one he needed?
No.
Oh, okay.
That one was expected to go blue.
Oh, was expected. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. I was just looking at what the. Okay, let's see. I was trying to see what they probably haven't changed it yet.
No, they haven't. It's still at 117 to 195.
Oh, okay. Okay.
New Hampshire has like 3 electoral votes. It's not much.
Oh, it just had 3.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whew, that's good.
Doreen says, "Woo!"
I know.
I was going to say something, about, my body, the thing about abortion and my body and, my rights and stuff like that. And another argument they come up with, well, if the baby dies in the womb, it can't be aborted. And that's so much further from the truth. Yes, they will do a D&C to get the fetus out. Otherwise, it would endanger the mother. If the baby died inside there and was left there.
I mean, that's kind of like,
it's stupidity. They grasp at anything.
Wow.
And that's part of their argument.
Wow. Okay, let's see. Let me go back.
Sharon, who you're going to vote for in there?
Kamala
Harris.
Yeah.
Now, that is a pattern. When you do interview Kamala Harris voters, most of them do not have a reason. But the common reasons that you'll hear, and my wife and I, we actually heard it today, where a guy was saying that he's voting for Kamala Harris because she has a plan. Now, I don't know what plan he was referring to. I don't know what accomplishments people see, but what is happening is these individuals, they bought into the propaganda from the MSNBCs of the world. They've actually never taken the time out to truly do the research or follow up on some of these issues, especially when we're talking about the economy or immigration. They are just highly misinformed. But everyone has a right to vote for who they want to vote for. I just like showing what people are thinking and how they're responding to who they're voting for. So let's look at a couple of people who voted for Trump.
You just voted for Donald Trump. Walk me through why you cast that vote.
Yeah, so just seeing what's been happening in the past 4 years,
you know, I voted Democrat the past 4 years, and I'm really disappointed in the administration, how everything has been going. I was in the mortgage industry for quite some time, and that hurt us pretty bad. I lost my job because of it, dealing with the recession and everything. And I know that everyone's saying we're looking for solutions from every party, right? But in actuality, the solutions they came up with were no solutions. It hurt us even more. Now you have to have a son with parents and, you know, daughter. All the families get together to be able to even afford a home or even afford a rent. You know,
So the economy's number one issue for you?
absolutely. It impacts every one of us.
Did you vote
including-
for Biden in 2020?
I did. I'm sorry. I did. Yeah, I did. I was deceived, but I'm a walking example of how people can change their mind. You know, you just go with the evidence of, you know, what benefits you and your family. So Biden has not been beneficial to my family, at least.
You're a car salesman now.
I'm a car salesman now.
And is that one of the reasons why the economy is
Yes.
top and center for you?
Yes, lots of offices shut down. They had to kind of like regroup, right, with banks trying to just regroup, and unfortunately, they have to let a lot of people go. It's just a matter of profit, right? I mean, profit is not a bad word for anyone. That's democracy. This is, you know, the country we live in. We vote to be able to make a profit and have a good life, right?
Hey, well, I appreciate you sharing your story with us.
Yeah, so he's a great example of what I've been believing in more and more as we have approached this election. People who hate Trump with every fiber of their being, they're voting for Kamala Harris. People who actually hate Joe Biden, regardless of what their party affiliation is, they're voting for Trump or at a minimum third party. So that's something that is going against Kamala Harris. Now, this next voter is very interesting because the media would have you believe that what happened at Madison Square Garden when the comedian made the joke about Puerto Rico, that was going to kill Trump's campaign. But I'm not too sure that that's the truth when you hear what this voter had to say.
It's my first time voting.
Oh, you're a first-time voter. Who would you like to win?
Trump.
This bothers
Me, I am Puerto Rican, so that was like, I was like, wow, like I don't really like that, you know. It's, I don't know, really. I really don't know, honestly.
So as a Puerto Rican, you're okay with that though?
No, definitely not. I just think, you know, like people, like everyone has opinions. Like, you know, if they don't like Puerto Ricans, it hurts, of course. But at the end of the day, I'm okay with who I am, and at the end of the day, I want to be able to have a better life in the future.
Wow, an emotional, intelligent woman there, right? That's my hope for a lot of people in the Black community. Who gives a shit what the skin color is? Who cares what your race is?
Oh. Oh boy. Didn't know that was going to happen. Oh. Okay.
Oh well.
Oh boy.
Moving on.
Just stick to the facts, focus on yourself, know who you are, and move forward. I can care less what people think about me. You know how many people actually see me doing these videos and they probably get sick, right? I can't even imagine. There are people that have been actually commenting like coon and things like that on my Facebook. My wife just told me about this the other day. I didn't even know. But I digress. The point being is that Republicans know that the voters are not stupid. The Democrats believe voters are stupid. That's why they speak the way that they do, and Republicans don't. So in the end, this leads us to, what is the math saying? Now, before we actually get into the numbers, and particularly one of the battleground states, which is Nevada, I'll show you the numbers. Let's hear from a few political commentators on CNN and what they had to think. And yes, it is from a common sense perspective. Watch.
The math doesn't work. The Democrats are down 1.7 million early votes in the battleground states. In urban areas, they are down 1.4 million votes in the battleground states. Among women voters, rural voters have overperformed early by 300,000. Democrats have to win their races early. Republicans generally win them on election day. And the margins don't add up right now for the Democrats in any of these battleground states.
Yeah, and that's the biggest unknown in this election, actually, that there's been so much early voting that has favored the Republicans. Will there be any drop off on election day today? Will Republicans still show up today in larger numbers than Democrats? Now, we will be going live later on today, and we'll be tracking those numbers to see if that is the case or not. But so far, you'd rather be the Republicans than the Democrats right now. Here's what Scott Jennings had to say as well.
Critique of the
of the Harris thing tonight is simply just mathematical. She keeps saying that we're turning the page on a decade. Well, 60% of the last decade, Democrats have been in the White House. So I guess in some weird way, I agree we have to turn the page because 6 of the last 10 years have had Democratic presidents in there, including the last 4, and she's been part of it. So this whole turning the page, you said she's running on hope and change. I guess we're going to hope. Democrats are going to hope for different results by leaving the same people in office. I'm not sure it's going to work. 2020, Joe Biden told us the same thing. He's going to restore the soul of the nation. And we're more divided now than we have ever been. He told us he was going to be a moderate. He's been anything but. And everybody in the Democratic Party told us he was in his right mind. And that turned out to be a lie, too. So you'll have to forgive Republicans for being a little skeptical of these ideas of unity and we're all going to come together when that's what we were told 4 years ago and we got none of it.
Yeah, see, I love Scott Jennings and how he can even sit on that panel with those unhinged individuals. But he did bring up something that.
And the fact that there are more women voters in the United States than men, is that running into headwinds because there are a lot of men who just simply, black and white, men who just simply don't trust a woman to be, chief executive.
Over the last 9 to 10 years, and a complete ignorance on civics.
Yeah, and they're just an example of what's wrong with politics today.
Yeah. What? Oh, 24% reporting Kamala leading in Wisconsin.
For the first time in North Carolina, and a Republican won this county the second time since the 1870s. So I just like something to stick in the back about. Well, that was a data point along the way. You guys mentioned the blue wall. Let's go ahead. We're moving toward the central time zone. We're talking about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I can show you a lot of stuff right now, okay? But this is anecdotal stuff. It's just the data points that I'm seeing on the map, okay? When you have to look at Dane County, the University of Wisconsin. In the midterms, they had more than 85%.
But it looks like a lot of the seats are being.
We get a ton of Democratic votes out of here, okay? You're just about halfway into it right now, and you see the margins. But I was poking through this and looking at Milwaukee. Now, there's a lot of votes out there, okay? You only got 25% coming in right now. Kamala Harris has almost 66%. So this is where Joe Biden finished. Same county, same city 4 years ago. He was almost at 70%. Right now, she is underperforming in Milwaukee. So you have to ask yourself, that little pattern you saw back there in that rural county in North Carolina, is it repeating itself in some of these bigger cities? Is Detroit, right now, Detroit, Wayne County is red. We don't expect it to stay that way, but that's one of the things you look at as well. And this is Washtenaw County. That's Ann Arbor, University of Michigan. You expect to get a good number here. That's another county to watch as well. And then let's flip over here and just complete the blue wall, because this is where we are right now in Pennsylvania. Remember, we showed you how the mail vote, heavily Democratic, is put out first. And we still think we're probably seeing a lot of that right now in this composition. But let's go ahead and look now. Let's look at the vote difference in Pennsylvania. And what we've done here is we've gone back to the year 2000, okay? So you have 6 presidential races to look at. For so long, this was not even a battleground. It was heavily Democratic. When you think about what Barack Obama did in 2008, that's 10 points. It's off the map. Romney was able to cut it in half, and so the state came back a little bit towards.
So how's everybody doing?
It really wasn't until 2016 when Donald Trump won the state by just less than a point. Let's look at the vote difference now for Michigan.
Yay.
Very similar, maybe not as extended, okay? Some would argue more Democratic in Michigan. All right, but that was the difference in 2016 for Trump, 0.2 percentage points, and you see where Obama was. That was not contested. Look at the vote difference now in Wisconsin. Very similar. Blue, but not nearly as extreme. In fact, if you take out the Obama years in 08 and 2012, you find Wisconsin is, I find, guys, this to be the swingiest state you find out there, all right? Back in 2000, when we're looking at Florida, look what happened in Wisconsin. 4 years later, John Kerry, look what happened. You see Donald Trump in 2016, It's just by a nose he was able to win. And then when it went back to Biden in 2020, again, it was super tight, okay? All those races, 4 out of 6 over the past 20 years have been decided by less than a point. And it might well be the case again tonight in the land of cheeseheads. Let's go ahead and clear this right now, okay?
Bill, can
Let's
we
clear
go
that.
to Wisconsin?
Yeah, we sure can.
Because, go ahead.
You want to see how this is shaping up?
Yay.
I mentioned Dane a moment ago, and I also mentioned Milwaukee. Sean Duffy, one of our colleagues, former congressman for the state of Wisconsin, when he ran for Congress, all this area here was blue, okay? And when he went to Washington, it all flipped, it all became red, and it stayed that way. It's been a source of political strength and power for Donald Trump, and we'll see whether or not that remains the case right now. All right, just so you know, we're just about the 30% mark in Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris has a slight lead there by about 3 points. This is where it ended, as I showed you out there on the map.
Really,
right?
really a close race, everyone.
4 years ago. So if I were to come to 2024, what am I looking at? I'm looking at Dane.
How about Sauk and Kenosha?
Yeah, Sauk is right here. Sauk is pretty interesting here because, you know, you start to see a little more population growth, and Trump has a lead here. And again, this is Kennedy, popped up in Michigan all night long. Trump has a lead here. Let's just go ahead and see.
Okay.
In here in Wisconsin.
All right. Can't hear you.
I'm gonna have faith.
You say, oh, an update. Okay.
So you can reach today's financial goal, that one, and look forward to a more confident future. That is one dynamic duo. Well planned, well invested, well protected. What's Simply Safe got that I got? 24/7 monitoring to help stop black.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna play a video.
Okay.
And
did you have an update, Kathy?
I don't have an update yet.
Oh, okay.
No.
Oh, I thought you said you had an update.
No, I'm gonna play a video.
Okay.
Now we still need to pray for this election. It's not over yet. It's not over until it's over.
Yes.
And you can go take your break.
Of course, we want everybody to go vote. Hasn't voted.
Right.
What do you see happening? Do you think we really got this in the bag
It's
yet?
big. No. Yes and no.
Okay.
There's 32 million evangelicals right now who say they're not voting.
32 million.
32 million. There's 80 million evangelicals. We just did the polling. 32 million evangelicals say they're not going to vote. That is every election in every part of the country. It's
crazy.
So 3 things will turn them out. So do this with your friends. If a pastor says, guys, it's important you go vote, 17% said they would go vote if their pastor said it's important. So that's key. Second thing is 14% said, well, if my friends were to say it's really important, you need to go vote. So get on your phone list, go down the text list, text everybody, you got to go vote. That's 14%. And another 14% if they had voters guides. They just don't know what to believe about the media or anything.
That's right.
So voters guides, ChristianVoterGuide.com for every state. There's voter guides. That's 45%. We'll pick up 15 million votes if we do those 3 simple things. So right now, the polling internally looks very good, but it's all about turnout. And it's who shows up.
And let's remember 16 when they looked really good for Hillary.
That's right. It looked really good.
And it didn't work out that way. All right.
Yep.
So you hear it? You got to go show up. I was listening to somebody this week or last week talking about they won their district by 6 votes.
All right. Here's a stat for you. Since 2020, if you think your vote doesn't count, listen up. Since 2022, there have been over 800 elections that were either tied or won by 1 vote.
Wow.
800 elections across the nation since 2022. That's the last 2 years.
Staggering.
So you think your vote won't matter? No. And that's not even your choice. It's your duty to go vote. It's not whether you're going to win or not, or you choose the right candidate. You got to go vote. God's going to say, what'd you do with that vote I gave you? and you want to be able to answer. So this is really
duty
good.
is ours, results is God.
That's it. That's
all right.
exactly
So
it.
listen, America Stands. Dave's going to be there with the whole team. You don't want to miss it coming up. The 5th, sorry, 6th.
Okay. I think we have an update here. I'm going to mute this one and I'm going to share this one. Okay.
Carolina and Georgia. The New York Times is predicting a 67% chance of victory nationwide for President Trump, and a stronger lead in the Electoral College right now because he is doing so well in Georgia and North Carolina.
So just a tip, Luke Ball is a Christian political strategist in Washington, D.C., and he is a wealth of information. I love listening to him. So if you can search him out on YouTube, he does have his own channel at Luke Ball. And yeah, he's a wealth of information. You want to know what's going on from a Christian view of politics, listen to Luke Ball.
If he takes those 2 states, then it means that Kamala Harris has to sweep the 3 northern states. So it's a possibility that she does that, but it would be a very strong uphill battle for her to climb. So it appears as if North Carolina and Georgia are coming in favorably. The last I looked, we're about 55% of the tally coming in. Some of the down ballot races, not surprising. The gubernatorial race in North Carolina was a loss for the Republicans. The lieutenant governor race seems to be coming in strong alongside of the presidential race. And so if we can secure those 2 states, North Carolina and Georgia, then it becomes an uphill battle for Kamala Harris to be able to achieve her path to victory.
All right, Luke, we'll check back in with you. Thanks for the update. We'll continue to watch. All right, let's go to Mike Garofalo with the latest. Mike?
Gene, a post on X out of southern New Jersey from True the Vote, Burlington County, New Jersey, to be exact. A report at 12 p.m. Eastern time, voters were waiting for over 3 hours, and some ended up leaving. Now, at 8 p.m., not that long ago, over 1,000 people reportedly were still in line, and that will take them about 4 hours to get through and vote. Gene, back to you.
Thank you. All right, guys. Greg, David, do we have the Omaha, did this congressional district 2? What's the update on that?
I do have an update. There are 3, because of the way they do that, there are 3. We've reported 2. The one, the little bubble, they've drawn that back. We don't have that yet. So 2 of the 3 are Nebraska. That's why we called it, but we're still waiting.
Still waiting on that one.
On that one little thing they're in.
2 that we're waiting on?
That's correct. Yeah, that one little spot. But I will give you an update. Here's the House of Representatives, 146 Republican seats, 102. So that number has come up. With the Democrats, 46-35. We should get some answers here in a minute as polls are beginning to close. In Montana, we'll watch that. Currently, right now, I know other places are reporting different numbers, but we've got 185 to 99. The latest numbers they just told me about Georgia, about 75% of the precincts in Georgia reporting, to Luke Ball's point. And what was the number on that with Trump's leading what in Georgia again?
75%.
75% in.
52 to 47.
52-47. Trump's up in Georgia with 75% of the precincts reporting. 52-47. David, what do you have there?
North Carolina governor, the Democrat did win. That was not a surprise. Robinson had been down about 12 points going into that. So it had been an open seat after Roy Cooper had left.
That's our first governor race that we've talked about.
That's right. And so that's the result in North Carolina on governor. And that was a disappointment the way that happened. But it still looks like Trump is going to win that, which is top of the ticket, which is really big. And so we saw, this is one of the things we talked about earlier. Trump has coattails in some states, in some states he doesn't. But North Carolina can't be judged that way because that was a specific problem with
specific candidate. So again, looks like North Carolina is headed toward Trump. We'll see. But that's the governor. North Carolina now goes to Democrat, which means they will be a split state again.
We should have more updates for you very soon, Gene.
All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Let's go to Pastor Hank Kuhlman up there in Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay, guys. Well, some good news there. It looks like Trump's going to take Georgia and North Carolina. Then that's really good news. So, yep, we'll just keep watching it and yeah, can you believe that? People have been 1,000 people in line to vote. That's just insane. But I mean, that's great, but that's insane. Isn't it cold in New Jersey right now, guys? Isn't it freezing? We standing out there? Yes, definitely. We need to take those states. Let's see what's going on. Besides my dog trying to get into things. It's a bit chilly. Yeah, well, you know, it's cold here in California too. So, let's see. This is the House race. Let me share my screen. Yeah, I believe this is the House. And so remember, guys, that for Trump to be able to do anything, we got to have a majority of Republicans in both the House and the Senate. Otherwise, nothing will get done. And if the Democrats take over as the majority in the House and Congress, they're just all they're going to do is spend their time and impeach him again, over and over and over again, just like they did his last presidency. And, you know, it's going to be very hard for him to get his agenda done with all that kind of stuff. So we need to pray and continue to pray that we have victory in Congress, that we have the majority red Republicans and the majority in the Senate. So right now, currently it's 214. Well, it's projected. I guess this is projected. No, that's what it currently is. So right now it's 109 to 159. So we're leading with 167 seats yet to be decided. So so that's where that is. Let's look at the Senate. So how things work is either the House or the Senate will write a bill, and for it to become a law, then the other side has to vote on it and pass it. So if Congress puts together legislation and wants the bill to pass, and it passes through Congress, then it's got to go to the Senate, and then the Senate votes on it, and it's got to pass there, so it can go to the president for the president to sign. So that's why it's really important that we need to have a majority. And so currently, so the Senate, so the House of Representatives, the Congress, they have to run elections every 2 years. Every single state they have to be reelected every 2 years. The Senate's a little different. They have a 6-year term and then they have a 4-year term. So right now, currently, there is a 51 to 49 seat advantage to the Democrats. 28 seats for the Democrats, there's no election. In other words, they don't have to run. 38 seats for the Republicans, they don't have to run. Right now, it's 9-9. So How is this working? So they're forecasting that the Republicans will have a 51 seat lead over the Democrats in the Senate. So that's good. So right now it's 37 Democrats to 47 Republicans. That's pretty good. So we still have some seats to fill there. So that's where that is. Let's see what 270 to win is calling, because I don't like this one, but they've already called Virginia and it's too close to call. So I don't know why they did that, but Trump's at 220 on this platform. Fox. Let's see. Oh, LaTanya's back. You're muted. Okay, Utah was just called for President Trump. Yep.
What?
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get on the total count. President Trump 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting on Georgia, waiting on North Carolina, waiting on Pennsylvania, waiting on Michigan. And, just keep in mind that in all these places, there's a lot of city vote, a lot of high population concentrated vote that has not come in yet. The question is whether or not that vote, when it does come in, will be enough to outbalance what we have seen in the early part of this vote here.
Montana, as we mentioned, also home to this pivotal Senate race. Longtime rural Democratic Senator John Tester in the political fight of his life this time. He survived it before, but this time Republican former Navy SEAL Tim Sheehy putting up a real fight and may win. The Fox News decision desk says it's too early to call there. Nevada also home, too early to call, to this Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Jackie Rosen and Republican Army veteran Sam Brown.
But in Utah, Fox News is projecting the Republican Congressman John Curtis will move to the Senate. He succeeds retiring Senator Mitt Romney of Utah. Let's take a look at the balance of power as we pull up the Senate here and show you where we are at 10:01 in the evening. Republicans now have 48 seats, including the West Virginia seat, which is a flip. Majority obviously would be 51. 38 seats on the Democratic side as we wait for a number of very consequential Senate races to come in here this evening.
Well, welcome to the panel. Laura Ingraham, Sean Hannity is still here. Jesse Waters. Jesse, what do you think?
To go Republican.
Well, this was a cannonball contest. Trump would be winning by a lot because of the huge splash in Florida. I mean, he beat Biden by 3, and now he's at almost 14 over Harris. That's a big statement right out of the gate. She has not had a big statement so far tonight. The other big splash, Virginia. Now, we don't know how Virginia is going to shake out, but Biden won Virginia by 10, and now it's tied. Obviously, it's too close to call, but right now she's playing defense. The Trump team is very confident that Georgia and North Carolina are going to go their way, and Harris is going to have to play defense in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. You're hearing Trump doubling his black support in Wisconsin, ahead with young voters in Michigan, and in Pennsylvania winning independents. And they say the math doesn't work in Philadelphia County. So who knows what's going to happen? Still too early to call, but you definitely think the Trump team has momentum here.
Laura, Virginia, you were talking about earlier. We'll put up the big board about Virginia and show that race. There you see the 50% to 48.3. 61% in. Too soon to call for us.
Well, this is wild.
Remember,
Trump didn't come in.
I have my popcorn.
2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about.
Actually, that's kind of been my dinner. Popcorn,
Trump is
handful of
outperforming
pecans,
by
water.
8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, I've been in touch with him. He's
going to go down the wire. I thought we were going to be lucky enough to call it early.
Down to Miami-Dade, where
you thought
we
what?
haven't seen a Republican
I
take
thought
that
we were going
county
to be
in
lucky
Florida
enough
since
to call it early.
1988. Donald Trump is
Oh,
doing
okay.
something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen. With a 72% chance of winning.
South
Watch
Dakota.
out for slowing
Was that just
vote
called?
reporting down in the blue wall
Yeah, for
states.
Trump.
It happened last time in 2020.
That
But
was a
that was
given.
Tonight,
that
looks like Trump has a
predicted?
good chance to win,
Yeah.
and things start slowing down with reporting.
Yeah.
I think you
Okay.
can't
That's
really
a
blame
Republican
people for
state.
being a little bit concerned
Okay.
about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay. If it's
Oh,
permitted.
wow.
On Loudoun
Now
County,
seeing the breakdown,
in
I
Loudoun
better
County,
understand.
can you talk to what is the
Like,
issue? Is
it,
the
it just
economy or is
shows
it the
how
cultural
every
issue?
vote
Now,
really does
I
count.
think the cultural issue.
Yes, it does. It really does count. You know, there was one of the Senate's, one of the seats, I forget, earlier they said it was a difference. It was like 3 votes. They called it was a vote difference. Only 3 votes.
Wow.
That's insane.
North Carolina, I almost 100% certain it'll be Donald Trump's. And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I have been going back and forth on this. Who votes for Donald Trump?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Very strong towards Donald Trump.
What happened?
I'm going to show another one. I'm switching. So this is 270 to win. And it's got Trump at 226 and Harris at 108.
Okay.
And then this one, yeah, only has Trump at 198.
Okay, but the Fox News one, I think that one is more accurate.
Yeah. And then Victory News, though.
This is a poll. I mean, this is, online map.
Things are. All right. Well, let's go to Florida. It's going to be a big deal, and it looks that direction. What does that do if we pick up? Let's kind of break it down again because I need to see this. And Tim, can you guys go to the national map over there? And guys, I want to pull out my telestrator and do my John Madden impression here. All right, so let's look at this.
You got to get wild and flail a little bit.
I got to do this, and you go right there, and you
I'm ready. Let's do it.
If you're not a football fan, you have no idea what I was doing. All right, so we've got North Carolina. That looks positive. In fact, it's already being called. Some news agencies are calling that. So if we pick up North Carolina and Georgia, Virginia is suspect at the moment. Pennsylvania, the fact that we're at this point of the night and this is still pink is a big, huge deal that I think the common thought here was that this was going to go blue.
Yeah.
So, and I know it still could, but when you look at this, let's say take Pennsylvania out, and let's say they pick up North Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia. How does that look? And maybe I need to go over there to Tim to help me with this. But when you see that, and I believe Trump is still, now I know it's very few, but even here, and what I was asking earlier, and I'll get Tim to drill down on that. With Wisconsin, he is leading actually in Wisconsin at the moment. Now I know not a lot of precincts are reporting it, but when you see this, what possible path to 270? He's over 200 now. We are confident in saying that. What path to 270 do you see most likely happening?
Well, Pennsylvania is the nail in the coffin, right? Like that's the final nail. If he actually does pull off Pennsylvania after closing, potentially it looks like in North Carolina and Georgia, that could be the end of it right there. But for Kamala Harris, I don't see a path for her at all. Is that what you were asking, or are you asking for Trump?
No, I'm asking if for Trump, if he's going to go there.
Yeah.
With the Pennsylvania still being the mystery, and in Virginia it's a little bit of a mystery too. We're feeling good about Georgia, feeling good about North Carolina. That does change
Was it David or Greg that said earlier? Somebody, maybe it was you that said earlier how much Trump overperforms,
right?
From what all the polling is at this point, you could see him take all of these battleground states. So he could pull Wisconsin, even possibly Minnesota, which could be even worse than Mondale in '84, right? Would this be fun to watch tonight? By the way, I always do this to Eugene. In your previous segment, when you were talking about those 18 to 29-year-olds,
yes.
David said 5% advantage to Trump. I just want to say those are all Patriot Academy grads.
They were. I'm sure they were.
I just had to throw that in there.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I'm sure they were. All right, let me go over it. Tim and Tim, pull up Wisconsin for me, because that's I keep looking at that. It's still leaning Trump with how many is it?
We see it just jumped to 46% reporting. Up by 6,000 votes.
Tell me one vote doesn't matter, right?
In Wisconsin.
What's also interesting, as you were kind of asking Gene about different paths to victory, if Trump loses Pennsylvania, he still can win. If he picks up Wisconsin and Arizona, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. And so Trump has far more paths to victory than does Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris has a very narrow path to victory. And this is where, for Trump, it's a much more favorable map, which is why there's predictions. There's 70% chance that Trump might win the White House, because there are so many more opportunities. And right now, the polls that we are seeing, the votes coming in, it is far more favorable for President Trump than it is for Kamala Harris to this point. And so we will continue to track that. But Wisconsin right now, as identified, only 46% in, and actually it looks like it's jumped up just a little bit more. So now he's up by about 6,000 votes still in Wisconsin. So but also you do have a lot already reporting from Madison and Milwaukee.
Okay, I'm frozen. Oh my gosh.
Already reporting in big numbers, and he's still maintaining a 6,000 vote lead. So significant coming out of Wisconsin.
Yeah, Rick. Hey, Gene, one of the really good pieces of good news. I was just talking to Brittany over here at the table about Indiana. So they did call it for the governor there, which means that the new lieutenant governor in Indiana is a pastor, a Black Robe Regiment pastor by the name of Micah Beckwith. This guy's been having biblical citizenship classes at his church. That Brittany, who's over here, her parents are leading. And by the way, about half the desk over there is also Patriot Academy grads.
Hey, this is America's standard.
I know. Okay. But the point is, Indiana, think about that. That's what we've all been praying for, right? Black Robe Regiment pastors running for office. This guy's going to be lieutenant governor in Indiana, bringing in those biblical values. So this.
Am I still frozen?
Okay, everyone. It looks like we are having some technical difficulties. Let me see.
Yeah. No, I don't think we're frozen now. Connie says that was okay on her end.
Okay. I think we are having some technical difficulties with Kathy. Let's see.
I'm not frozen. Am I frozen on your end? You both are good and not frozen. We're good.
You both are good, not frozen. Okay, good. But where is Kathy?
I'm right here.
Okay.
Can you see me? Hello.
Okay, Kathy, are you?
I can see you fine. I can see you fine.
state. Ooh, okay, I don't want to do that. Oh, boy.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, I don't want to do that.
All right.
Oh, boy. It says no volume now.
Okay. I'm going to do the screen. Let me play with it on my end. We'll see what happens.
Okay, well, maybe it. Okay, on my laptop it's working. It's just not on my computer.
Waiting to get that in as well. These are the collar counties. They're heavily blue. I would expect them to change somewhat, but we'll see as we go through the night. Just to check the bellwether here. This is Northampton. That's about as close as you get, guys. Difference of 300 votes, 303. Biden barely won it by 1,200 just 4 years ago. So that's where we are at the moment.
What about
Back
Pittsburgh?
on over to you, Allegheny County. Let's see where we are. A lot of the vote came in from Pittsburgh early on.
71,
Okay, yeah. So you're 71 coming. That's right. And she's at 61%. Both you guys watched it, right? I mean, how many rallies did Trump have there? How many times did Kamala Harris go to the west side of Pennsylvania? This is a place I want to check out. I haven't done it yet. Let's find out together. This is Butler County. All right, where were you on July 13th? Here we go. You got 94% coming in.
Am I back?
Do.
I'm back. Okay.
4 years ago, before the assassination attempt, right? This past year, it was almost around the same number, okay? Up 36,000 to finish it 4 years ago.
Yes.
Right now, he's up 34,000 in Butler, PA.
Let me bring our prime folks in. Laura, what are you looking at?
Well, I just think it's interesting to look at these states that we kind of had looked past in our analysis. We're always focused on
I
the
agree
blue
with
wall
you,
states,
Glenda.
obviously so important, but signs that Trump might maybe outperforming in ways that we hadn't expected, bubbling up in places like New Mexico, where it's only 23% of the vote in, mind you, tons of votes outstanding, but he looks like he's outperforming there. He's up now 6 points with that small turnout. Again, the New York Times gives him a 79% chance of winning this election at this point, with leaning North Carolina, leaning Republican in Georgia. If those trends continue, it's all those three states where it's neck and neck. Right now, it's neck and neck in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So I hope they can model themselves in the future on what Florida has done so brilliantly with Ron DeSantis. 96% of the vote in, and it's handled beautifully with absentee, mail-in vote. I mean, they just seem to do it in Florida. Why can't we do it in these other states?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great
crazy.
question. I mean, most of us grew up with, you voted in the morning,
same day.
parents voted in the morning, and then you went home and got the answer that night. We've gone from 96 million voters when Fox News started to 160 probably million tonight. Somewhere
I
in
hope
that
that
neighborhood.
it doesn't take days for them to determine who wins, because it's too close to
So
call.
what is, how much has voting changed, I guess?
Yeah.
Getting at here, Sean, because we have this enormous.
Oh, look how close it is to Wisconsin.
It's so interesting
Yeah,
you ask that
it's
question
close.
because everything's kind of flipped.
Even Michigan.
Republicans went in today with
But
a
they're still
lead
voting.
that had never happened before.
And only
And it
18%
put the Democrats
in.
in a position mathematically where they had to accomplish
Oh,
something they've never
she
accomplished
just got
North
before,
Carolina.
and that is to
Did she
get
just get
same-day
one?
voters at numbers that they've never gotten before. And this is where
Or
we
is
are.
this old?
If I am
Could she
correct,
just,
my belief,
or is that old,
myself,
Massachusetts?
in North Carolina,
That's old.
I'm
That's
almost
still
100%
Elizabeth
certain
Warren.
will be
She
Donald
won her
Trump's.
seat back.
And Georgia, I believe, Harold and I
Okay.
will go back and forth on this, will go to Donald Trump. Now, Arizona has been trending very strong towards Donald Trump. I don't know how long it'll take them to count the votes out there. That is frustrating, to Laura's point. I think
To that point, Maricopa said because of the length of the
Georgia's
ballot,
leading
that they were gonna, it may take days.
there were 2 pages in Florida.
Arizona's
and they
leaning
called for within
Harris.
an hour and a half.
That's
So,
not
within
good.
an
That's
hour and a
because
half.
too many Californians went to Arizona.
So if we want to play out a few
Oh,
scenarios,
really? Oh.
right? Or Harold's gonna wear
Uh-oh.
Sean Hannity's long T-shirt. If I'm right, and North Carolina
Okay.
and Georgia go to Donald Trump, and I am confident based on the information,
Dave McCormick's numbers guy just wrote me. Dave McCormick running for Senate in Pennsylvania.
Against Bob Casey, the
Against
incumbent.
Bob Casey, the incumbent, who's been running ads tying himself to Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, which I think is very telling. He's confident Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania tonight.
Okay.
And what the Trump team has been telling me, where they were up by 1.1 million, we went over these numbers earlier. Back 4 years ago, they were only up 400,000 going into today's voting, day of voting. In Wisconsin, you have a similar situation, a 40% difference, a 40% shortfall. So I'm looking at the big board and I'm watching the ever brilliant Bill Hemmer, and they needed numbers in Milwaukee that every source I know in Wisconsin is telling me they did not get today. And we're now at a situation where for Kamala Harris to have any opportunity to win, she's going to have to sweep that blue wall, those blue wall states. I don't see it. Do you see it?
I don't see it either. And if you look at
Wow.
Philadelphia, for instance, everybody was bragging this morning about how well turnout was in Philly. But if you look at Philly, South Philly is Italian. That's Pat's, Gino's. They love Trump.
I don't get it. I don't get it either.
And then you go to the
Connie,
Northeast, it's Irish Catholic. Maybe
I'm
Sean
with
Hannity
you on
knows a few
that.
people up there. So they came out big for Donald Trump, and that might have been an explanation for those numbers.
I
that
am
popped.
hearing
But if
you.
look at Pennsylvania broadly, they banked so much of the early vote, which they'd never done before. They don't think Kamala has enough right now
Yeah.
in Philly and Pittsburgh
I
to just
don't
overcome
understand
Trump's
why,
red county
you know,
substantive lead.
Let me just put
Christians
the caveat in
just
there.
don't
Britt,
get
we
it.
sat on an election desk in 2016, and there was a betting odds that
Even
you were
in other
quoting that had Hillary
countries,
Clinton winning
they don't
90%
want
chance that she
they're
was going to win.
weighing in.
And then it started going
Yeah.
down, and we started
Although,
doing the
you
what if
know,
scenario, and her pathway
what is her
started to
name?
narrow.
Rashida Tlaib.
To Sean's point,
She is the Muslim spokeswoman, part of the squad in the House, the radical squad, you know, with AOC,
we could figure out more
and all
ways that
those
Trump could win.
ladies.
She had a narrow path.
She didn't endorse
And
Kamala.
the betting odds, by the way,
She
are now
didn't. See,
83%.
these people.
And started at
Wow.
She didn't endorse
58%.
anybody.
Just climbed all through the evening.
Oh,
to
not
69.
anybody? Okay.
Nope, not anybody.
Wow.
Anyway, and there are other models are now predicting him well in excess
Stock
of
market
70%.
futures are also trading higher as well.
So
I do
yeah,
think, just to
crazy.
go back to this Milwaukee point that we were talking about during the break, I mean, they are rerunning 30,000 absentee votes in Milwaukee tonight because they couldn't, there was a problem with the processing. 31,000 absentee ballots after the election observer brought to the
Not for
officials'
lot.
attention
It
that
could flip.
doors covering
That
on and off
30,000
switches
votes could
on the
flip to
devices,
Trump.
I guess some of them weren't
What?
tallying and they were worried about it.
The
So just for
30,000 votes,
integrity purposes,
the
they're rerunning all those ballots. So
30,000
we might
ballots
not hear the
that went
full
through
and final
those
counting
machines
from
that were
Milwaukee
tampered with,
until tomorrow.
that
Yes.
they're counting,
Yes.
could
Winning 23%
and
of
make
black
it for Trump
That's staggering.
in
Yeah.
Wisconsin.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Where's that from?
AP vote cast.
And that has to be a complete defeat for the
And
mainstream
look at
media
these
who's
blue
just
states,
destroyed Donald
you know,
Trump
like New
as a
Jersey.
racist
That's
for
not
all
a
these years.
huge,
And if you double
huge
the
win.
support with black people, and then you go up double
You know,
digits with your support
52%
with
to
Hispanics
46. That's
at
not
the
that
same
big.
time, and then run
Yeah.
up the numbers with Jewish Americans here in the Northeast, that's a complete rejection
That tells
of
me
everything that they've been
that people
telling
were
us
not
about
happy
Donald
with
Trump, and would explain
the
why he's very competitive in the popular
And the
vote.
news cycle for how
the
long went
Democrat
on about the Seltzer poll in
um
Iowa. Trump, it looks like he's going to win
yeah,
Iowa by 8 to
that's
10
it.
percentage points.
The
Well,
Democrat
Seltzer,
candidate.
I don't remember what that was called, but it was.
Oh,
He's
okay.
going to lose Iowa. I mean,
Let me see.
Let's go back to Pennsylvania really quick. I know you're in Wisconsin, but can we just go to
Let
Pennsylvania?
me see. What
And
are we
Locke,
seeing
I want to come
on?
back to this. It's a fascinating story. It's
They're
happening
going
in
over
Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania
okay?
again.
So go ahead, Brett, with your question in Pennsylvania.
Lackawanna County. This is
Lackawanna
Scranton.
County. You got it. Let me come back to current day, right? It's 2024, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, it
Okay,
I
is
do
this
believe,
is
okay?
this an update?
So, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So this is Lackawanna. This is Scranton. Okay, so she's
So
got an edge. Go ahead. She's got an edge of 51%.
The 2020 vote for that.
This, okay, I'm going to do something here, and you're going to see a slide come out. All right, so you guys got to remember these numbers, all right? Versus 2020. Here is Biden's number. So she's about You do the math. 2.5 points below what Biden did, but she's winning the county too, and that's Scranton. Can I just show you guys something that I think we need to pay attention to? This is Wisconsin. All right, so you got your Fox Insights going here, okay? We talked about Dane, we talked about Milwaukee. What about Green Bay? That's Brown County, all right? Right now, with 46% of the vote reporting, in Brown County, which is Green Bay, Trump's up 3.6 points at this time in the night, okay? Take this off. We'll move down here to Outagamie. All right, he's up 1.8 points higher than he was 4 years ago. Take that off. This is Winnebago, right? Trump is up 1.3 points at this point in the vote, higher than he was 4 years ago. And, you know, when you're analyzing the state going into this election, those are three of the counties you're looking at where he's trying to like drive the numbers up, and he's able to do that. And so this is where we sit, you know, 0.5 point. And not for nothing, guys, but
wow. And that 0.5 point that went to Robert Kennedy.
But Robert Kennedy has racked up 8,000 votes in Wisconsin. And 2020 in Wisconsin, we'll get it here. Yeah, I got you. 20,682. Wow. Maybe it matters, guys, or maybe it doesn't, but it's just something to point out right now. When we come back, I'll take you to Michigan. Some things happening there as well. Fascinating, too. Back on over there.
That's something to keep an eye on.
The 31,000 votes you talked about, Laura, you think they're going to count in the morning, and that's in Milwaukee, right? Which
they're
is
reprocessing them. They've begun to reprocess them, but there's no indication as to when that's going to finish.
Because they had problems with the machine.
There was a problem with this on-off switching device on the machine or something. It's hard to understand.
Oh, there's their shenanigans. Gwinnett County polling location evacuated due to bomb threat.
They have
there's been bomb threats and a lot of
to Donald Trump. New York Times has it massively to Donald Trump. The point that Jesse,
and again, we just started. Absolutely.
So we're really sitting here, and I think we got to take pause. There is a very strong possibility he will be elected the 47th president of the United States if these numbers, if these predictions end up being true. I don't want to get over our skis. We want to be careful. We want to be prudent. We're all looking at our sources. I'm listening very closely to everything Harold has to say and what he's offering. But if that is true, after all that they have thrown at this man, after all that they have done to this man,
I know,
and with all the media that wouldn't even vet her and her radical positions, that did, the only person in the media that challenged her in any reasonably tough way is sitting right here at this table. And that was you, Brett. And to think she never had to answer why she doesn't think we should say radical Islamic terrorism, why she wasn't asked about supporting a bail fund, 574 riots in the summer of 2024, or co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, or saying no private health insurance, Medicare for all, or sex change operations for, illegal immigrants. What will this say, Britt, about legacy media in America? It's dead.
Kind of it's been evident for years. This is proof of it. And in some respects, I think that the behavior of the legacy media backfired against the candidate they were supporting because it was so over the top. Same with the prosecutions. Same thing happened.
It's all contributed to.
No, I do.
Yeah, I agree with you.
What do you got, Bill?
Got something?
I just punching up through Iowa. You know, everybody was talking about the poll, right?
Yeah.
The Morning Register, I mean, another chip, right?
A poll that will not be named.
Right. That's correct. Until we get a little of the backsheesh, right? 40%, you got a 7-point lead for Trump. Okay, so I don't know what they were seeing in the poll. I mean, they're obviously seeing something out there in Iowa, but this is Trump pulling away.
Let me as you bounce around.
Yeah, all good. This is Ohio, guys. Okay?
Oh, wow. We got a message, Kathy. Do you see it?
8 points in 2020. 80% of the estimated vote is in. He's up more than 12 points.
You see that?
Even
what
if
is
we
that?
don't,
I am sorry to have contacted you on this unspeakable, but time did not make me wait. I know that this news will surprise you because we heard noise.
Path is getting
But the mercy
clearer
of God
for him
sent me to
right
you, and I
now.
want you to keep it
To Sean's
secret.
point,
Anyway, my
even
name
he's
is Patricia
here
from
at this
Belgium,
moment,
and I live
from
in France.
January 7th, 2021 until now, is probably the
serious
biggest
illness
political
that can
phoenix
kill
from the
me, namely
ashes that we have
meningitis.
ever seen
I
in the
have a
history
son
of
concerning you
politics.
and block the channel today. I want to give it to you as a donation.
I just have one more question for you in this round, Mark, and then while we get to more, I'm sure, you know, you.
Yeah, that's off of Facebook.
That sounds like a what?
It's off of Facebook.
Addressed it much sooner. You also question whether or not he should
Mm.
be the candidate.
Yeah, I don't know.
Switch up
I don't know. I'll just say thank you for being here.
Rosie says Trump has 242 electoral votes and Kamala has 108. On what channel are you seeing that? Who's calling that,
Where you
Rosie?
seeing that at, Rosie?
Let's go check the other channels.
Yeah, let's check that. Okay, let me. What? Did you hear that?
No.
They said that it's been projected he will win. He won the state of Iowa.
On Fox?
Yeah. I got Fox on my so if that's the case, that means he only has 28
This man
votes to
was
get to
counted out and
270.
called every name in the book. They want to put him in
did
jail
you hear that?
tonight. If they could, they would put him in jail.
And I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if he does win and the numbers hold up and the popular vote is what it is, he would have a mandate. He would have a diverse winning coalition that he would then be able to govern with.
the House. He got
And
both
he
the
would-
House and the Senate.
He would have he would probably have the Senate. Maybe he doesn't have the House, but that mandate would have to be respected. So it would be up to Democrats and the media to determine how.
Let's see what ABC News is projecting. Not that I trust them, but let's
We're
just see.
seeing a lead right now for Harris of almost exactly the same, and we have a lot of the urban areas in the state still
Come on.
to go. Start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor.
That gives her 50. If she wins Virginia, it gives her 57. She has a very narrow path with Marcus.
Okay. I'm having internet issues here, guys.
You are? Oh gosh.
Talk
Okay,
about
let
your
me.
college towns. Here's an interesting one where Trump is doing a little bit better again than the benchmark. So that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there,
Okay, let me
but so
see.
far we're seeing a little
Yeah,
bit better
so
than the
Trump
benchmark
said
would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed into Wayne County. That is
248.
Detroit. It's
Wow.
also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population
Okay.
that's been critical of Kamala
Okay,
Harris.
I'm gonna keep it on Fox because they seem to be giving the best.
Yeah, I'm going to put it back in Fox.
If we think correctly about Wisconsin, but it does not look as promising as it did a few hours ago. Let's head back to Bill real quick. Bill, can we dip into Virginia, the Commonwealth? Say it again, Brett. Sorry about that. Oh, sorry. That's okay. You know, go ahead. Do what you're going to do. We'll get to Virginia. Okay, gotcha.
Because
The Atlantic Coast here. Okay, this is Georgia. Too soon to call. Yes, so, you know, why can't you call it? You know, there's still some vote out there. The question is, where is the vote? And what's going to come in? Trump's up 3.2 points statewide. So you come in here to the greater Atlantic area, and this is full. Our Fox insights tell us, okay, this is different. This just changed from a moment ago. All right. At this
okay, Georgia is showing. Oh, that's we love you too, Connie. Aw.
Oh, yeah, here. So this is
Pennsylvania, right? If Trump were to, yeah,
270 to win?
Yes.
They have Trump at 242.
Yes.
Pennsylvania, you know, because it's a big
They
state.
called
It's
Georgia
always
and North
sort of
Carolina
involved in
for
things.
Trump.
But I have to tell you,
They
having come up
did?
through the political system,
Yeah.
I have never seen an election in which Pennsylvania was
But
set
remember,
dead center
there's
and played such an
54
incredible role in this election with all kinds of people pouring in here.
So has Pennsylvania been called?
It has been a remarkable thing to see.
64.
And here we are at the end of it with, so far, a lead by President Trump and a lead by
So
Dave
Washington,
McCormick.
Oregon, and
Jeffrey Lord, thank you
California
so much
are
for
all
that.
expected
Appreciate
to
that.
go
Let's keep
to
it rolling. Let's
Kamala.
head to Atlanta. Our correspondent
And
Carolyn
I'm so
Ryan
tired, I
joins us
can't even
from a GOP
add,
watch
but
party
that's
in
20,
Atlanta.
that's
Newsmax has
74.
projected Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Carolyn,
Okay.
hard to overstate that
I
is
just saw
Donald
I
Trump.
just saw something that looked like he might flip Pennsylvania.
Oh, everyone's excited at the news, obviously. Yeah, 3.5 hours
Pennsylvania
after
got him up at 210. Kathy,
has won the state of Georgia, all 16
can
electoral.
somebody look into Pennsylvania?
Georgia GOP chairman Josh McCoon.
Nothing's been called yet
really
on
had this
Pennsylvania.
crowd
Yes,
fired.
can we look this because what I'm seeing is him up 210. Donald Trump is at 50.9 and Kamala is at 48.2, so there's a chance.
Well, you forget there's 74 electoral votes right here on the West Coast.
You said
that
what?
puts her over 270. So California, Oregon, and Washington, that's 74 electoral votes. So that puts, or let's see, I can't add. So
I'm adding.
I'm so tired I can't see straight. That puts her at 184. All right. I feel better about that. Right? 184? 182. 182.
If she wins everything that's left, it still doesn't put her over. It only puts her at 256.
That's not possible.
Well, that's what is she at right now? 108, right?
Yeah.
So if she wins the remaining ones,
stopped in 2021. Going to say something. Kamala Harris's team was smart and strategic to go for the 3 states in the wall, since they've gone Democrat from 1992 to 2020, 28 straight years, with the exception of 2016. They went for Trump. They've always voted as a bloc, but they also ran out of choices.
Trump already has more electoral votes than he had in 2020.
If she wins the remaining rest, it puts her at 266. It only puts her at, if she wins everything else.
We're going to get Hispanics to talk about immigration. That's how Trump is doing it. We're going to get African Americans to talk about this. Whose big idea was it to over prosecute Donald Trump with all these cases?
Yeah. Unless I'm seeing this and doing this incorrectly, I'm taking where she's at now and I'm adding up. Oh, well, 266. I forgot about this one down at the bottom. Plus.
Got Hawaii and Alaska.
That puts her at 2. Wow. Now that would be something. Oh, wow. That would barely. She could get it if she win all the rest of them.
Yeah, she's going to win all the rest, which doesn't look good for her right now.
So huh?
It's not looking good for her right now. It's not looking good for her right now because Arizona's flipping red.
Well, if she wins everything else, that will put her at 273.
Well, wait. Arizona's flipping red. Minnesota's flipping red. Wisconsin's flipping red. Michigan's flipping red. Pennsylvania's flipping red. North Carolina's flipping red. Georgia's flipping red. She may not have a chance. This may be called soon and we can go to bed.
What did you say, Kathy? Kathy, we got to do the after party.
This may be called soon and we can go to bed.
What you say, Kathy? We got to do the after party.
Okay, we got to do the after party.
Yes, the after party will be short. I got something in mind Is that you, Kathy?
Put my armor on, I'll show you that I am. I'm unstoppable. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible.
I gotta do something to wake me up.
let me, you know what? Let me find. Stacy, you said you'll be shocked if Minnesota. Let me find us a video. Let me see. Oh my! Well, I can't play that one. It has some vulgar stuff, so can't do that.
No, let's not do that.
Nope. That one shows. Nope.
Virginia's turning blue.
It is
barely. Like about 50,000 votes.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check.
Okay. Wow. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, let me, everyone, I'm going to play a video. Let's see. Here we go.
So we are going to spend some time taking a look at the closing pitch from both campaigns. Up first, this is the final closing ad from the Trump campaign. Let's take a listen.
4 years ago, we took a wrong turn and lost our purpose. We lost the strength that makes Americans who we are. If we dared to speak the truth, it was called hate speech, and our values were labeled shameful. That's when everything we care about fell apart. We surrendered our borders, our paychecks, and our courage. Our patriotism was called toxic. Men could beat up women and win medals, but there was no prize for the guy who got up every day to do his job. Now we're being asked to settle for the way things are. And we're wondering if America can make a comeback. We can, because we've done it before. When we get knocked down, we don't stay down, we get up again. We fight, we fight, we fight.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
So closing there with the Trump assassination attempt, famous fight, fight, fight moment. You know, one thing I just noticed watching that side? Almost 100% men in that ad.
Yeah.
It's
well,
100% targeted at men.
There was one lady there. I mean, come on. How can you not watch that? It's obviously the most masculine, like return ad that it is. I mean, well, that's the strategy. That's what they need. That's how they should come out to win. If you think about it, that's a very American.
Wow. Okay. So Kathy, she will be right back. Okay, California polls close at 8, 9, 10. So what time it is? Okay, so they'll be closing in just a little bit. Thank you for that. Whew. Okay. Let me see. There is another video I want to show us. I wonder what's. I don't know. Okay.
I'm back.
Okay.
News says Trump winning Pennsylvania. They haven't called
Huh?
it.
What?
Newsmax has Trump ahead in Pennsylvania.
Really?
Yeah. So that's interesting. I trust Newsmax. I actually trust Newsmax over Fox.
Okay. I want to play this.
So what they did is they got a bipartisan group together. They went through to all of the 13 calculators.
You're playing something? It's not on the screen.
Do you see what I'm playing?
Now
you don't see this?
Now I do.
Okay.
Because I just started it.
Okay.
So go ahead and play
Interest rates went from 2% to 10%. Millions of illegal immigrants, traffickers, and drugs coming into our country. Our country has gone to hell. So I made a decision to run. We're going to make America great again, greater than ever before. I will fight for you with every breath, and I will never let you down. I'm going to fight like a G, they all go see, and if I die, I'm going to die free.
President Trump is literally putting his life on the line, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
He is strong, he is fearless, and he is what this country needs right now.
Our cities will be safe, our streets will be clean, and our border will be secure.
We can't allow our country to be destroyed by politicians who will put their own power ahead of the interests of the American people, our freedom, and our future.
The left told me to hate Trump. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president. We were safer, wealthier, and stronger.
So if you love this country, if you want to stand up and fight for the future of our nation, you must re-elect Donald J. Trump.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Wow. I know it's more of I've never seen that before. Have you?
Yeah, I've seen it.
This is my first time. I've never seen it before.
Yeah, he has some pretty powerful ads.
Wow.
And where hers are well, she did two. So she did one ad for Minnesota, which said that she stands with Gaza. And then she did another one for another state that she says she stands with Israel.
Oh, wow.
So you tell me, how can one person stand for Israel and stand with evil? Because Gaza is nothing but a terrorist. You know, it's Hamas.
Wow.
How is that possible?
Wow.
So, you know, she did a lot of flip-flopping when she found that she was, you know, losing. And all of a sudden she's for closing the border. All of a sudden she's, you know, for deporting migrants, illegals, and all of that. She's the one that broke the tie in the Senate because she, as vice president, she breaks the ties in the Senate for no tax on tips. Now she's for, tax on tips. The bill that passed that is taxing tips. And so now that Trump said no tax on tips, she's for no tax on tips. Serious. Do you have a brain? Do you have an agenda of your own? You got to be a plagiarist, the same way Biden was a plagiarist. And these people are falling for it.
Wow. Well, I'm going to finish playing this ad because I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's good. In California.
Philly Tough is different. They insult us.
Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Bad things.
They don't like us.
Huh?
We need to see what's happening.
You say what?
We got results.
More votes to.
Oh, we do?
Vote. Harris will also win Washington, another reliably Democratic northwestern state.
But the former president will win Idaho's 4 electoral votes. So as we see the race to 270, it's now 216 to 193. Race is changing quickly. I am getting some word from the Democrats who have now put out kind of a sense of the race, saying that in Pennsylvania, they say they're overperforming turnout expectations in Philadelphia and the early vote expectations in Bucks County. They go into state by state of where they feel like they are going to see more votes in these states. These are the blue wall states, because that is the path that we're looking at. In Wisconsin, they say, we know there's a significant amount of vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee counties, and we are seeing signs of strong performance in the WOW counties. We just have partial data. We don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow morning between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m. We shall see.
We shall see. California Senate race, as we talked about, can project that the current Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff will
So how
win his
so
race
how does
against
it go
former
from
Major League Baseball
248
player
to
Steve
216?
Harvey in that Senate race, and Washington's incumbent Democratic Senator Maria Cantwell.
How'd they what?
How does it go from 216 to from 248 to 216?
Because it's a different entity calling the race at 248 than it is on Fox. And Fox is not Trump friendly anymore. So, just saying.
So which ones do we believe then?
Good question. 270 to win. They've been pretty
So Trump
accurate.
just got Texas.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah. Yeah, he's had Texas for a while. They called that a while ago.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. So yeah, California went to Harris. They don't even have anything reported.
It was an amazing experience, and it will be history that will tell the story of that critical night, that Sunday in July.
I don't know. So Wisconsin won't be called until tomorrow.
Okay.
But yet Trump's ahead by 2 points.
Okay. He's ahead by 2 points?
Yeah.
Okay.
And in Minnesota, with 11% reporting, he's
okay. So she just got Vermont.
What?
She just got Vermont.
Yeah.
Is that new?
That's not a surprise. Huh?
Is that new?
No.
Okay, so these are recaps.
Yeah, they're recaps.
Oh, okay.
Arizona's neck and neck.
Yeah.
I don't know. I agree with you 2%. I'm not happy in California either.
They realized that they restarted all 13 machines and had to recount about 31,000 ballots. Some election observers say they're happy that they restarted.
How much of it is something that the Republican Party going forward can build on? And, regardless of whatever ends up happening here tonight and tomorrow morning, in terms of these blue wall states and the things that we take away from it, certainly we can take away. This is the most incredible political comeback that we've seen since 1968. It's the most incredible remaking of the Republican coalition that we've seen in a way that was really unexpected by all but a handful of people. And how they build on that, how they choose to prioritize policies going forward, could make a big difference in whether they're able to hold on to it in the future or whether it's something that goes away if Donald Trump isn't at the top of the ticket.
Kevin O'Leary, Mr. Wonderful. The markets now have it at 92.5% for Donald Trump winning this election to Kamala Harris at 7.0%. You're a market guy. How do you read this?
I'm going to stay on this theme for a moment and call this perhaps the greatest night the Democratic Party can ever have if they lose. And let me explain that. I was very troubled just over 100 days ago when they circumvented the democratic process and anointed somebody. The analogy is easy to a Super Bowl. You arrive at the Super Bowl game, and by any measure, this is the Super Bowl of global politics, the presidential race. Your quarterback, Biden, is injured. He's taken out of the game. You don't bring a quarterback in that's never, ever, ever won any game anywhere. You run a process. And they missed that opportunity. This is a chance for them to, I'm not saying they're going to lose, but I'm going to those percentages and saying they get to reboot. They get to go back to the center. They get to scratch this whole thing. And the influences of a Schumer, a Pelosi, or a movie star, or an Obama deciding to anoint somebody, those guys are gone in 4 years. They won't have that kind of influence. This could be great for America because I'm an investor. I have to work with who's ever in the White House in January. I care about policy. And when I hear policies coming out of a party that are so twisted against the American way of life, like basically taxing capital gains that are unrealized, that's not America. Or price controls, that's not America. 28% tax rate takes us to the bottom quartile of competition. That's bad. We can't do that. That would hurt the country. And all I do is work with entrepreneurs that want to build businesses. There's a reason people come here under barbed wire and drown in rivers to get into America. It's the American dream. It's the only thing the president has to do is to maintain it. Those policies are against the American dream. And I have nothing against Harris. I mean, look, she did a masterful job in getting to where she is. It would be good for them to lose tonight. It would reset and reboot and get that party back to the center. It would be good for them. They may not want to hear that.
We don't.
But they may have to. You may have to deal with it. You may have to.
Kevin, I would love to win and do the reboot. We could still do.
Yeah, wow.
Right.
Oh, I got out too soon. They're calling something.
They are?
Yeah, they're doing something.
Oh.
Ohio.
Sherrod Brown, who has been an Ohio institution for a lot
Oh,
of years,
good.
important flip for
Oh,
Republicans.
that's for a Senate?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Senate
It looks
majority
like we're gonna
tonight,
have a
and there are still
majority
a couple of
in the Senate.
places yet to be heard from.
Right.
So now we just, so are we
Tester seat, that would be a different math. But as you look at the balance of power in the U.S. Senate, is this Moreno speaking right now? Can we go in there?
Let's listen in for a couple minutes here.
Wow.
Look, today starts a new wave. You know, we talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class
Trump
citizens in our own
246,
country.
Kamala
We're
162.
tired of leaders that
You say what?
Rosie said Trump has 246 and Kamala has 162.
Okay, what is showing that? Can you show us that?
And I will agree with
Yeah,
him
I can show
on
it.
the need to help
Okay.
working Americans. But the difference is talk without action.
Wow, you see a lot of red.
Yep.
Okay, Kamala got Oregon.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
So 16 electoral votes flipped from 2020, and that's Georgia.
Okay.
And its projected forecast is Kamala will have 226 electoral votes and Trump will have 262. So what does that mean?
Where do you see that?
Right here under forecast.
Okay,
So-
226 and 262. That's the way it's
Yeah,
forecasted.
Yeah, so, but for him to be elected president, he needs 270.
So what could this end up going down to if all the votes are there?
Good question. I'll have to research it because I have no
You
idea.
know, if all the votes are counted and he hasn't reached 270, then what happens?
So there's 130 remaining electoral votes up for grab right now.
Okay, so they did update. Okay, so they updated it. Okay. Okay, now I have something that's saying Harris is at 179 and Trump is at 214.
Yeah,
Is
this
that
is
that
the
little?
Google.
Huh?
This is Google. This is Google.
Oh no,
The
never mind.
Associated Press.
Huh?
Yeah. This is
No.
the Associated Press.
Okay,
And they
no,
haven't called Georgia yet, which she's obviously won. And they haven't called North Carolina yet, which he's obviously won.
Who won?
Trump did.
Oh, okay. Oh, it sounded like I thought you said obviously she won. I thought you
No,
said
he
she
won.
won.
No, he won.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen in Oregon because that is a very well. The funny thing about Oregon is the west coast of Oregon is complete liberal, and the east coast or the East Oregon next to Idaho is completely conservative.
Yeah, that would yes, Rosie. Yes.
Yeah, if he wins Wisconsin, he's got it. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's got it, and that's still in play.
And you see what it's saying so far?
Yeah, so Donald Trump's got 51% of the vote with 73% reporting.
Okay, let me see. What is it saying in West? Wow. And let me see Michigan again.
Well,
Okay.
Michigan's only 30% reporting, and he's at 51%.
And then
So
what is Wisconsin saying?
he's got
Wow.
50%. But they're saying they're not going to have the results till early in the morning.
And what is what is the other one?
Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota.
He's at 60% with only 14%, so that could switch.
Okay. Okay.
Arizona is still.
What is Arizona? Okay, so Arizona is still real close. Okay, what's the other one?
Nevada. Nevada's not reporting yet.
Okay, what about Washington State?
It'll go Kamala.
Okay. Okay, can you go back down? What is Hawaii saying?
Their polls haven't closed yet.
Oh, okay.
They're expected to close in 45 minutes.
Oh, okay.
They're blue.
And what about AK?
Alaska, they close in 2 hours.
Oh wow.
They're red.
They are?
But they only have like 4 electoral votes.
Oh, okay.
They don't have a lot.
Okay.
They have 3. Hawaii has 4. Alaska has 3. But if he can take Pennsylvania, that's 19. So he's got 246 now. If he takes the 19, that puts him at 265. And if he gets Arizona, that puts him over.
Okay.
If he gets Nevada, that puts him over.
Okay.
If he wins Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So he's got to win Pennsylvania. He's got to win Wisconsin. He's got to win Michigan. He's got to win Minnesota. He's got to win Arizona and Nevada. Then there's no questions.
That's too many.
I have hope. I have faith. I can believe.
Oh no, I agree with I'm with you. I'm just like, okay. I'm just thinking that he could get there without having to win so many, but it would be great if he did.
Right.
Or if
Yeah. So I don't know, ladies. How you guys doing?
Yes, how's everybody doing? Are you still hanging in there? I'm usually the one that's sleepy. So how's everybody doing?
Are you guys still with us? Did we lose Shireen?
Oh, let me see.
I think we lost Shireen.
We lost Shireen. I
Did
know
we?
it's late.
Yeah.
It's 11 something her time. And let's see.
Nope, there she is. She's still there. Connie, I voted for Steve Garvey too. But, Adam Schiff is such a snake. And people are not wise to his crime. So we need 218 for majority in the House. We got 164.
Okay, they have some breaking news.
On what? Fox?
Yeah, you said 264?
164 for the House.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that was the breaking news.
All I have is commercials on my Fox.
Also keeping an eye tonight on the Milwaukee County Courthouse.
Ooh. There we go.
Megan Lee joins us live. Megan.
Yes, Susan, Steve, it's going to be a long night here at the Milwaukee County Courthouse with over 2 hours since the polls closed. Only 7 municipalities out of 19.
Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, as you look at these on the screen there. But you can see that Georgia, were the lead with 90% in. As Bill talked about earlier, the Atlanta vote, we're still waiting on that, and that could be why the decision desk is holding back there. North Carolina, also 89% in, 136,000 votes. That's starting to get into territory which is tough to close depending on where that vote stands out. The big, obviously, states that we're watching are the blue wall states, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, 65% and 75% in. But again, the former president leading now. And the question is, how much of that vote showed up for Vice President Harris in the Philadelphia area, the suburbs, the Bucks County areas in Pennsylvania. We also have an update from Wisconsin.
Indeed, you do. Mike Tobin is standing by with an update. This has really been the biggest problem area that we've seen, at least so far. We're waiting for a number of these cities, Mike, but give us an update on what's going on with the machines there and what you expect.
Well, we're hearing from more of the Wisconsin election officials, and they still want to push off the idea that this was a legitimate mistake, and they have recounted these 31,000 ballots or retabulated these 31,000 ballots out of an abundance of caution. What you're looking at right now is one of the tabulation machines, and if you look at the back of the tabulation machine, you should be able to see some red stickers. Those red stickers are the seals. The seals were in place on these 13 machines. What was not engaged with the locking mechanisms on the doors there. The machines operated for hours. When a Republican observer noticed it, flagged it, that particular problem, the city and also the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission says that was the 31,000 ballots were run through again, as she put it, so no one could use a procedural misstep to call the legitimate votes into question. That's Megan Wolf, the executive director of the Wisconsin Election Commission. Now, I talked with Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. He said the whole process is sloppy.
Have been done 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning with Republican observers going, yep, that's locked, that's properly sealed, locked, properly sealed. Why didn't they do that? Again, this has just been sloppy. And as the chairman of our party said, they've got one job to do, and they didn't do it very well.
Now, here at Central Count, there are some 108,325 ballots. These are the mail-in ballots, drop-box ballots, and in-person absentee ballots. Some 80,000 of these ballots have now been counted, but the whole process has been delayed because it's 31,000 had to go through a second time. Guys, back to you.
Mike Tobin, thanks. Just an update from our own Chad Pergram talking to Democrats and Republicans about the House races as we are looking at the Senate and they're poised to take control if they hold the rest. The House is looking like it very well could flip to the Democrats. A couple of races, Vindman in Virginia. We're not calling that, but they're looking really good. There's a few races in New York here. The Brandon Williams race to John Mannion. So Dems, essentially, we won't know until California, where a number of those seats are up. They're doing what they need to do.
Oh, Trump just got South Carolina.
So that would be a bright spot for Democrats tonight.
So let's go to look at some. We're going to Trace Gallagher and talk to him and his panel out on the West Coast because we are waiting for a lot of California races, as Brett was just saying. Brett, Trace, tell us a little bit about what you're seeing out there on the West Coast tonight.
And we're going to pick up the last 3 hours of this coverage tonight, Martha, so we're kind of gearing up for that. It's interesting. The big news out here, of course, California, no surprise, went to Kamala Harris. Interesting, though, because Proposition 36, which is the big story here in California, that would revise Proposition 47, which lowered the thresholds of crime. It really allowed crime in California to run rampant. We have our panel here, Steve Hilton, Jody Armour, Kayla McGee-White, and Gianno Caldwell. Steve Hilton, to you. Prop 36 is winning dramatically right now. It's expected to win. It would be a big
I said,
deal
thank you, Kamala Harris,
It's a
for Prop
massive deal because
47.
it shows that people have had enough of this left attitude on crime.
So
And it's not just
California
that proposition.
went
You see
to
some of the other ones. Rent control, raising the minimum wage. It's a really interesting shift. And if I may, Trace, the other big point for us here in California, you look at this change, this massive reconstruction of the Republican Party under Donald Trump's leadership and the Latino vote here in California, the largest group now. And this points to the future of the Republican Party, because actually, if you think about the Latino vote, how long have we been told that the Democrats benefit from the diversity of the nation and the future? Look what's happening. The more diverse America becomes, the better Republicans can do if we keep going with this new Republican Party that Trump has fashioned.
It's a very good point. And, you know, it's interesting, Kayla McGee-White, because we talk about Proposition 36, and Kamala Harris was asked about Prop 36. She would not weigh in on this. She wouldn't say she voted for it or against it.
For California.
And that's significant.
And this was one of many.
Okay, so there is some good news coming out of California.
And you know, this strategy
Yeah,
of avoidance,
for
which we've seen
Californians,
repeatedly
Prop
throughout this campaign from her,
36.
it was a gamble. She thought that because
What
she
is
was
that?
slipping in the campaign at the last minute,
That
and because she was
kind
running
of
against
repeals
Trump,
part
that
of
voters wouldn't notice or
Proposition
you wouldn't care that she
47
was giving them a
that
whole
Kamala
lot of money.
Harris
But I'll
had
say,
her
I'm
hands
proud of
in
these
when
swing
she was
states for
Attorney
Michigan.
General.
And even in the swing states, it matters.
And so that's where if you shoplift $950, you won't get prosecuted. So it'll repeal that. So it's just catch and let them go, pretty much. Well, now if you get caught with any kind of petty theft, you get 3 strikes. And on misdemeanors, if they're drug related, they have a choice now to go to rehab or go to jail. Most of them go to rehab. So and that was in place before, but Prop 47 changed it. So some of the stuff that she sponsored and that she wanted as Attorney General is now being reversed with Proposition 36.
Okay.
So that's good news.
Okay. Race call.
Yeah, in California.
Okay.
I was hoping that he would win, or that she would win by less, and that there would be more Republicans that have voted for Trump. But I guess not.
Yeah.
That's disappointing for California.
Wow.
58 degrees. On Friday, 60 degrees. And then
So, yeah, thank you guys for hanging in with us. We still got 9 watching.
Yes.
Good. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to everyone who's in the comment section and those in the eye. Thank you so much.
Yep, those are who are watching. We lost one. Nope, they're back.
Yes.
So, all right.
Let's see.
Yeah. Well, now this one has Trump at 2:30. Who would they call? North Carolina. They gave it to Trump. This other map.
Yeah. So so that's up. Okay, that's good.
Yeah, it's good.
I thought that I was seeing that. Where's
on one of the maps it was called, on the other one it wasn't. Now this map is calling it. So yeah, it called North Carolina for Trump.
Oh, okay.
It hadn't, and it hasn't called Georgia yet.
Okay.
So that'll give him, when they call Georgia, which they should, because 91% is in, is that'll give him the 246.
Okay.
So they called Kamala for California, Oregon, and Washington.
We're in Washington. Okay.
They haven't called Arizona yet, but
okay. Oh, that's still real
slight
close.
edge.
Okay.
3,000, less than 3,000 votes. Oh my gosh, votes matter.
I think everybody will see that after this election.
Well, it's too late.
Well, that's true.
Minnesota, 61% Trump. Woo!
Yeah, that's what I was Kathy, I think you might was a little because I was like, look how high. I had been seeing that.
You seen this?
Yeah. How high he's up. Yes.
Now he's up 3% in Wisconsin. That's even better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So and Michigan too.
Oh, he's up a lot.
Yeah.
In Michigan. All right. So let's see. If he wins Minnesota, that's 10. Wisconsin is 10. And then Michigan is 15. So that gives him 35. So that puts him at 265. It's still not enough with those 3.
Yeah.
Georgia. He's got Georgia. So yeah, if he sweeps all 3 of those states and Georgia, he's won. Hands down, done.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Go, Kathy.
Hey, time for her to wake up.
Go, Kathy. This is it. Are you really fighting it, Kathy?
Look, I've been up since 5 o'clock this morning and I only got 4 hours of sleep.
Okay.
I tried to take a nap and the phone kept ringing. The dog kept barking and Ted was talking on the phone to somebody very loud. So no, yeah, I'm fighting it tonight.
You fight? Where's your coffee?
If I take coffee, I won't sleep at all.
Oh, okay. We don't want that. Okay.
No.
Okay. Let's see. Let me see. What's this one? No. Oh, okay. Oh, let me see. Maybe. Oh, I can't do it on your channel.
I'm just a Mr. Nobody, trying to tell everybody about somebody in my soul. Ever since you rescued me, you gave my heart a song to sing. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus. I'm living for the world to see, nobody but Jesus.
Oh, I like that, Kathy.
It's an awesome
Why did you stop it?
I was just playing with it. Yeah, it's messing up. So they're just so on TikTok, you can download a video that has the different songs in it. And there is, I forget what it's called. It's an app. Oh, my friends just texted me. What did they text me?
Uh-oh.
Oh, what are they watching? Oh, they're watching the Spanish channel, and they got Kamala at 187 and Trump at 230.
How much?
187 to 230. Trump's winning.
But it okay, this is what I'm getting. So you said one.
My friends just texted me a picture of a map where they from the Spanish channel. They're Hispanic. And so the Spanish channel is saying that Kamala's at 187 and Trump's at 230.
Okay, but then that means he's down from 246.
Well, no, that means that their map hasn't called the state. Probably hasn't called Georgia. It's not that he's lost anything. It's just that they haven't called it. That's all that means.
Oh, that's what it means? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
To call. We've talked a lot about the different counties and whether there's enough for Kamala Harris to make up where she's lost in some of the rural areas. Let's go to Michigan, too close to call there as well, but a lot more votes to be counted. In Wisconsin, let's see how much we've got there.
What are you listening to?
Too close to call. In Georgia, we're getting to a close there, but they do count their votes past there, but that's 91% in.
Okay. I'm awake now. I've been up. Oh my gosh, Connie's been up since 3:42.
I feel you.
So, good to have you here. How are you feeling about how things are going? Obviously, we've seen this memo from the campaign that says that they are considering waiting to see how things look tomorrow.
Okay, they said something just came in. Donald Trump.
Long election night, right? We knew this was going to take some time to count all these votes.
He just got Missouri.
The memo that was released by General
Yeah, they've already called.
You know, we don't have a clear winner in this moment. There's still votes out there being counted. Last
it would be up here.
I think 1% of the votes in
right here. Detroit, if they called something new,
so we have a lot more votes left to be counted.
What about
the blue wall? I think for the
Up here on
Harris
the right,
campaign, they're
if they
saying
call
they're
something
banking
new,
on
they would
these
it would
polls
be
to win this
here.
campaign. So
These
they're
the
going to
states
wait
below,
until those votes are
the
counted.
ones
And I think
below,
at this point,
they've
nobody
already
can stop the
called.
football until all the American people have their
Okay.
say.
We haven't called any battleground.
Exactly.
Sean Hannity may have.
Sean is the exception to the
So the
rule.
ones that are running up, and you see the check marks, they've already called
This is
those.
what he said. I'm not going to get over my skis, but I'm going to get over my skis.
But I'm going to make a call. I have a big prediction.
Katie, what do you think?
Just based on looking at the data going into tonight, but also the numbers on Hispanic men, for example, and the youth vote, the fact that Donald Trump is running ahead of Kamala Harris, according to a number of exit polls, shows that their messaging to those groups isn't working. And the question is why? Why is it that it didn't appeal the Kamala Harris campaign message? And I think it's interesting to
Fox
look
hasn't
at
called
the
North
slowdown
Carolina or
politics
Georgia
that we're
yet.
seeing in this election. The Kamala Harris campaign tried to argue
Or the
that
map
people
did.
should vote for her based on identity politics, whereas the Trump campaign, which was accused of being Hitler, fascist, wanting to, implement, get rid of democracy essentially, is running ahead with those groups, and that's not something that they expected. Those were the key people that they needed to get her over the finish line. Now the night is not over, but long term, Democrats are going to have to think about they're losing their coalition, and how are they going to get it back? You can't just argue that someone in your opponent is a Nazi. You have to have something to
Okay.
they're looking at the numbers and saying, if we're running this far behind in these places
What are you
where we're
listening
looking
to,
at votes,
Latanya?
it's going to be a tough climb.
Fox News.
One of the interesting things that strikes me as you say that is that the character issue
So
was dug
they're
into
the
so
most
deeply by the
accurate
Harris
so far.
campaign and
I
by
mean,
Democrats at large across the country. And Kaylee, it looks like
Yeah.
not only did the 48% that has been rock solid for Trump throughout the entire course of his run, not only did they not care about that issue, I think, they say, well, we know and we've seen all of this, what we watch is, the policy results, whatever they're saying, but added people on top.
so now she has
the
185.
that were so
Yeah.
drilled on by
190. Well, actually saying 193.
And two voters come to mind when you make that analysis. There was a voter in the New
She
York
got
Times.
New
They followed this
Hampshire.
group
Was
of
that
undecided
expected?
voters. This voter said
Yeah,
to
that's
Kamala
expected.
Harris, I was 50.01% likely to vote for Trump. He didn't like him personally. He didn't like his affects. He didn't like them. Then Kamala Harris came on the scene, and he wanted to know how she differed from Joe Biden on
Virginia.
inflation.
Okay. What about Virginia?
51% margin for Trump. He said, I
It
still
was
don't like
called
the guy.
for Kamala.
That tipped me over the edge. Another voter who comes to mind, I
Okay.
saw today.
In
He's
North
not
Carolina?
since Obama. He said, I am a blue collar worker. I am here voting today.
North
to
Carolina,
get no tax
Fox
on
hasn't
overtime.
called,
And I
but
think if Donald Trump
270 to
prevails,
win has called
we
it
have to look
for
at
Trump.
his working man's agenda. No tax on
She's
overtime,
what?
no interest on credit cards, no
So,
tax on tips. This holistic look.
So Fox has not called North Carolina, but 270towin.com has called North Carolina for Trump.
Oh, they have?
And Georgia. That's where they get the 246, where Fox is only at 216.
Okay.
So they're being conservative in the states that, the battleground states. They're not calling them.
Oh,
other newspapers or other news entities are calling them out.
okay. Okay.
Blue states were seeing narrowing margins. We just saw it in Virginia. We called it. Kamala Harris won it, but I believe by the smaller margin than she did, or the Democrats did 4 years ago. I want to show
So Newsmax has Harris at 189.
Okay, there's
Trump-
something election alert.
the breakdown. Half of the vote in, it's called too close to call again. When you see that wide margin, you would think it.
Oh, I thought they had an alert.
Because our decision desk was crunching the numbers. They know where those votes have come from, whether they're.
So Newsmax has Trump at 246.
Okay.
On that basis, they're saying
Woo.
does that surprise you? Minnesota's a close state. It often is a close state. It's one certainly that the Harris team
Okay.
win column earlier. But again, I think for them, what becomes harder and harder is as you get more votes.
I don't think we're going to know tonight.
You know, so what is your thoughts?
I don't know. I mean, it's up to everybody else if they want to keep watching. Because I know it's a lot later for you guys than it is for me. Honey,
Yeah,
two
but I mean, it's 10:42 my time. Oh, what was that just fell? Oh, my green thing.
Your green screen fell off?
Yeah.
Did I lose you? LaTanya getting sleepy? No, she's not. She's actually quite alive. I'm the one's getting sleepy. Rosie's going to call it a night. All right, Rosie, thank you so much. Hopefully we wake up tomorrow with President Trump as our president, because it's very possible, unless there's shenanigans. Hopefully there's no shenanigans. Oh, Fox just called North Carolina for Trump. Yay. So it's about time they called him. Oh, we did lose LaTanya altogether. Yes, amen to that. We need to stay prayed up because this isn't over. This is only the beginning. Even after the election, whoever wins, we prayer warriors have to continue on. There's a lot of fighting to do. There's a lot of battles, and we need to, overcome a lot of damage that has been done. And so we can do it. We just got to stay strong, prayed up, and full of the word, and keep our faith, and don't let the enemy try to steal our faith. We just have to just march on, keep marching on. So let's see. All right, let's hear.
Has been presenting their case to us in the last couple hours. As results started coming in, they were telling us where they saw silver lining in all of the battleground states. They were also telling us that they thought they had a plausible case to win in all 7 battleground states. And something over the last 36 hours they've been pushing a lot is that they thought Trump could come out and declare victory early. We're not hearing much of any of that anymore. The memo that the campaign co-chair put out is pretty broad and just something that they've been telling us since the summer when Harris took over, that the blue wall was one of their pathways to victory. That is not new information. That is just what they have got right now. Vice President Harris remains at the Naval Observatory right now. We don't know if she's going to show up at her campaign headquarters, but they took the press pool and they told them just to stand by. And if Joe Biden is giving anybody watching an indication of how he feels about all these races that he has really not been a part of, he's made 6 congratulatory calls. 4 of the 6 are to people who just won in Delaware, where he is heading next.
Peter Ducey, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. Another call to make.
That's right. We can now let you know that the Fox Decision Desk can project that Vice President Harris will indeed win the state of Virginia. This was much closer. It was a state that the Trump team said they felt they might be able to expand the map, but He did better than he did in the prior elections, but this has just been called for Vice President Harris. And President Trump did better with non-married men than he did 4 years ago in Virginia, which seems to be a theme that we're seeing in a lot of these states, that all according to the Fox News voter analysis.
I want to bring back our panel, but I want to read from an email that came from Jackie Heinrich moments ago. I'll just read from it. 3 sources close to Harris are expressing concern that Harris's path to victory may be too narrow to overcome. One source at the Harris Friends and Family Party says, quote, her path is so narrow and she is not doing what she needs to do in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The exit polls I saw hours ago are all accurate. They need to suddenly outperform those. I don't believe it will happen. Asked about this, a second source close to Harris told me I 100% agree. The path to victory is very difficult. His numbers are higher than expected in counties where he should be losing by larger margins in Pennsylvania and Michigan. A third source saying, close to the campaign, I think we're losing this. I think we're losing this. Hearing word that Vice President Harris may come to Howard University soon, but not for another hour. Harold Ford Jr.
So consistent with those numbers, Brett, the race, that Senate race in Pennsylvania between Bob Casey and Dave McCormick, it looks like McCormick with 81% of the vote in is leading by a point and a half. And we'll monitor that. I think that race, if McCormick wins that race, I think it's very likely to say that President Trump will win the Commonwealth as well. Building on some of the points, reacting to some of the points from my friends on the other side of the table, you know, my party often says that Donald Trump didn't do enough on the border. He rejected a bill that would have been a compromise, that he didn't lay out specifics. He said no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime.
Let's see the other maps. How's everybody doing out there? Are you still with me? LaTanya's computer shut down on her. She's booting back up. So she'll be back here in soon. Well, now they got, what is this? 270 to win has Harris at 204. And Trump at 247. So they've called Georgia and North Carolina, which Fox just called North Carolina. Pennsylvania still need to be called Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. New Mexico, I heard another channel give that to, thank you, Shireen. Thank you, Connie. So New Mexico, somebody just told me, texted me, and it went to Harris. The Mexican station, the Hispanic station, called it for Harris. Arizona's still up in the air. Nevada's still up in the air. Stacy's still here. Thank you, Stacy. All righty. We got 87 electoral votes still. All right. Let's see the other map. What's the other map doing? 230 to 205. So they called New Mexico for Harris. They called it. So that's where she got that. Arizona still, Trump is inching away. Minnesota, they have going to Harris now. What?
Oh, what? Really?
That sucks. Wisconsin is still Trump by 51%. Michigan is still Trump by 51%, and Harris has got 46. And Pennsylvania, 51% to 47. Hey, if he wins Pennsylvania, I don't think there's a chance that she can win at all.
Oh, wow. Okay. And how much of the vote is still?
Well, on that map.
But that's a very liberal map, though, that you're looking at.
Yeah, they haven't called Georgia, and everybody else is called Georgia. So
yeah,
he's at
so
246.
I don't even want to look at that map.
So there we are.
Okay, this one seems more loud, yeah.
It's liberal. It's a liberal map. The only reason I was looking at the other one because it gives you the percentages.
Okay. So where
That's
is
why I
there
was looking at that one.
so which maps are more balanced?
There isn't anything that's which you can bank on, pretty much. There isn't anything, you know. You know, like Newsmax here has Trump at 247 and Harris at 204, and Fox is, what is it? Fox at? Fox has Harris at 212 and Trump at 232. So, you know, nobody's right on it, you know. So let's hear what they're talking about now.
Plan. She barely did, but she made it.
Let's also amid harsh criticism of McConnell from a not insignificant wing of the Republican Party on the right.
Yep.
Let's also not discount the success of former President Trump in these states that, definitely in the case of Bernie Moreno, with a 10-point win in Ohio, takes him over the finish line. And we don't know. In Michigan, Mike.
So let's check the Senate and the House races. Where
So
are
it
we
looks
at?
like they're doing good. Okay, I'm going to go get me some peanuts. I'll be right back. Not peanuts, but pecans. I'll be right back. Going to give me a little snack. Oh my goodness. Let me be careful. I don't want to knock me out.
Knock anything down.
Let me see.
Okay. So Republicans look like they're going to take the Senate. So looks like we got 50 Republicans in the Senate, and we need 51 for majority. So it's forecasted that we'll take 52. That's good. Let's see about the House.
With a lot of Americans, if Donald Trump actually wins the popular vote against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Okay, computer, come on. So the House is at 174 Republicans and 149. So we're in the lead. There's 103 seats yet to call. So I'm more interested in, let's see, where are we? This one. It looks like they have Calvert winning. Maybe that's what that means. Or is that the incumbent? I don't know. Here in California, ICE is the incumbent. So that might be the incumbent. Oh, it's not checked. They're not even in. So interesting. So let's see. Uncalled races. Kevin Kiley. Hopefully he wins.
You have to put yourself out there. You have to be willing to answer questions. She should have had a press conference if she was a viable candidate on the very first
Interesting. Not sure.
Told everyone where she stands and where she wants to lead the nation, but she was afraid to do it, and her people were afraid to put her out there because I think the news.
All right. What else is going on here?
Said that she was open to ending the filibuster.
All right.
The Supreme Court. So these are ideas that I think in many ways were galvanizing to a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if this continues, well, we know now that there's a majority, so at least in the short term, those things will happen.
Eventually, we're going to check in with Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. We'll continue with our panel. We have some more raw vote total coming in as a lot of numbers as the race for 270 continues. More results and analysis. Could we make some more calls coming up?
All right.
You'll have to come back.
They're going to commercial.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in it's like I think I watched it maybe 100 times.
Let's see. What is ABC doing? Not that I trust them, but be interesting to see.
In those 4 years, we had 2.5 years or so of pandemic, which brought so many things to a halt. So definitely, in order for this work to be able to continue to develop, we would need more time.
And in this crowd, donors and supporters, but also some crime victims and even deputy attorneys who.
How you guys doing?
Under the current DA. Now, this event is again.
You guys there?
Here,
everybody's going to
a little bit under. We come over to Douglas County. She's overperforming. But here's the flip side of all this. Let's throw a dart to the east side of Georgia. Any county, I'm going to pick a random county. Look how Trump's overperforming, 68% to 71. Again, I'm going to just touch random counties here. 65, 69. These aren't big counties, but any county I touch, he's going, except for that one, any other county. Well, actually, no, he flipped it. Actually, this any county you come here in rural Georgia, he's flipping all these counties. And like Jen Psaki just said,
okay,
it's math. Can they run up the score here? Is this what the Secretary of State is talking about, that the numbers are so high in the rural counties, Democrats won't catch them in the Atlanta metro region?
Okay.
F-150 Super Snake. On November 21, one Lucky Club Serrano member will be the envy of the afterlife when they take home a brand new Shelby F-150 Super.
Where can I don't have my IFB.
That's Tom
Somebody
Basili.
took out my IFB.
Welcome to Wednesday, everybody.
I need my IFB. Please, can you give me? You took it off of me.
I gotta say, it's been one of the most
the party.
fascinating nights,
Yeah.
I think, so far. It looks like the election map is appearing more like 2016 as opposed to 2020. Obviously, I think it's even better than 2016 when you're looking at the popular vote at this time. And the fact is that Trump is making inroads in so many of these states. But still, now you've got what? The Harris campaign, they're going to get some rest till tomorrow. I've never, in my lifetime, I've never heard of that.
For a quick second?
Never heard of that.
Now I got it. Sent out an email and said, go get some rest and we'll finish strong tomorrow.
No one ever does that.
Who does that?
No, exactly. Not, especially not when you're trying to just make the fight, make the case that you could maybe in some way win one of these blue states. But there, I think, possibilities, the Democrats' paths, it's just crumbling right before our eyes.
I'm sorry.
Winning in Georgia, winning in North Carolina. And then obviously the numbers in Pennsylvania, numbers in Wisconsin, looking very favorable for Donald Trump.
And in terms of the balance of power, the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. And if you're just looking at the numbers right now, they're going to hold on to, I think they're going to hold on to.
How you doing, Kathy? How you holding up?
The majority is going to look like
I'm doing
still
okay.
up for grabs, but we
I'm losing
you know,
my
I think that at this
energy.
point, it looks like they've
You
got
are?
momentum.
Oh
these
no.
You know, I
Okay.
was going to say some flips in
I
New
need
York
something to
to
spark
the
me up.
Democrats.
I need to
Mhm.
win.
Some
We
flips
need to
to
win
the
this
Republicans in
You
Pennsylvania.
need what?
So it could be a
We need
wash
a
as
big
we
win.
go to a
You
lot
like
of
a big win?
like 5 key races in California. So
But
Yeah.
there's one thing we know, Rob.
Then I don't think they're
It's
going to
that
call them until
Chuck
the morning.
Schumer, he's been
That's what they've been
fired
Yes,
by
he
the
has.
American
in the
people,
morning,
and the
yeah.
Republicans will have an opportunity
But I
to
don't want to go to
really
bed.
govern,
I'm afraid.
especially if Donald Trump wins this race,
Like
which
a
it looks more
repeat
and
from
more that
last
that's going
year.
to be the
Yeah,
case.
2020.
But you know, again, not a
Oh
lot
yeah,
coming out of
2020.
Kamala
Yes.
Harris's campaign. They're
Yeah,
kind
Trump
of quiet.
winning,
I
you go
think
to
they
and you
might
go to
be in
bed
shock
and you wake up in the
that the
morning and
numbers
he's
have been so
lost.
bad. And with that being said, it's
Right,
because of the
right.
black votes, the Hispanic votes. It is a
So
whole new coalition that's coming together for the Republican Party.
and we're going to call that the
let's
Republicans
see.
have control of the Senate officially. I mean,
Is
when you
there
add Montana,
anybody in
West
the
Virginia was
aisle
early and easy.
who would like
When
to
you
come
have Bernie
on?
Moreno winning in
It
Ohio,
doesn't matter
now
who you
they've got
vote
Wiggins
for or
and
anything of
they
that
could pick up
nature.
in Michigan, they
Just
could pick up in
would
Wisconsin,
you
they
like
could
to
pick
come
up in
on? If
Pennsylvania. We
so,
still haven't really gotten to
you
you
can
know, a hefty
leave
amount of numbers
a
yet in
comment and
Arizona
we'll
and
drop the
Nevada.
link.
We'll see where that goes. But
If
you're
anybody in the
where are you,
chat
Wisconsin
would
right now?
like
Is
to
that where
come
you're at?
on,
Yeah, we're
So
looking at
we
Ireland, which we really haven't
come
talked much
join
about. And
us.
the reason we haven't talked about it is
Join
because
us on live.
to win Wisconsin would be great, but you need another state to put your
Oh
seat
my
down. But
goodness.
what it shows here is Donald Trump's doing exceptionally well. He's, if you look, same with
Just a little bit, 2%. Are you?
Behind,
Oh, okay.
76% of the vote in.
Let me
So
see.
Colin,
Do
you
I
want to come on?
Harris going to make it up? Where's she going to make this up? Well, obviously, there's only a couple places.
Is that what
because
she
if you
meant?
look at if you look at
Oh
the
no,
state
she's
of
responding to
Wisconsin, there's
2%.
only
Oh,
places where Democrats
okay.
win, and one is the city of Milwaukee and the county of Milwaukee.
Oh,
70%
who won here in Wisconsin? I thought Eric, I thought he won.
Let's look at Dane County, which is
That's
where
the Senate.
Madison, which the University of Wisconsin is. 96%. Not many votes there for her to pick up. And you know,
So
again, these counties
who won?
outside of not big counties, 100% in.
did.
But another
Oh,
county
they're
is
going to
Senate
the
race.
county.
there's
They're
not a
going
lot
to
of
the different
space
counties. Okay.
for her to pick up. The counties that
Okay.
she's winning, these are counties that Biden won too, but most of the vote is in. So you really have to come back to, is there enough vote in Milwaukee with a little bit more room than the overall to make it up? I think it's looking pretty slim. I mean, we haven't made any
Oh
call
wow,
right
watch
now.
out.
But it looks
Donald
like
Trump
a pretty long
delivers
shot for
remarks on
her to
election
be able
night.
to come back and pull that off. And same thing, you know, Harrison and Hovde pretty much the same numbers. There it is, 60% of the vote in, and it's not happening. So Wisconsin does it. If we declared Wisconsin the winner, Trump would not be president. But it's another path that Kamala Harris doesn't have to win the White House.
Rob, if I can jump in here, we're getting intel that right now it looks like Arizona isn't counting at this point, and Pennsylvania is a bit stalled. Wisconsin is waiting on Milwaukee, and Nevada's just starting to come in. I mean, these are just so right now. I got to tell you, it is going to be a long night. As much as we're all antsy to call Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, it might take us quite a while to get there.
But that Dearborn number, that's huge.
Dearborn number, very fascinating in the sense that you're seeing this majority Arab American Muslim precinct going for Donald Trump at 49%, Kamala Harris 14%. They even voted for Jill Stein over Kamala
What are they
Harris.
saying?
That tells you that is a protest
What are they
vote.
saying?
They don't like how the Kamala Harris's administration handled
So the
whole
Arab vote
situation in the Middle
went
East,
to
number
Trump.
one. And number two,
And only
Senator Ron brought this
14%
up earlier, the
went
gender
to
ideology issue.
Harris.
The male,
The majority went to Trump. And as she's saying, that's a protest vote
like that really
against
have
Harris.
turned off the Muslim community. And I have
Oh
to
wow.
say, between CPAC and the work that Rick Grinnell has done out there, they have courted the Arab American vote. They have courted the Muslim vote, brought them over to the
and also the Albanian vote. I have a lot of family, exactly, Chaldean. I have a lot of family members in the suburbs outside of Detroit, and they are against the woke. They don't like the whole trans stuff. They don't like the whole LGBTQ. They are pro-family. So at the end of the day, they can have different religions, but they are focused on family. All right, let's head over to Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, where the Trump campaign is holding their their huge election night party. Senior correspondent John Huddy is there live for us now. John, we're seeing on social media that President Trump arrived. He gave even a little kiss to Marla Maples there, right? That's nice. He gets along with his exes. John?
Yeah, on that note, from what I'm hearing from what we're hearing at Mar-a-Lago, it's a very, very optimistic mood. And that's really what we're seeing and hearing, as I've been describing here at the Palm Beach Convention Center. I'm starting to see, by the way, more people coming from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center here, members of his campaign, surrogates, some of those faces that we've seen throughout the course of this campaign. I believe I saw Senator Marco Rubio, just kind of down the riser, doing an interview with one of the other networks a short time ago. But, that's perhaps indicative that we're getting closer to possibly Trump coming over here. Though I did talk to a senior staff official, don't really have a timetable on that. Obviously, now we're in the overnight hours. Mercedes, you made the comment it's going to be a long night. It's already been a long night, for everybody here. But the mood is certainly optimistic as we're looking at the numbers.
Well, I have a. Do we want to kind of maybe wake? I mean, I'm fine. I'm actually fine. Someone said they holding out on PA.
I believe it.
Yeah, they don't want to call it. They probably want to hold out as long as possible. But I'm gonna play this video. I thought this is kind of cute.
Okay.
Okay, let me see. Can I play it? I think. Okay. Oh, maybe I need to do this.
Yeah, share your screen.
Okay. Oh, okay, my battery's running low. Okay, so I got it. Okay, there we go. Let me go back to it.
A black father is going viral for teaching his young daughter how to dance like Trump. Dancing in the moonlight, gazing at the stars so bright. Holding you until. This is why they hate the man so much. He can't be controlled. You can't put him in a box. He's breaking all the rules. The Republicans are going to win the black vote. This isn't the first time either that Donald Trump's inspired a dance. Here's our boy Aiden Ross. And other notable contestants. A black father.
Oh, I thought that was cute.
I think it reflects something that we've seen in the exit polls, this so-called shift of the bro vote in particular towards Donald Trump, the young man who is put so central.
Let's see.
I'm thinking about the fact that just today when he was voting, he was asked about what he thought one of the support moments of this campaign was. Big into Joe Rogan, the podcaster, and the fact that he did that podcast interview. He subsequently got Rogan's endorsement because he made a big part of his closing remarks.
All right.
A week ago now. Talking to a different segment of America, created a different electorate for Republicans that is interested in any other Republican race coverage is reflected in this room. I think we're seeing it reflected in the states he's putting together. Just as you were just discussing.
Let me see.
What states are in play, what the map is going to look like potentially for cycles in the future.
Garrett, if you want to go over to Peter Alexander, your counterpart over at Kamala Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. So what is the mood there?
The word law is used 6 times.
No.
So it doesn't
No.
law and then swear an oath that you're going to follow it. My friend Mark, who knows more about politics than I do, use the word comeback. I think it is really more akin to a political resurrection If you had asked me on
Oh,
January the
what?
6th, or after the fourth of the 4 indictments, I would have told you I see no way that he'll be the nominee or the president. And now it looks like Sean may be right. Maybe 300 electoral votes. I've been calling my Senate friends. Some of them don't take my call. The others require me to now call them chairman.
Yeah.
I will not go by senator anymore. So
I don't know. You got a video to play?
Huh?
Did you have a video to play?
I was looking.
Nothing's happening.
Okay, this was I was kind of looking around. I did have a video, but it wasn't what I thought.
Okay.
So I didn't yeah. It wasn't what I thought. I can't do that. I was just checking out I was checking out to see if I saw some other activities.
Oh, here's one from Charlie Kirk. This may be good.
Oh, okay.
See if I can get it to play.
Phoenix when Trump was president. Now it's why you're supporting Kamala Harris. I just like her character more.
Maybe not. No, my internet's not gonna let it play.
It's not letting you play.
No. Okay.
As I said earlier, more and more challenging.
That's not gonna work.
And you see that the
Let's see what
the primary possible path
other
are underperforming Biden.
other
And
things.
that makes it more challenging. Now, there are still
What they're talking about.
which I have. They believe there are places that are still votes coming in the cities. That's how the sites go. So we wait until you know. That's what happens. But yes, if you're on the campaign right now,
Like, oh, there's 40,000 votes. So there's 30. I mean,
to give you space and breathing room, and you don't have them in this. As we talk about this idea of the Democratic brand, Jen, and as you've been having this conversation,
No.
a data point to the table here because there's
Wow, I just want to still say thank you all for still hanging in there with from the people in the chat to also in the eye who's watching us. And I want to also remind you to please look at Kathy's channel. Kathy, can you put your channel?
Yeah.
Okay.
had the opportunity to interview Vice President Kamala Harris. You asked her a fascinating question. Do you think the country is ready for a black
There you go.
president? And she said yes. And depending on how this night goes, I think that
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know.
But I think
Nothing's changing.
a lot of people felt like a lot of women, a lot of Democrats.
Yeah, they probably gonna wait till as late as they can to do that one because they know if he gets that one and then Wisconsin, everybody is like, okay, we're going to sleep. No.
Well, that's 29 votes. Does that put him over 270?
I don't know. This is gonna who then what happens if there is neither one get to then what do you go to next? The popular vote?
I think no. I think Congress decides.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly. So yeah, if he wins Wisconsin and That puts him at 276. Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, he wins.
Those two? Oh, okay.
Which he didn't lead with the historic nature of his
Yep.
sleeve. There will be a lot of people who second guess that. If she
Arizona's leaning his way. Nevada's leaning his way.
In terms of an unpopular incumbent and people feeling terrible about the economy.
So they getting closer. Boy, that's so interesting. Pennsylvania, they have called states much. I guess because they're so close. That's why, because they're at 93% of reporting.
Right. So, yeah. Well, this says they're 86%, and he's 1.5 points ahead of her.
All of these things, but there are a lot of factors that play into it that win or loss.
She's, yeah. It is really close.
The cultural divides, the rural-urban
Wisconsin, it's really close too. Although he's 100,000 votes ahead.
Okay, that's still very good. You said 100,000?
100,000.
Oh, that's good. That's very good.
70% reporting, but they're concerned about Milwaukee. Because Milwaukee is blue. Right? And they're saying that it could possibly swing. I don't know how many votes are in Milwaukee. That need to go to Milwaukee. Georgia's already been called. So, I don't know. Arizona, we won't know until the morning. Nevada just started counting. Alaska and Hawaii. Well, we know they pretty much cancel each other out almost. Hawaii will go blue and Alaska will go red.
Alaska?
Yeah, it'll go red. It'll go for Trump.
I thought you said it was a blue state.
Hawaii is.
Oh, but not Alaska?
No, Alaska's red.
Okay. Okay.
Connie says her bed is calling.
Oh, your bed is calling you 2%. Oh, 2%. Huh?
Yeah, 2%. Her bed's calling.
Oh. Kathy, I am surprisingly awake, but I've been up since 5. I've been up since 5 something as well.
You probably got a good night's sleep.
Maybe I don't know.
I didn't.
Yes, but we got good news about your mom.
Yes.
So that is a praise report. So yes.
Amen. Okay, so 174 Republicans and the House so far have been called. Oh,
is
182.
Good? Is that good?
Yeah.
So
that
what are they trying? What number are they trying to get to?
222.
Okay.
Well, more than 222. I mean, more than 221.
Okay.
That doesn't give us much of a majority.
Let's see.
I just hope Calvert wins.
Oh, what Rollins? You hope who wins?
Ken Calvert, our congressman.
You want that? Are you watching that? Are you keeping note on that?
Well, there's no numbers, so I don't know.
Okay.
So yeah,
I wonder who got. I didn't pay attention to Wisconsin. Did they call it? Who got it for Wisconsin?
I don't know.
Because I know Eric Hovel and Tammy Baldwin. I think those are the two. I hope not Tammy Baldwin, but not for sure. Yes, amen, sis. Yes, thank God. Yes, we are
So
thankful to God for Miss Diane.
yes, thank you. Thank you, 2%.
Yes.
Within 3 months, my hair was fuller. It's longer. It's so much thicker.
I had more scalp coverage. It's so nice to be noticed for my hair.
Let's see, there's another one.
Start the hair growth journey.
Let me see. Let me see what was the name of that song.
If you have stepped away or parts of the conversation, know that this race is not over. This is the road to 270. That, of course, the magic number. Donald Trump right now leading with 230, Harris with 189. All right, here's what we got for the state of Nevada. It's 6 electoral votes. It's too early to call. That's NBC News characterization of the race. You can see Donald Trump appears to be well out in front right now. But again,
oh, that's good.
that is also too close to call. A 118,000 vote difference. Let's look at the other battleground. Michigan, 15 electoral votes in play. Too close to call. Donald Trump with a
Love you too, 2%.
What is 2%?
Oh. You guys, okay, so we have now more than 50% of the vote is in Michigan, as you mentioned, Lester. 15 electoral votes. This was Biden's largest margin of victory in 2020 when it came to the battleground states. Almost the whole game is Wayne County, Detroit, not enough vote there. About a quarter of the vote is in. We can't really make any projections or calls here because so much of that vote is out. But just to give you an idea of where Biden was in 2020, again, a lot of this vote is out.
My 10-year-old niece is watching.
Right now, Harris at this point in time is at 58%. Not a great
Trump is up in Nevada.
He is?
That's what 2% said.
Oh, that's good. My 10-year-old
Right now,
niece is watching with me too.
Yeah.
Aww.
Well, that's good. She learns about elections. Yeah, there's this commercial on my Fox News.
Trump was at 53%. There's only a third of the vote in. He's at 57%.
House majority.
Grand Rapids, Kent County. This is the last place where Trump held the rally.
Okay.
And I should say yes. Monday. Sorry, I'm getting my days confused here.
Let me see what else is going on in the
Democrats. I also want to talk about Washington. This is
YouTube.
Michigan. Go Big Blue if you're a fan out there. 71% of the vote is in. Remember, this is a college county. Democrats have to do very well here. Biden 72%. Tonight, Harris is underperforming right now with almost three quarters of the vote in. Ingham County, again, another college county. This is where Michigan State is.
Oh, that's interesting.
Biden was at 65. Harris at 56.9. I want to see some Trump barometers right now. Cass County, Trump's at 66%. 4 years ago, he was at 63. So again, the story of Trump.
Well,
from there.
Oh my goodness.
Appeared here with Michelle Obama. Was the Harrison Michelle Obama appearance? Only 13% of the vote in, and she's slightly underperforming. Guys, a lot of the vote is still out in Michigan.
In a lot of these states, and you look at what's left out there. Pennsylvania, 86%, and Michigan's a little early, and 52%, and then 80% in Wisconsin, 93% in Georgia. We're going to dig into Georgia in a little bit.
Yeah.
And in fact, let's throw it down to Madison Allworth in Atlanta. Madison,
You say what?
Right. You know what? I've been getting that question from a lot of folks.
Fox News needs to call Georgia. Everybody else has, but they haven't.
talking about more than 2.
And who hasn't called it yet?
Fox News.
Why?
The question is, what happens? Do they not show up? Do they vote certain
Because
parties?
Fox News has kind of gone liberal.
We still don't know.
Are you? But what?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
this is why we stopped watching Fox News.
So are you saying they're pretending to be for Trump?
Yeah, kind of.
Here's what we know from officials. Here in Detroit, city officials had expected around
Trump. It's also predominantly black, and it has 2 universities there. So the fact that that area is going for the former president probably says something about the young black vote and the young vote in general. You probably heard some cheering. That's because they have us up on the screen behind, and they heard us on because the people here, guys, they're waiting for you to make the decision because, like I said, at 10:30, they called it for Trump, but obviously still waiting on Fox News to make that official decision. Brett, Martha?
For Pennsylvania?
You know, that area
Georgia
is really.
So they're waiting for Fox. Why won't Fox go ahead and call it?
They had a real shot in Georgia. We haven't called it yet. There's a reason for that. We're just waiting for other vote to come in.
Wait.
There's an excitement there that they're finally going to get over the top.
Oh, absolutely. There is an excitement here. And we've been talking to folks on the ground. The fact that Georgia will most likely flip for former President Trump again. They've said things like, you know, enjoy this moment. We worked hard for this. Enjoy the fact that we're bringing safety back to America. They're very happy that their candidate is probably going to take home the win here. And, you know, I've been talking to voters on the ground for days now, and I got a lot of people that said they waited and they took time to make their decision and ultimately.
Okay, in 2020, Fox called Georgia for Biden with 11,000 votes.
So is that why they're so? Could it be that they're just waiting?
And Trump is ahead 100,000 votes. So what are they waiting for?
Well, I don't think it's for something malicious.
No, but it's ridiculous. It's like, you know, Newsmax called it.
I mean, because they're not. What are they going to gain? They wouldn't gain anything by, you know. I'm just thinking by reporting or not reporting really right now. I think they just want to make for sure.
How much more sure can you be by 100,000 votes? When they called it last time with 11,000 votes.
But you know, that was 4 years ago, though.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to give the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
Yes, we still have 9 watching.
Woohoo! Now down to 8. We lost one.
No, we didn't. It's back 9.
It's back. It's back. It's back. Okay, let's see what's happening.
Watching this may be a bright red state where their vote doesn't necessarily matter in the Electoral College, but they're watching their fellow Americans cast ballots on behalf of a candidate they believe in. So a lot of energy, and I think represents a lot of living rooms where maybe families of 4 or 5 are chanting USA as you guys are bringing in the returns. A lot of hope that the former president will be 47. It's just a matter of when it might be called. So thanks for indulging us here on Fox Nation. We just wrapped our coverage, and you guys are doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank
There's
you.
probably some good music down there, too.
Exactly. Say hi to everybody for us down there.
Maybe not New Edition, but some. Let's bring in our panel. Welcome back, Carl Rove, Jessica Tarloff, and Sandra Smith.
They're not.
And our regulars to the right. Sandra, great job looking into the Fox News voter analysis. What are you looking at?
All right, a few things. We haven't really talked about fracking in Pennsylvania as we do wait on results to continue to come in there. Views on fracking. This is obviously key in this state, and we know that Kamala Harris flip-flopped on this issue.
So 2% asked, why are they still letting people to vote? Well, the only polls that are still open are Hawaii. Hawaii and Alaska is open for another 30 minutes. So there's still those 2 states that need to vote.
Oh, Barbara.
run that up to 24-point margin.
Wow. That is
That's a big difference in
major
Michigan.
difference.
That is a big difference.
And you wonder whether she should have gone to that dinner.
To the Al Smith dinner. She may be wondering that tonight. He showed up and gave his speech, and he has had a lot of support, mostly based on the pro-life issue. From
Well, and RFK Jr. was cutting ads for the Catholic vote in particular in battleground states.
As far as the,
I was just going to say, I think, when you look at the margins, at least at this moment in Wisconsin and Michigan, I think somewhere in Florida, RFK Jr. may be breathing a sigh of relief because he could have been a spoiler in those, but it looks, at least at this point, like the margin is big enough.
I do think we have to bring up the youth vote again. I mean, what a difference we are seeing from 4 years ago. Those voters under the age of 30 going for Harris over Trump by 8 points. 4 years ago, they favored Biden by 25 points. I mean, this is a huge difference. And we dive in at the state level, you are seeing what a difference that makes where he is outperforming what we saw earlier leading into this in the polls.
And how crazy is that the younger candidate, there was a lot of talk that a younger candidate would draw younger voters, but Joe Biden drew them in a larger number than she appears to have.
Carl, you've been on the back end of nights like this. You have been digging into the numbers. What board do you have for us now?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to look
Where we began. It all comes down to Pennsylvania.
He's a snake. Karl Rove is a snake. He can't be trusted.
Oh, really?
No,
Okay.
Yep.
I think a lot of them, they and I think Trump knows it, and a lot of other people that I don't know.
I'll be interested to see whether there's a difference in Nevada and Arizona. Those are states where the Latino community
248. What do they call? Idaho. Idaho for Trump. That was a no-brainer. That's a red state. Californians didn't ruin Idaho yet. A lot of Californians moved to Idaho.
There's the breakdown right now. Margin, but again, Donald Trump, the projected winner. This is a big call here on a night in which we've waited quite some time for some of these important battleground calls. Here's what the vote to 270 looks like. Donald Trump drawing closer now to that magic number. He's at 246, Harris at 189.
This makes this boo wall or bust for Kamala.
Okay, Kamala at 189 and Trump at 246. Hello?
Okay. I hear you.
Yeah, that's what they said on the news. 189 and 246.
And that was Fox?
Yes, Fox.
Oh, they still have Trump at 232.
Well, I'm watching the news, and
that must be your local Fox station.
I guess.
Yeah, this is the cable station that I'm watching.
Okay, so yeah. Yeah, the live is showing. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to make this very simple for us here and also our viewers at home. So we projected Georgia and North Carolina for former President Trump to go back to the White House. Look at his number right here, 252. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's going back to the White House, 271. It's coming down to Pennsylvania right now.
Wow. So they're saying now it's coming down to Pennsylvania.
I heard that.
Oh, you heard it from my TV?
Yeah, I can hear your TV.
She's still going to have to pick off 2 states.
Okay.
She no longer has that.
I'm switching back to Newsmax. I'm done with Fox. Sorry.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah. That's why we switched to Newsmax.
You're at 250. You're at 255. He should be able to bring in
Newsmax,
Alaska.
is it liberal?
you're at 258.
So you're going to need one of
No,
those
it's
states.
One of those.
conservative.
You have to get two of the
Arizona
blue
with-
states.
Yeah. So
Blue wall
What
states.
is
right
what is
now,
Newsmax?
I mean, if we go back out
Conservative.
go out of this predictive mode,
Oh, okay,
he
yeah,
is
let's just
ahead
stick with them.
in all three of the blue wall
They're
states,
allowed to
and
talk
he's
about
ahead in
Jesus
Arizona at the moment. So
They
in their
are what?
newscast.
so again, but
They're
he's
allowed to
got
talk
a
about
couple of different
Jesus in their
a couple of
newscast.
different paths. I mean, if you want to
I
do
just
Okay,
think
let's
that
stick
you
with
might
them
know.
then. Let's stick on their newscast.
And they have Trump at 255. So we still may
What?
go.
So that's even higher.
Blue wall states.
Well,
Let's stick
staying
with
with
them.
Pennsylvania, let's bring
I don't
in
want to.
Jeffrey Lord.
I mean, I got the
Jeff,
thing
what do you
on
think
Fox,
about
but
this?
let's
Is
stick
it
with
true?
let's stick with Newsmax,
Yeah.
especially what you just said.
Yep. They're all about
The
Jesus.
thing about Pennsylvania that I always
Okay.
find interesting is that everybody thinks that whatever happens in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh is it, when in fact you have the whole rest of the state of Pennsylvania, a
Oh, I
good bit of
wonder the
which is
reason
not
why the
funded
lady
by the
Howard,
urban area.
maybe why she
So
didn't get it is because
what you
she
get
has
is
the
this
same
race
name
to
of that
increase the
person
votes
that
in all of
was,
these counties and
you
what we
know,
call the
I ain't
T
gonna
that
say, but
stretches
you
in the
know,
middle
in
between
history,
Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. They start at the Maryland line, go up to New York, to the New York border, and then go left to Erie and right to Wilkes-Barre and
I am
Scranton.
gonna go get some
And
tea.
that's how Republican victories
I'm
have
gonna go
come
make
to
myself some
be.
tea.
And it
I'll
looks
be right
to
back.
me as if we're on
Okay.
the verge of doing that yet again. It's sort of a time-tested mechanism, but it works.
oh, that's
James
good.
Carville famously said
2%.
that Pennsylvania is New York City surrounded by, I think, Alabama, right?
Alabama, that is correct.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Jeffrey Lord. We'll check in with you in a bit. All right. Keep it right here. The race to 270 continues. We'll be right back.
Let's see.
When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Pack from Copperfit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core. Like
Let me see.
Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains. A super lightweight mesh fabric.
Oh wow. Just imagine, everyone, what if every or just about if every Christian voted and really voted according to what's closest to what the Bible says, this would be a landslide, I think.
Or call 1-800-708-9996.
No, we haven't heard from Alaska.
Your shipping is free. Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Trumpy Bear is back. The third edition collectible Trumpy Bear is once again here for all to see. Everyone knows one thumbs up means ready to go. And with that grin, Trumpy Bear is ready to win. The all-new 2024 Trumpy Bear shows
You know, Barbara, I like them either way, raw or roasted, any kind of way. I just love pecans. I grew up with pecans. We had 2 big pecan trees growing up.
Everywhere. And if you tire, Trumpy Bear is here to inspire. Don't delay. Order the most talked about bear anywhere. Trumpy Bear can be yours for only $69.90, complete with his hologram 2024 certificate of authenticity. And if you call now, the new Trumpy ties are only $10 extra. Express every feeling with color and style. So don't delay. Show your patriotism today.
The candidate there. The scenario they thought Carrie Lake could win is the scenario that we see playing out right now. That was a big Donald Trump victory that would roll over across the finish line.
Okay, let's see.
We're journalists. Yeah. And
We let the computers do that for us.
They're like, wait till nighttime in California.
Yeah.
So we're tracking the results. Nevada, we don't have anything yet. They're not reporting anything. We are looking at Pennsylvania right now as Rick Santorum. You're gonna got some updates for us?
I do have some updates. Very interesting. I just for the record, for those who might.
Let's go back. So how's everybody doing?
Very, very.
How are you doing? 2%, Barbara,
Is yet to call Georgia.
Honey.
MSNBC though just did call Georgia.
Yes.
And
Are
so,
you good?
Georgia and North Carolina have now been called.
They also waited 2 hours on North Carolina.
They always wait. So we've been ahead of the curve here, and not that we're ready to call Pennsylvania, but we're getting close. If you look at this race, and
Oh, I think Alaska. So did he get Alaska?
And let's go back to the presidential race. And where is
So,
the
Connie,
outstanding vote?
are you? It looks like he got
And the reason it's
Alaska.
not been called is that there's still a substantial outstanding vote in the city of Philadelphia. 83% overall, 81%, pretty much in line. And again, Trump exceeding expectations. If you go back in 17% as opposed to almost 21%, 18% as opposed to 21, which surprisingly, again, 15 to 18, 18 to 21. Every year, Trump has been making gains in the city of Philadelphia. So again, up to 81%, which is pretty much where things are, and Trump's still holding the lead. Another county that he did not win
Okay.
last time around, that he is ahead of, again, still a third of the vote, but that another very positive sign there for Trump. The two swing counties, if you go back to 2024 and you look at Biden, the two big swing counties that everyone we're talking about is here in Northampton County, where Biden narrowly won, and you saw Tom Basile talk about Erie County that Biden narrowly won. Well, let's look at 2024. This is Bethlehem and Easton. Trump wins, and actually not a particularly narrow win, actually a pretty solid win, and still more votes to come. And Erie, a narrow win, but a solid win for him. So where's the Trump vote? Here's a big county. It's also an important county. It's Scott Perry's home county, which is
Okay. I was just looking at something. Pennsylvania. Woo!
Right now, but only
Uh-oh, it's looking good.
Votes at 42%.
Almost won here.
And it's one that Trump is going to.
Oh, is it? It's almost one there, Barbara. It is.
It's a county that Trump's got a lot of votes.
It is 1144 here.
And he's already, as you can see, a lead statewide of, let me get to the statewide number. Where is it? Let me go back here. Yeah, that's national. Let's go to state. The statewide number, he's got a good almost 3% lead with. This is where we get the other number, 83% of the vote. And the interesting thing here is that Dave McCormick is tracking almost identically with Donald Trump.
And can I tell
no
you,
one would have predicted that.
Rick, can I tell you something else? At least I don't predict races. I don't call races, but Raga is now saying Dave Sunday, the state candidate for Attorney General, will win in Pennsylvania too.
So Ted's watching Dan Bongino in the other room.
Okay, what are they saying?
Down ballot race.
Well, Dan says he feels good to go to bed tonight and wake up that Trump will win.
Also, two other races that are.
But okay, they said Trump is expected to speak tonight.
Looks like
yeah. So they're gonna stick around. They're live streaming on Rumble. They're gonna stick around until for another update, and then they're gonna go off the air.
That's his home county.
Oh, okay.
Way we were talking about.
So I don't know what you guys want to do.
People were clearing out of that.
I'm open. I'm getting my second win.
Oh, and I'm good.
Flying it from all over, and the Caroline.
Well, it's everybody else if they want to see
See,
it.
hey Kathy, if it gets to where I'm, then I would tell you, like Kathy. But I'm up.
All right. I'm leaving it up to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still up. I'm still good. I typically, now if it gets to like it's one, then I'll be like, I can't do it.
Maybe they knew that it was
because I physically were like, but yeah, it's 11:46. So hey, let's go.
be asking himself, goodness gracious, why
Mercy,
didn't I
I'm
stay
going to
in
be
the
honest
race?
with
All
you. I
right.
think Jill.
Barbara says she's retired, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
I
Let's
think
go.
Jill Biden.
It would be great
Want her to
if
win.
I didn't have
Is
to
that
get
why
up in the
she's
morning,
very
but I do
popular?
because
Is that
I
why you
got
said that,
garbage
Sid?
comment.
I got a
Yes,
Medicare
so
client
he's
appointment at
campaign.
9:30.
Nasty bitter
Right. I
pill
mean, I
for
do have to
Joe
get up.
Biden
I
to
do
swallow
have
from
work,
his own vice
but
president
I
and Nancy Pelosi
typically,
booth
which I need to
I don't
change
think they ever
that,
let her
how
win.
I'm
If
up.
she loses,
I'm
he can always
typically,
say,
you
I
know,
would have won.
sometimes it's
Well, the
12,
Babylon Bee is already out there
12:30.
Well,
saying
So
that they're
I'll
trying to
say
figure out if they can
I'll
make her
say
run.
let's take it to maybe
So, you
12:30.
know.
I remember on
Well,
Sunday
Trump's
when
expected
he found
to
out
speak
that he
soon,
was no
so
longer running for the
let's hear what
Okay.
he
in
has
the
to
land
say.
anymore. The
Okay.
night before, Joe Biden
Maybe
he put out a
maybe they
statement
know
saying he was
something
very
that they're
quickly
holding
not
back
dropping
on.
out. And so the very next
They
day,
could
all of a
because
sudden
I know that they got a
you
bunch of
remember, and
people
he
on the ground
decided, and then he
and
didn't
in these
officially
polling
endorse
places,
Kamala.
you know, where they're
And so you
counting.
just wonder
Because why would
really
he
happens. And you know that
why
Kamala
would
Harris
he
wasn't
trust Trump
thrilled
more? You
because
know
he
what I
did a
mean? Like
small
why
primary vote.
would
They are hitting
he
the
speak
exits right
tonight
now
and
as
Kamala's
Kamala
gonna wait
Harris
till in the
is
morning and
election
speak?
night. Well, it's not a party anymore.
Because she's
Whatever it
losing.
is, it's more like a becoming like a
Well,
theater
I
almost,
mean,
right? Yeah.
Well, and I think the breaking news is Kamala Harris, she's canceled all public appearances and speeches tonight and won't be addressing supporters. They moved from listening to what was happening on CNN, and then once I think
I thought
one of
I
the
had some
commentators
water.
says that this
Where
was
is my?
feeling more like
I had water over
2016
here.
as opposed to 2020, they started playing very loud music.
I mean, the
I
fact that
wonder.
Trump is
Kamala
winning the
Harris
popular vote, that's
Oh,
pretty incredible.
these
Trump,
I think
Kamala
that is
Harris
kind
were
of
nice.
amazing. I'd like to
They're
go back and look at those numbers.
so are those
Is it
Kamala
though?
Harris?
Remember 2016 when
Yeah, they
Donald
canceled
Trump was on the
everything for
Wisconsin
tonight.
map?
They're
Well,
sending
you remember
everybody
this.
home.
Then people fell asleep, woke up the
Why?
next morning, and then it was 100,000, votes that went in favor of Joe Biden. Do you think something like that could
Liz, I
Wow.
think they put a graphic on the
Yeah.
popular vote. Since have old man eyes,
Which
I
is
can't read it. But
it's
is it good?
incredible.
It's
Yeah,
very-
it's a
it's
5 million
very good.
plurality right now.
It is amazing. It's totally amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it. A president hasn't done.
I
Republican
think
hasn't
Too
done this
Strong is even. They're still up.
a generation ago. The way they changed the laws in
Yeah.
California and New York and other
Did we lose
jurisdictions
Jareen?
with this loose voting.
Yes,
Because it's like
yes.
one
I'm not
o'clock in
saying
the
he's
morning.
going to carry
Yeah, but
the
it's
popular
almost
vote,
like
but this
one
is
her
this is quite
time.
an amazing thing. And the other thing is,
So it's like
57
12:48 her
million,
time.
that's not 81. Now we have a lot of votes still to count, but
we have a lot of votes
people
still to
didn't like the 81 million. That always seemed kind of
That's
high.
funny.
Well, I don't
We'll
think
see where it comes out.
I don't think we're going to hear a three dog night
Group
joy to
garbage.
the world tonight.
No,
I don't
no,
think-
Joy to the
yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, but
Yeah, Rick is saying
I just want to take a look at
Oh my
Wisconsin.
goodness, that is
Wisconsin.
funny.
Can you
He
go to
did that laugh.
after that? Can you go to Michigan? I want to see what's going on in
2%.
Wayne
That
County
was
because that's
funny.
all hanging out there.
Okay, so Wisconsin's here, and,
So-
and again, if you want to
Wait, he's talking about Wisconsin.
and look at the state of Wisconsin, 51, 47. If you go to the Senate race to see what they vote in, 85% of the vote in. You notice that Hovde is
Oh,
running about
Eric.
a point
Okay, he got
behind
it.
Donald Trump in the state of
That's
Wisconsin.
good.
Where can Kamala Harris come back? 4 points. That's not a small amount of money. Where amount of votes? Where can she come back? Where the votes are, which is Milwaukee. 83% of the vote statewide, but only 63% of the vote in Milwaukee. If you look at Joe Biden in 2020, got pretty much a little bit better, but he got 317,000 votes. She's not on a path to coming anywhere near 317,000 votes. She's only 182 with 2/3 of the vote in. So she's going to underperform in Milwaukee. So where does Trump hold her off? Well, the big vote totals are suburban Milwaukee, and you look there in Ozaukee County, still 78% in, a little bit below the 83%. Same thing in Washington County, a little bit below the 83% statewide. Waukesha, which is the biggest suburban county, actually almost all in. But there's an opportunity in Racine County with only 56% in, and that, as you see, that's a pretty big county. So there are some votes outside. The other big center of Democratic vote is Dane County, where the University of Wisconsin is, and that's all in. So it really comes down to her being able to crank out a vote. And if you look at Milwaukee,
Not getting
It's
it.
hard.
I get it.
It's hard to
I
see
get
how
it.
she gets there.
I'm
We're
sorry,
not
you
calling
and
the race
Connie
right
can't
now, but it's
cheer
hard to
for
see how she gets there,
your
But
and it's
state.
hard. And
Get
it's hard to
along.
see, frankly, how Hovde doesn't get there too.
So Rick, she's got a
Did you
Philly
hear
problem.
me?
She didn't get what she needed,
Right.
right? Or
No.
Donald Trump overperformed, and he's
Yeah. Hold
overperforming in
on.
Milwaukee.
Hold on.
Yep. And you can go and the
What?
problem with Michigan, which I know Rob.
I
you wanted me
said,
to
I'm
talk
sorry,
about, the
you
problem
and
with
Connie
Michigan is
can't cheer for
Wayne
your
County, where the city
your
of Detroit
state,
is,
yet alone
is
your
still only got 44% in, and
And
that
2%.
Senate
2%'s in California too.
let's look at the presidential
I know
race.
you and
Compare
2%.
that to where Biden was. She's running actually better than Biden so far.
California's almost lost.
Again, less than half the vote in, and statewide.
But
If we got rid of Hollywood, in San Francisco, we would be good.
So there's still a
But
long way
Kathy,
to
you
go.
got to keep the faith.
I'm tired.
Not sure we're going to be able to haul that in.
Let's talk
time.
about
Okay.
independence. Georgia independence. They were
I'm tired.
right. This is a group
Oh
that
my
was
goodness!
Biden
Look at 2%.
and then when they were asked,
It's
the
early
Georgia
for
exit
us.
poll, what was their biggest issue? They said the economy. So James Carville said it's
And look,
Oh gosh, no.
it is. I mean, I'm a registered
What?
independent. I always stick it if I feel
Rollins
like it.
is beating
I think
Calvert.
I'm in good
I
company.
think it's like a growing
Oh,
phenomenon.
Kathy,
America. I
you
think
scared us.
Gallup polls that
Kathy.
moving away from party affiliations. And so
No,
Kathy,
particularly with the Latino
Kathy.
voter,
that's a Republican seat away from the Congress.
They are your
Dems have a chance to get
so
the
this idea that
majority
you're seeing in these
by
different
taking that
states of the
seat.
independent voters breaking towards
It's not
domination,
good.
I think you're seeing this happening not only
Not
in Georgia,
good.
not only in North Carolina, but in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
You guys
and
keep girls get the
we talked about this
Wait,
in Arizona,
2%
Nevada, where
Minnesota
they're gonna
sucks.
play a very influential role if they're
Oh,
gonna be the next
Stacey.
president. They don't want to be called Republican. They don't want to be called
Oh
Democrat.
Well, and
goodness.
this is, remember, Donald Trump's greatest appeal
Right.
is that he
Oh,
wasn't a regular Republican.
But you know
He
what?
came as an
You know
outsider.
who's the loser, the big loser tonight? Liz Cheney.
Yeah.
Think about it. Kamala Harris spent how much time
Yeah.
Oh,
she
wow.
become this martyr? When did she become?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm bummed.
Well, if it gets, Kathy, if it gets, I'll I'll maybe I can still keep. I'll still keep it going.
I'm fine. I'm just upset. I'll get over it.
Okay, tell us why you upset.
Because let me mute them.
Look at
Okay, I'm upset because hi Poochie. You come to see me? I'm upset because Nancy Pelosi and Gavin Newsom backed Will Rollins and threw a bunch of money at him. That's why. So here we go. So this is the Associated Press.
Okay, so what are they saying?
270 to win. 270 to win is at 248 Trump and 213 Harris.
Okay.
They have Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, or Minnesota, or Arizona, or Nevada.
Okay.
Well, Hawaii, which Hawaii's polls is closed, and that's,
Okay.
And what about the other one? 230 to 210. They called Minnesota.
Well, I don't even think we. I mean, I'm not even thinking about what. I mean, that one.
And they haven't called Georgia yet either.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Well,
some of the early numbers were out. They were cheering and waving those flags, but as the night progressed and they watched the returns come in, no more waving flags. In fact, they asked for the television to be muted here with the returns, with the exception of.
I don't know, ladies.
Then Harris won. They turned it on and got cheers for that. Instead, they blasted music to try to sort of distract.
Oh yeah, I agree. I don't think. I know.
Trump headquarters in Florida, where it looks like the party is still going, and of course the question is whether.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. Not even. Yeah, no.
Yeah, they shouldn't. Not at all. Not. This is too fresh.
Oh. This is a surrogate from Harris campaign.
There has been movement from Mar-a-Lago across the intercoastal waterway towards
Campaign family, thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Was Harris headquarters a short time ago. Kamala Harris not speaking. What do you think about that?
Well, I've thought all week that one of the strategies of the Democrats would be to put tremendous amounts of pressure on media companies to not call states. And that happened.
Yeah.
Newsmax called states, and I watched in the green room that nobody else would call. And I knew that there would be tremendous pressure to say that somehow this race isn't in the state it's in. Now, I can give you that we might be a few inches from the goal line and it's not over. But if you look through all the states that are yet to be called, Trump has leads in all of them. So this is I believe, this is just me, I believe this is an inevitable thing.
Here's the concern. We've all been here,
Okay,
right?
that's
Where
just
we went to bed
clickbait.
thinking
No.
one thing, and then we wake up in the morning and we're like, what just happened here? How do we allay those fears?
We're staying up all night, Lydia.
I know, but even 2 o'clock in the morning, when we wake up in the morning, could that happen again about the mail-in ballots and all of that? You know, how many has been counted?
I got to tell you, I do have to say the Republican National Committee under the chairman, Michael Gottlieb and Laura Trump, they have done a very effective job in deploying lawyers in all these battleground states. This is something, and I was in the 2020 campaign, that they did not do effectively. They have about 500 lawyers in each of these battleground states early on, and they've been on it. When it's come to any legal disputes, any issues with absentee ballots or ballots coming in after the deadline, the RNC has filed lawsuits and they have won in many of these cases. So I do feel that there is more of a sense of people are keeping an eye on the ball as opposed to what we saw with
the eye on the ball is critical. There is chain of custody, and what was happening 4 years ago is they were.
What were you saying, Latonya?
See what was happening.
Huh?
If you had observed.
Were you saying something?
I encourage all these big cities too. I challenge you. Let's not have problems.
Gosh, I'm trying to think.
Everybody watch everything you're doing. Put those video cams on those ballot boxes.
Yeah, but we're saying, in these battleground states, they do have attorneys on the ground ready to go to court and fight. Whereas in 2020, the RNC didn't.
And I don't feel like.
So why did the DNC, why did they what's the word I'm trying to say? Why did they cancel for her speaking?
Took off the headset, the boom box is over.
Because
That's right.
They think it's too close
Sweet
to
relief
call.
all around for the
So,
several thousand supporters of Kamala Harris, the
well,
vice president
here,
who showed up
let's
here
hear what
to
he has
see
to
their
say.
favorite
He's talking
candidate
about it.
and who stood, most of them, on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. Okay, and without their candidate coming to thank them for that demonstration of loyalty and for their suffering. And yes, for the reporters on the press riser, we have been relieved of our suffering. The thunderous bass boom sound system that's 2 stories tall, perched right above my head, has now ceased playing. But it's really extraordinary that we saw Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman, former director of the White House Office of Public Engagement under President Biden, one of the most prominent African Americans in American politics today, come out sometime shortly before 1 a.m. and tell the crowd of several thousand Harris supporters, which had already begun to thin out just based on the balloting they were seeing on the Jumbotron, and tell them to go home. Tell them they wouldn't be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that she will be speaking with them tomorrow. It was extraordinary. And I have to say, I think it left a bitter taste in the mouths of those who did remain until the bitter end. And one wonders why Vice President Harris didn't take the opportunity to come here and reward these supporters and make a statement of some kind. She would have been on safe ground simply to say that the vote count continued, that she was so grateful for all of their support, and to stay tuned. And I think her base would have felt well rewarded by that. But instead, she was a no-show.
Oh, so they
At
oh,
the
so
party
Trump
in
got
her honor,
Georgia?
at her alma mater, that she designed and she crafted, and which she invited all these people to attend. Back to you
Wow,
guys.
that
James,
says a
was the
lot
prompter
that
working?
she got Georgia.
Maybe the prompter wasn't working properly.
I want now, Lydia, that question requires a 2-part answer. Number one, I don't have any prompter here. I want the viewers to understand that. So,
You know, that's pretty sad.
well, the prompter was being tested earlier
Those
in the
people
evening,
were
and it seemed
standing
to be
there
working
waiting
just
for her
fine. I
for
can't tell how
7
many times I
hours.
But see, that's the thing. Once again, it just, I mean, you can't really say for sure, but see, right there, that just shows. I mean, I don't know. Like, where's where's the respect? You know what I mean?
There is none.
I mean, where's the respect for all these people who, if they can sit out there for that amount of time and then just, I mean, wow.
All right, well, it is now 1:01
Yeah.
a.m. on the East
It's
Coast.
sad.
Good morning to you on the East
Yeah.
Coast. And you're having
It's
a good
really
evening
sad.
on the West Coast.
I mean,
The polls
that's.
are closed everywhere now. Alaska just officially closed as well.
So what happens if she loses? Where does she go back to? I mean, I mean,
Well, January 20th, she goes back to being a private citizen as a former VP, and I don't know what she's going to do because
depending on what happens.
A lot of these politicians, they have businesses, they've been entrepreneurs, they've been attorneys, and all of that. Which she is an attorney, but she has worked for the public in you know, a public or state or federal position her whole life. She's
But you
never
know what?
worked in the private sector.
But you know what? I think that being that she has gotten this experience and all of that, she probably might be, what do you call somebody who travels around and speaks to people, and I don't know.
It's fairly obvious she didn't have a lot to offer.
Yeah, she might, you know,
I mean,
do it.
because she's
A
definitely
talking tour,
doing
a speaking
is
tour.
out there, huh?
She might do a speaking tour, but the thing is she's not a good speaker.
She was overwhelmed by it.
Well, the New York Jewish voters, they
took, Governor Walz.
according to one exit poll,
So,
Jewish
yeah.
voters, the Democratic Party in high
All the
numbers
polls are
has
closed now.
42% back Trump, up 50
They are? Okay.
If you look at suburban
Yep.
Philadelphia, the Jewish vote there's 300,000 Jews in the.
They're all closed. Alaska just closed.
Heavily concentrated in southeastern Pennsylvania. A lot of suburban Jews who will vote Republican.
They said that Trump was.
Oh, and then he said Waltz comes back to Minnesota.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
Yeah.
you know,
for
this
the rest of his
zero
term.
to me was so bad for her because
People are just standing. Were they just standing and waiting at 2%? I mean, I thought it was they told them to go home.
and I think this would have been
They
a
did.
very different night.
But
So
they were
who is
sitting,
just
they were standing,
Well, yeah,
waiting
but I'm just
for
thinking
her,
it was just a bad
for
political
7
mistake.
hours.
no, but 2% said they are, not that they were. She said they are just standing and waiting. So I'm like,
I did get
There was a big stage set up in Washington, D.C., and that's where that guy was.
2% to 70%.
oh wow.
Drop in terms of the votes coming in. So
No.
it's looking at Trump being at 50.9%, Harris
Take a look at
at
it on the map.
47.6%.
I
Not
think
sure if
it's
it's
up to-
populated
Not
yet.
populated
But
yet.
these are people embedded
Populated
in
yet.
Nevada.
But I do think that but I do think we're getting close on perhaps in a couple of states.
Let's
Let's
see.
look at Wisconsin
I
here.
want to get this. I want to try to find the other video that is.
Here,
Wow,
51 to
my
46.
county really showed up.
If you look at the percentages of what has come in.
Okay, let me see.
There's really only one place that Kamala Harris can make up that deficit, and that's in Milwaukee County, and where she holds a sizable lead. She was expected to only 63% of the votes in, but if she's going to make up the difference, it's really going to come from there. All these other blue counties are well over 90% of the vote in, so we could be getting close to a call in the state of Wisconsin. The other state where we're seeing a similar phenomenon is the state of Pennsylvania. And again, as we've been discussing, Donald Trump has flipped Erie County. He's also managed to flip, it looks like he's going to flip Bucks County, as well as Northampton County. And a big chunk just came in, I believe, in York County. Here we go. In York County, there was a big dump of votes for him. Look how much he's winning in York County there. And this county, Cambria County, there were some irregularities that had been reported earlier in the day. They stayed open a little bit later. This is a county, if you look at the 2020 results, where Donald Trump won 68% of the vote. So even though right now it's showing as a blue county, this is likely going to turn red, and Donald Trump should get another infusion of votes from here. So again, the map is starting to get a lot smaller for Kamala Harris in the state of Pennsylvania to make up her deficit. And if she is able to do it, it would have to come probably from.
If he wins those two states, it's over.
And so I think we could be
Wow.
close over the next
He's
few
president.
hours, because they do, by law, they can't stop counting.
Do you think that's why they
so we could actually have a result here in the state of Pennsylvania tonight as well.
Yeah, the only ballots that will not be counted tonight are ballots that are received by the county. In Pennsylvania, the law says that any ballot received with a postmark of election day or before can be counted if received by Friday. So they will wait until Friday, wait until all the votes that were postmarked.
So will we know when Pennsylvania, will we have
There
the
aren't.
result from Pennsylvania?
Think about it. I mean, they're not going to be that many votes that you're going to get in, and so it's one of those things where if there's a big enough lead, and candidly, if that lead is maintained, if it's a 2 or 3 point lead, there just simply aren't enough.
No way
votes.
to.
There's just no way.
And
that they'll do that.
Tom, also York County.
So I think we can call tonight.
Those,
I do.
yeah,
I do.
probably
But
right.
they're the American people.
I think
want
we
to
can
make
call
sure we
tonight.
tonight. Yes.
York County, when those come in for Trump, they're also going to come in from McCormick. What's
Yeah,
going on
let's
with
take
that
a
race?
let's take a look at
Remarkable.
the Senate race right now. And this is very tight.
It's stunning.
Yeah.
Very tight. 50.9, 49.1. McCormick leading. But again, when Cambria County comes in, McCormick is going to get those votes as well. Let's take a look at York and how he performed. You see, take a look at that, 62 to 38% in York. He also is, and again, Donald Trump has flipped these two suburban Philadelphia counties, Bucks and Northampton, and it's close. It's actually closer in the Senate race than it is in the presidential, but still, he could be winning both of those suburban counties. So again, a few counties flipped here. by Dave McCormick, it's a close race.
Tom and Rick, I'm curious, how is Scott
Oh, I
Perry doing?
can't stand what.
Very
Okay.
competitive race. And I believe that Pennsylvania 8 has flipped Republican.
There's two seats that flip Republican, and he'll show you Scott
Oh,
Perry's
you're on
seat
PBS News. Okay.
was behind that.
Okay, 2%. Thank you.
What'd she say?
She was on 2%. I mean, 2% was reporting from PBS about the people leaving.
Yeah, Trump's leading in Alaska.
Oh, really? But was he supposed to get? I mean, not supposed, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, he was expected to win in Alaska.
Oh, he was? Okay.
Right now, but I can tell you this, there's definitely been some movement here within the last 15 minutes. There's been a noticeable increase in Secret Service, and also some Trump staff members came out onto the stage, basically readying the podium, getting the teleprompter ready, bringing out the Trump fans sign, putting it on the podium to a big chair among the crowd here. And we were told about 30 minutes ago that the Trump motorcade was going to be en route and that he would be here within 30 minutes. So we have reached that period of time. I just talked to a senior advisor to former President Trump who said that he will be en route shortly if he isn't already. So we are expecting the former president to be here to more than likely either watch the results coming in with all the folks here, with all the supporters, with Trump surrogates who we've seen, with advisors who have now been on the ground really over the last hour and a half. I've seen more people coming from Mar-a-Lago that were at the viewing party there, coming to the watch party here, really the headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center. You know, this as the numbers continue to come in, we're watching those as you guys have been talking about in those battleground states. You know, Florida was called quite a while ago, you know, looking at kind of the breakdown in the numbers, the breakdown in the voting in South Florida, and then nationally as well, the Hispanic vote, the black vote. I was talking to a senior advisor from Georgia who's looking at what the black vote turnout this year was. He believes it's probably pretty good in Georgia. But again, we're kind of waiting on those numbers. But definitely some movement here as we're waiting the arrival of former President Trump and his comments, his remarks to the crowd here. Guys, back to you.
All right, senior correspondent John Huddy, thank you so much for that. I just saw another report here that the Amish came out in droves to vote in Pennsylvania. What do you?
Well, they came out in carts.
Yeah, that's why I was being trying to be cute.
And they are coming out voting Republican. And Scott Pressler's team over an early vote pack, they honed in on registering the Amish voters. It's a fantastic work that they've done there down in Lancaster and York County.
No, that was a real intentional effort. And once again, this goes back to what we were talking earlier, different people of faith banding together. It's a big part of what I think will eventually be the Trump win.
Do you think Kamala got cocky?
I think she's always been cocky. I think you'd have to be cocky. She's gotten everything she's ever wanted, not necessarily by earning it. And, the problem with that, though, is that if that's how your life goes, you're sometimes not ready for the big
Amen
numbers
to that, Connie. No weapon formed against us will prosper.
I think the obsession with
What?
the Trump.
What did you say?
Then you had the media institutions really trying to dismantle and destroy Trump and the MAGA movement. I think it's backfired. This is what
Connie has said, I pray that no militia will form against us will prosper in Jesus' name. Amen. Yep. No weapon formed against us will prosper. In Jesus' name. Amen. Okay. Anything new on your end that you're listening to over there?
No. No, I was trying to look to see.
Took that little comment out of context. He said, drill, baby, drill. And it just goes on and on.
What?
And then,
I don't. What? This guy says he won because black man voted for a white man.
Well, tonight Liz Cheney put herself in the position.
Oh, okay.
looks like over there. You're like
Yeah.
pointing the finger going, come on.
I've been waiting.
Nevada.
Well, update.
Oh, finally, Nevada.
for hours now, and we finally have some numbers in the state that is home to Las Vegas. And here we are in Clark County. Let's take a look right now. 80%, almost 80% of the vote in Clark County. And it's even. I would suggest that's probably a very good position for Donald Trump.
Very good.
Right now, the county that is home to Reno, this Washoe County, 62% in. Again, very tight right there. And then we have Douglas County, Donald Trump way ahead with 75% of the vote. That's near Carson City. So we're going to continue to follow this.
How does that compare to Joe Biden?
Let's take a look.
No, those numbers are going to get a lot worse.
But
No, I don't see anything
this is all
new.
the Trump the Trump County. But I look at this and I say, they're almost 80% of the vote in Las Vegas, and he's almost at parity with Kamala Harris. So that's a better position, I would think, for a Republican than we've seen in Clark County in a long time.
Kathy,
So,
I
so
see
keep an
something
eye
that's
on this.
trending.
Donald Trump has never won
What's that?
Nevada in his last.
I see something that's trending.
What's that?
He expands his map, giving him maybe
Our watch party.
prize of the night. That
Our watch party
Yeah,
is trending.
I think so. When you go to YouTube, you see it amongst like watch parties.
Oh. Okay, well that means new eyes.
Let's look over.
Exactly. And there probably is new eyes already.
But Brown, right now,
So where do you find that? Where do you find the trending?
By about 30,000.
Where do you look? What's trending?
Depending upon where the votes are out. I mean,
Wow, he is really headed to vote. I mean, he is really headed to speak.
Is he?
Yes. He said, he doesn't have a lot of patience, and I just hope they, like 2% said, that they have some protection there. I mean, surely he wouldn't be not, you know what I mean? They wouldn't do that.
Democrats have taken control of everything, although we did elect Governor Lombardo, who's a Republican.
But isn't he, what is he going to speak on, though?
They changed all the laws.
I don't know. Because it can't be a victory speech. That would be too presumptuous.
No, it won't be a victory speech. But he's probably going to tell everybody that we'll know in the morning and thank you very much, but go home.
Okay.
Which Kamala should have done to her supporters.
Yeah.
That she didn't do.
And then we'll have to get through.
Where did you find what's trending? Where did you find what's trending?
Brilliant. All right, keep it right
on YouTube.
You didn't. Well, I don't know if I can find it again, but it was something that we were looking at, and it was actually a news thing. And then I looked on the side and I saw our video.
Oh,
2009.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, what?
Charcoal grill sold for $16, and this Nintendo Switch sold for less than $20.
Okay, interesting.
I know, very interesting. Let me see if I can find it again. Then I can show you what I'm talking about. I was like, what?
Since they're a commercial, okay. Let me share my screen again. The map has moved. Trump's at 251.
Bucks on Deal Dash.
And shipping is always free.
So what did they call?
Go to dealdash.com right now.
They called
and see
Georgia
how much
finally.
you can save.
Okay, so
Oh,
what
and
did
Alaska.
He got Alaska. Okay. Oh.
Presidency.
And they finally called Georgia.
Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids
What?
that means. Three Kids Guide
They
to
finally
President Trump
called
and free
Georgia.
membership to the 1776 Kids
Oh,
Club.
they finally. Okay.
That's
So they finally called Georgia. Let's see what's happening over here in the other map. They're at 247. They still got Wisconsin at 80. Trump's still leading with 87% reported. Michigan with 63%, and Trump's ahead a lot.
Oh, wow.
Why aren't they calling that? There must be a big county that could change things. And then
Oh.
Pennsylvania, he's winning by 200,000 votes and 90% reporting. Why aren't they calling it?
That's a good question.
Arizona's very close. Very close. And then Nevada, he's got a big lead.
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, let's see. It's at least 6 hours, right? 7 o'clock, a long time ago.
Okay.
So a lot still to happen. Maybe even Michigan and Pennsylvania are leaning towards Donald Trump. You still have Philadelphia, you still have Detroit and Milwaukee. So things could shift. But right now, I'll send it over to Tom Basile. But right now, it looks pretty good.
Oh, well, let's take a look at the lay of the land here as we're waiting the former president to take the stage. Kamala Harris at 213 electoral votes. Donald J. Trump 251. So he's inching his way closer. Here are the states that we haven't called: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and Nevada, and then Hawaii. Hawaii is expected to go for Kamala Harris, but we haven't called that as yet. But we're getting closer, as I explained in the previous segment. Perhaps in Wisconsin and in Pennsylvania, there's just a lot of vote coming in, and Pennsylvania has to continue to count. Nevada, right now, Donald Trump is ahead in the state of Nevada and in Arizona as well. But that's where we are at 1:20 a.m. And it looks like we're going to hear from the 45th president of the United States in just a few minutes.
Yeah, Elon Musk has already shown up with one of his children on his shoulders.
What letter is the child?
There is a contrast here happening in these two campaigns, right? So former Biden official Cedric Richmond came out, basically said, "Go home." This is very similar to what happened in
They're not
2016.
looking anymore.
Podesta, who was Clinton's campaign chairman, also came out and said
that's from lack of sleep.
They're still counting votes. Very similar. Here you have Donald Trump coming out and giving, I believe, will be a very interesting,
I was reading what 2% was saying.
Podesta then left the stage, and then they cooked up Russian collusion, which we've talked about for 4 years. So I'm hoping, like you said, Kamala Harris did go to
Fox
bed.
News has
Not cooking
called
up some kind of
Pennsylvania for Trump. He's at 267.
Like I said, we
Who
need complete
who called
transparency
it?
in this process, video cameras on all of these
Fox
ballots.
News.
Let's keep it clean, and let's get this answer.
What news?
To our knowledge, there's
Fox.
no phone call.
They
from
did?
Anyone?
Yeah.
From Kamala Harris. She has not
What?
conceded, obviously.
Okay, I'm not
know
even
there
hearing
been
that.
times before anything goes public that a
This
candidate
is on
will call the other
YouTube.
candidate and say,
Well,
On the
the
YouTube
good
channel.
news is that in Pennsylvania, you got to keep
Really?
counting. Once you
Let
start
me
counting, you
see.
got- I think is
Let me find
going
Fox.
to be interesting.
Can you
to
Where
find
are
it?
you?
Getting Pennsylvania is not.
Finally, 58 and 60%. So you can see, I want to show you.
It is just an absolutely remarkable. I think if you wrote this as a movie script, people would say this could never happen in the United States of America.
He's a single, I've said this before, he's a single greatest
there.
political athlete I've ever seen. And tonight
Oh,
he
wow.
proved why. There were moments in the campaign where I thought he would say, said some
That's-
things and did some things
Wait
that I
a
didn't quite
minute.
understand,
That
that I
puts him at
thought maybe detracted from
267?
that. But tonight obviously proves that too. He also ran a traditional campaign. He
And they
connects with
haven't
voters on
called
issues.
Alaska
He
yet.
talked about the things that
And
mattered most to
Alaska's
voters. And
3. That
Democrats
puts
said
him
he
at
didn't talk about it
270.
in the most full-throated way. He didn't
So,
talk about it in the most
you know what? Oh my
wholesome way. He
goodness.
talked
That
about it in
means
the most
we are going
comprehensive
to
way, but he
actually be
connected
staying
with
away.
voters. I would urge my party tonight, if indeed he, I think he's almost at 270, we'll declare it here shortly once Alaska comes in. Don't write off the American people. Let us not be critical of people for voting for President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had to reevaluate, reassess.
Wow.
Mr. Wonderful said it a little earlier that may give us an opportunity as a party to revamp, and perhaps we should think about that. But don't write off the
Really?
people,
Who
the
said
American people, for the decision they made this
2%?
evening.
Who said that?
He will be the 47th president of the United States after
Who is
everything that we
who is
saw in this
Okar?
election.
Okar.
It's hard
Who is
to
that?
understand how some in the mainstream media are going to take this
2%.
because it
Who
was
is
so
that?
over the
Who is
top
this person?
one way
Who
that
said
they
you
thought
can
it was
write?
done.
Who
There
is
was a
that?
landslide prediction from a lot in the media that she was going to have the landslide. It looks like he's going to have the landslide tonight.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable. And
Oh.
you know, the revolution rolls on, and this is not just you know, a victory for the White House
Oh,
tonight,
okay. That's
but
okay.
also, you know, this is the end of the old Republican Party, which of course Donald Trump took on. That was the first thing that he did. The very first thing that he did in 2015 was take on the old Republican Party. He has
2%,
completely reshaped the
Barbara,
Republican Party. The Republican Party is
Stacey,
no longer
thank
a
you,
you know,
Connie. Let me see. Is Connie still with
doesn't
us?
stand for a lot of the things that it stood for before. He has made it a far more middle
Let me see.
class, working class, a far more practical party, a far more, I think probably a far more durable party. And he's figured out how to win with that.
Wow.
And you can't help but think that with this victory,
you,
in
thank
4
you.
years from now,
You are in
he's
the
going to have the
eye.
mantle that
Thank
he can
you.
hand to the
Praise the
next
Lord.
Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were, but it is truly extraordinary, and it is all
Wow.
of one guy, one man who had the
Oh,
fortitude, the
yes.
strength,
That
vision,
deserves,
the
yes.
refusal to accept
Do-do-do-do.
anything. You know, all of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a single defeat
Yeah.
to be
I know,
elected
right?
again.
I'm
But
with
when
you
think about it, he
2%.
came back from a series of. I mean, his party lost in the midterm.
Kathy,
in his
are we going
2018.
to
They lost in 2018. They lost the presidential election in 2020. They had a
thing
major
tomorrow?
disappointment.
Do we want to just do that tomorrow after and kind of, you know, what
What's
do
that?
you think?
I'm
Do
sorry.
you
I
want
didn't
to
hear.
do the after thing tomorrow? Like after, it seems like we're going to know tonight who's going to win. So can
Right.
we, do you want to do the after thing tomorrow?
Sure. Since
Or
it's so
you
late.
want to, or you want to, huh?
I'm not sure what you have in mind for the after party.
Well, what I'm thinking is I don't want it to be like gloating or nothing like that.
Right.
You know, I mean that's not what I'm thinking at all. Like, oh, you know, those people, no. You know, so I'm wanting it to be where I don't want to say it all here, but not anything like that's like, you know, being haughty and all this kind of stuff.
Sure.
Nothing like that.
Okay.
And then I can talk more with you about it.
All right. We can do it tomorrow. We can do a yeah. We can do a post-election show.
There you go.
Tomorrow.
Post-election. Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that
Oh
tomorrow
my
night.
gosh. Look, we have more people joining.
I know.
We have 13. Woo! Don't
Thank you for
forget,
joining us, who's ever here.
What?
I said thank you for joining us, who's ever here.
I know. And yes. And please remember to like and share this video. And especially Kathy's, her down at the bottom, you see Faith and Freedom Talk. Please go and visit her channel. She does amazing videos, devotionals. Oh my gosh, her devotionals are just so visual, on point. And not only that, but she also along with what she's an entrepreneur. She has a shop where she has different gear, different things, faith, and for patriotic, and also just for the season change. I mean, you have to check it out. So, so Kathy, do you think do you want to show anything?
No, not tonight. This is
Not
all about
tonight?
the election. Yeah, this is all
Okay.
about the election.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Look what 2% said.
Kathy's gonna fall asleep in her clothes. We don't get her to go. Do I look that bad?
I think you're kind of holding up.
Bitcoin went up
Oh,
exponentially.
but she helped.
Yes, I'm long Bitcoin.
Are you? So you're buying later.
You know, speaking of Bitcoin, I'm also struck by just calling Pennsylvania here, Dana. Trump embraced Elon Musk in an enormous way. A lot of stories were written that said that he was going to blow it in Pennsylvania, that his
Oh my
people who were
goodness.
working on his outreach teams didn't know what they were doing. He's going to
And
be
he got a lot of
elevated.
criticism.
back to
Remember
see what
the $1 million
Newsmax-
giveaway for registered voters?
What
And
happened?
Alina Zito, who's
Let's see
somebody
what
that we
Newsmax is
follow and
doing.
we've had on the show many times, and she knows that
Oh,
area
okay.
very well. She said the people of that region.
Bounce around a little bit.
Course of this campaign, from the primaries to this point, on their phones, getting ready, hugging
They
each
called
other.
Pennsylvania too.
Celebratory mood here on the ground at the Trump.
Oh, they called it too? Okay.
All right.
So now we're just
John
waiting on
Henry reporting
Wisconsin.
live from West Palm Beach. Ed Henry, Katrina's this
Well-
year. I mean, this is history.
It sure is. When we started our coverage today at 5 p.m., of course, it was all about the math. Nobody
I
knew
don't
what
think
was going
Fox
to
is
happen. And
called,
again, we're learning Newsmax is
Alaska.
projecting, of course, President former President
And
Trump,
Alaska
actually
has
President
3
Trump
votes.
winning.
So
There we go. President-elect Donald J. Trump winning
that
Pennsylvania.
puts him
and
at
of course,
270.
clearing that 270 winning
That's right.
number.
45th
Okay,
president of
if
the
they
United
call
States, now going to be the 47th
Alaska,
president of the United States.
No, they just
Mercedes
called
Pepsi
Trump to
working,
win.
in 45's
they
White
did?
House. Your thoughts on this
Newsmax just
dramatic
called.
comeback?
Well, and I worked in the
Project
campaign
Donald Trump
2020,
to win
so I
presidency.
got to tell you, when we saw these
Really?
projected numbers in Pennsylvania and projecting Donald Trump's victory, wow, we were in complete shock. We didn't think it was going to be
I
called
don't
so
see
quickly, but
I
it
don't
clearly
see
shows that
any
in
protection
Pennsylvania,
up there
made
for him.
so many inroads
Right
in
here.
these cities, in
Newsmax
Philadelphia and
projects
Bucks
Donald
County.
Trump
Then
to
you
win
look up in
presidency.
Erie County, where
I don't
he
see it.
won that county, which was so critical.
Across the banner.
It is really a victory for the American people.
Right
It is
under
a
breaking
victory for
news.
democracy. It is a victory for the greatness of
Okay.
America. And I got to tell you,
It's
this
not the
historic
numbers. It
moment,
just says
it's just the
Newsmax
beginning
projects
of
Donald
what we
Trump to
know
win
is
presidency.
going back
Oh,
to what
okay. I see. I
Trump
see.
That's all it says.
presidency, which was a strong economy, a strong border, and knowing that, he had the
I don't
backs of the
see.
American
I
people.
don't see
Yeah,
any
Matt, of course, we know that the Kamala Harris
like glass
campaign sent
protection
everybody
up.
home. They said that she would be speaking tomorrow. Do you anticipate
Kathy,
that maybe a phone call will be happening tonight, however?
let me see.
You know, I've
2%
long ago
asked
given
us
up
the
trying to get
question.
inside Kamala Harris's brain. I don't know what she's thinking. I do think
She asked
it
a
probably
question.
would have made sense even in 2000.
Yes,
I
we're
don't
going to listen to
remember,
Donald Trump.
Gore called
Yes.
And then we'll call it a night.
conceded or
Yes.
whatever he did. So there was.
He was driving to
If that's good with you
the
guys.
concession site in Nashville.
I'm good.
as a
I want to
halftime
hear what he
show, right? And then
says.
he stopped.
Yeah,
He changed
I'm
his
good
mind, and we were
too.
all out there in the streets of Austin because I worked on that game, ready to get awfully excited. I just want to reiterate what my wife said. It's been a heck of a voyage for 8 years for the country. It's been a voyage for our marriage, for our family, for our children. A lot of people, this is a very emotional moment for them because when you stood with Donald Trump 8 years ago, it was great to stand with him, first of all, because he's like a very amazing person. But the shrapnel hits you too. They want to take everybody out who stands with Trump. Quite frankly, I'm going to.
He better hurry up. Yeah, he better hurry up.
Why this was the right decision, but they will attack Newsmax for calling Georgia, for calling North Carolina. That is how these people operated: search and
Oh, wow.
destroy It's attack your character. And the American people are good, decent, and fair people. They are exhausted of these political tactics. And they ought to, what
All
they
I
ought
can
to
say
do
is
is look
thank
at
you,
this
Lord.
case and learn
I
from
know.
it
I'm
and
telling
be
you.
better and start to
Because
treat
when I
your
think
opponents
about
with
it,
some
do
decency
we really
and stop
deserve it?
using the cops and the FBI
No, we don't
to
deserve
put
it.
your political
And
opponents in jail.
The law
Stop.
has
and
been
you
broken.
know,
America is
And Donald Trump
lost.
did not just win the presidency.
yes.
He may very well
I
have
mean, a lot of people
and the
was
ability to
just
stay out
saying
of
that.
prison, literally,
I
because
mean, you
now
know,
these criminal convictions
so
may be
what do
going
you
away. I
think,
say, no,
Kathy? Do you
we don't
think
know what's
if they would have
There's
kept
states that
Biden,
unfortunately,
We
but
shall
this
see.
probably
There's
would have been different?
Georgia, as you suggest. You see a
No,
jubilant
I
scene
think it
there
would have been
as they
um,
await former president, now
after
President-elect Donald
that
J. Trump heading to
that
West Palm
last
Beach.
after that
But a
debate
much different
and
scene, of
how
course, in
the world
Washington,
saw
D.C.
him
And Kamala Harris's
so
headquarters, where everyone's been
feeble
sent home until she's planning, we're
and
told, to address
his
the nation tomorrow. Let's
mind
check in with
not
our chief
there.
White House
You
correspondent,
know,
James
he had
Rosen. James, good evening.
a lot of moments in that debate where he could barely speak.
Good
He
morning.
stared off into
We
space.
are now well after Election Day, and
So,
with the
you know,
mounting
I
numbers
think
of outlets that are
if he
calling
had
this
stayed
race
in
for
the
former
race, it would
President
have
Trump,
been more of a
it
landslide
remains to
for
be
Trump.
seen how Vice President Harris will
You
conduct
do, you
herself
think so?
tomorrow.
Wow.
Because I don't think that he would have had the
Richmond,
energy,
influential former congressman, former director of the White
the
House Office
stamina
of
to
Public
even go
Engagement
out
under
there and
President Biden, one of
campaign.
the most prominent African
But
Americans
then
in
what if
American
he would
politics
have
today.
stayed in,
When he came
he
out shortly
won,
before 1
but
a.m.
then
and
later
told the already
stepped down
dwindling crowd,
for
which had numbered
Kamala
in the
to
several
get into,
thousands here at
wouldn't
Howard
she
University
automatically
to go
get up
home,
in that position?
that they would not be
Yes.
hearing
So they
from the
could
vice
have went
president
that
tonight.
route.
Instead, they will hear
They
from her
could have,
tomorrow. But the
Yeah.
logistics of that, what the fancy types
but
would call the modalities
you know
of how
what
she will
some have
address the
said is
nation and
they
her
threatened
supporters
him with the
remain
25th Amendment
unclear
to
at
remove
this
him from
time.
office if
We
he
can
didn't
tell
step
you that
down
the
as a
schedule for the
candidate.
White House for the
Oh,
president,
wow.
Joe Biden,
Which,
remember him? That
if
was
they
released
removed him,
just a
you
few minutes
know, he
ago,
would have.
and it
You
shows
know,
only
I
one
mean,
event on Mr. Biden's
what they
schedule. It
did
is
was
not open
shameful.
to the public.
It
That
was
is
a
his
coup.
receipt again in
You
late
know,
afternoon tomorrow of the
and it
presidential
was an
title tweet.
insult to the
But if you're
American
wanting to
people,
see
the
detail about
Democrats who
that
voted for
schedule, again, it
Biden
was released
in the
just minutes
primaries,
ago.
the 14
There will
million
be no
people that
White House
voted
press
for him.
briefing tomorrow
Right.
from Karine Jean-Pierre,
And
the White House
and she
press
didn't get
secretary.
one vote.
One
She didn't
wonders
even get
how
one vote when
President
she was
Biden
running for
views
president
tonight's results.
Wow.
Whether he
and
thinks
I'm
to
just
himself
thinking,
that he could have
what about
taken the
all
fight
the
to former
people
President Trump
who
better. Although it
like
certainly
put
didn't appear that way in
themselves
Atlanta
out
on
there on
June
the
the
line?
27th.
Like
In any
for an
case,
example,
Howard University is now
um,
dark and quiet, and
gosh,
we await to see how Vice
Obama
President Harris
and
will
others.
comport
You know,
herself
it's
Mhm.
like
tomorrow, or
people
shall I say
are
later
gonna
today.
remember what he
James,
did.
I have to ask you, it's
And
Katrina
was
here.
it worth it?
As you mentioned, there will be no White House press briefing tomorrow. I know that you
No,
have
I
some
think
interesting
the
moments in the press
Democrat Party
briefing
is a
with
laughingstock
Karine
right now.
Jean-Pierre. Will you miss having
I
one of
really
those
do,
tomorrow?
and it's shameful.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
know,
I won't have any of those interesting moments
it's
there.
a big old.
I was,
It's
where
a
was
clown
I? I can't
show.
remember, but I was asked, do you think that you're going to have an easier time getting a question asked?
And I
Yeah.
feel bad for the
Vice
people
President
who
now? And
support
the answer
them.
is there was no opportunity, and that was about equal to my sitting in the briefing room
Yeah.
when there were
You know, they
briefings.
say
But
you know
look,
some
the Biden
of them say
administration
that we're
is not
deceived
long for this world.
for
And
supporting
it'll be
Trump,
interesting to see what Karine Jean-Pierre does with herself after this.
but
But in any case, these are small
you
issues
know,
compared to what was on the table for the American people
we
tonight.
know the truth.
And right now, we're seeing across the country no major disturbances. We're seeing no major complaints as far as I've seen
Oh,
about
okay. 2% says she's out.
and so all of this,
Okay.
regardless of who's declared the winner,
Oh no,
will
I
be
didn't want to
telling
do that,
this republic
Kathy.
at this
Oh,
time.
there we go.
Absolutely.
Amen.
To that.
James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, doing an outstanding job as always. James, thank you. Before we go to the big board, I thought, Mercedes, listening
What
to
happened?
that, how do you think
Oh,
Kamala Harris
okay.
may comport herself tomorrow?
There we go.
Especially given the fact fact that the Democrats have spent so
She's
much
going to
time
listen from bed.
lecturing former President Trump and his
Have a good
supporters
night.
about
You must accept the results.
you must accept the results, and
They have
yet
said that, but is she
Jamie
ready to
Raskin's already
concede?
saying
Thank
no.
you for joining
Right?
us.
You know, the question will be, will she concede? Will she continue to say, well, there's still votes that are counted? I mean, you never know with the Democrats. So it'll be very interesting to
I
see
hope
what
he comes to
happens
talk
tomorrow.
soon.
And if in fact she
You don't
says,
think
hey, I'm going
so?
to call to
I think
President
he's
Trump
gonna. I think he's going to wait
And Matt
till
would,
for sure.
if
that he's over the mark.
If we have Donald
Well,
Trump as
he's
our
on
47th
the.
president, as Newsmax is projecting, as we pointed out, is this the
Well,
end
Elon Musk
of
is there,
Kamala
so he
Harris's
must be on his way or close to it.
That's a great question.
Right.
You know, my guess is she still has a future because if you look at the
And
Democratic
isn't
Party,
that
they
Eric?
never retire. Nancy Pelosi in her
Eric?
80s,
Who
Schumer
won
They
the
just
in his
showed,
race?
80s.
I think,
Chief
is
Justice
that
But
right?
you know what's going to be very interesting about this last his cabinet? If he Elon Musk, then Robert K. Jr. I mean, I like a lot of how he is for. I mean, he warns about a lot of things. Like for an example, like what's in toothpaste. You know, just you know what I mean. A bunch of different things that he's like, this is really making you guys sick.
Right.
He's really good on that.
Yeah. Okay, they're doing an update.
So this is a very significant win for Donald Trump. There are votes that are still being counted, but it does look like
They
in
got him at
addition
270.
to getting over that
Whoa.
magic number of 270, he may also win the popular vote. And that is something
That's
that has
huge.
been elusive for Republicans in the 21st century, and something that I think a lot of Democrats and a lot of political pundits and folks in the press never thought would even be possible. But the way things are trending right now, it is possible that he could win the popular vote as well.
Amazing.
Okay, let
Rick?
me just talk about the scale of this win. But before I do that, I want to talk about Pennsylvania because we were one of the first, maybe the first, to call Pennsylvania. There's a lot of
Oh
discussion
wow,
about
look how
that. Where
red
we
it
get
is.
there. About
That's
90%
awesome.
of the vote in at the time. Two things. There was about you can
You
see
know why
roughly
it's awesome?
200,000 vote lead.
Why?
And
over
I'm
here.
not being,
This was
you
a
know,
county that you see Kamala Harris
voting. This is for
winning.
God. This is a win
Cambria
for
County,
God, guys.
Johnstown, Pennsylvania.
Because
There will be
you know,
75,000
the red
votes being
conservative,
and Donald Trump's going
it means that people are tired of the ungodly ways.
20,000
Yeah.
votes roughly.
And they're moving to godly ways.
Vote total. If you look at the city of
I hope
Philadelphia,
that's
know,
what it's saying. Yeah.
whether they're a believer or not, they don't like the woke agenda, the trans agenda, you know, all of that, the abortion issue, and the fact that the Republican Party went out there and worked hard and got a lot of the Amish registered to vote. That's huge.
Well, you know, Kevin O'Leary, he made a statement and he said that the biggest gift that would be for he mentioned the Democrats is that they can do a reset and be able to like say, you know what, this going so far to the left, it's just not, this is not going to work. So if anything, if anything too, what this showed was that that was too far.
About 80%
Right.
of the vote in.
That was way too far on everything, you know. And it also, I think, Kathy, I think also what it did is that it showed it. I think it showed a lot of things. It showed that your vote really does count.
That's right.
It showed that this going so far to, you know, whatever, that's people don't like that. And it also showed that I think I think it showed maybe on the Republican side that not to take how am I trying to say it? Like maybe their typical base that they would think of. It's like I think it opened that up. And then the other last thing that I think it showed was that what was the last thought I was thinking? That it showed that you know how maybe some people can play around with like, well, let me just see how far we can push it. And I think it showed that it was like, no, you can't push it to this far because I don't know. Just some thoughts.
Yeah, no, I agree with your thought. And sorry, I have been listening to you, but my husband just came in and told me our son, who doesn't like politics, called him to tell him that Trump won.
And remember, Republicans had a
So he's
really?
early vote lead in Nevada, and we're coming on.
Which is, yeah. So that was
And I
pretty cool.
continued, I guess, to say it wrong because you're like,
So looks like we're winning in the House. Oh, Ken Calvert lost.
If the good guys win Nevada,
And
get it right.
Cherry Lake's losing. Yeah, unless it turns. But as of right now, she's losing. Garvey lost.
4 points behind Donald Trump. If Donald Trump can increase that lead a little bit, and again, look at where the votes are. 79%, the other big county in the state.
Well, California is going to decide who's going to be majority in the House. So we just got to pray that California, we have more Republicans in Congress than we have Democrats. We've already lost one Republican seat.
It doesn't seem like that could possibly be right, but that's
This could
amazing
happen. This could happen.
Let's look at Harris and Clark County because there's still outstanding vote. How did Biden end up?
Did they call Nevada? They didn't call Nevada, did they?
It may not be.
I don't think so.
For Trump, maybe, but if it is, then if Trump
Well,
expands his lead from here,
so
we may be
still see the press hasn't called Trump to win yet either.
Let's
270
see.
hasn't either.
Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted.
They still haven't even called Georgia.
Or by their
What's
community,
wrong
or
with
by
them?
their crazy neighbor yelling at them because they put that Trump sign. Think about that person out there.
Let's see.
The one, they are winning tonight. They're the ones that finally said, yes, my voice was heard. And I think that's the beauty of this particular election, is that Donald Trump spoke to every single one of those
Oh, some shows are already calling it.
you know, like
Yeah, well, Newsmax has already called it.
And somebody, another show, has called it.
Those individuals telling them how they should
Let's see if Fox called
what
it.
they should believe,
Yeah.
and how they shouldn't pray to their God. And you know what? The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
Let me jump in off that because it's all
Yeah, we had enough.
Weaponized DC government.
We
which
spoke.
get to control. We get to run it. When did it get so out?
15,000 over Kamala Harris. So it is still narrow. It is still close.
Possibility of running the table with battleground states.
Oh, they called
David Cross
Wisconsin
with the
for
Democratic
Trump.
campaign of Harris
They
campaign.
did?
Just
Yeah.
yesterday. Now it is possible.
Trump's
that
got
Trump runs the
277.
table
Already then.
and builds on
Wow.
a landslide electoral. We don't know where the popular vote
Yes.
is going to finish out.
Wow.
He will be going back to the White House, and with
Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow.
because he will have
He's
been
at
there once,
277.
he will know what he
Fox
wants to do.
called
You know, he
Wisconsin
also
for
spoke
Trump.
for the fact that he had so
They
much
called him the
turnover
winner.
in his first term as-
So
in his term as
Pennsylvania
president.
and Wisconsin.
He really know Washington, and
He's at
he was
277.
new to this realm that he had come to win the presidency, and he promised.
Wow. Wow.
Now he knows whom he wants to
226.
hire. Now he wants
Okay.
Okay,
Barbara, I think,
We're saying that
okay.
means a lot of very experienced people around Washington want to be ruled out. Maybe they will.
You gotta
But
turn
it's
it
going to be
off.
very interesting to see the kind of people he reaches out to and reaches out for in the days and weeks ahead as he builds his administration.
We're
So
joined by Kayla
Trump has
McEnany, Trip
won
Dowdy,
the
and Katie
election.
Pavlich. Kayla, you've been a part of the last administration. You've seen you can see the joy on all these people's faces. Think about the angst and the, all that this campaign has been through.
Oh,
And
wow.
now
People are
there is
crying.
the prospect of creating what you want to create in a second administration. Your thoughts, 30.
Wow.
Was like Hitler. And again, America has spoken. And Mercedes, you've said it so beautifully. This is what America does best. That is why we have this great republic, so people can have their voice.
And they wanted to divide us by
Yeah,
race,
people
by
were crying because
ethnicity,
Trump
by
won.
gender, and it's
Yes.
And I
because
heard
they
us.
just want to
Yeah,
be
that's to be
Americans
expected.
and love this country and make sure that our children can grow up in a free country that we love so much. And that
I
is
mean,
something that
are
the
they?
election of Kamala Harris
We are
has
winning
done.
in the House.
So many people are being criticized.
Yes.
I'd like to make one.
Yeah,
We just
please.
got to hold it.
Another hinterlands.
Okay.
If in fact that Donald Trump does run the table and win Arizona,
Even though we lost a seat here in California,
looking likely, and
three other seats flipped
11 electoral
in
votes,
other states.
more than he had against Hillary Clinton when he shocked the world. He's actually doing better, a broader win. Now, part of the reason is
304
because California, all these blue states lost votes to the red states, and the red states are actually worth
For a very good reason.
For a very good reason. Florida, Texas, all
He's got
increased.
304,
So that's why the number is up.
304
Well, Senator,
votes.
you spent a long time in
Really?
that chamber. What kind of
That's what
mandate
Newsmax is
will
saying,
President-elect
calling.
Donald Trump have? Because 2 hours ago, Katrina and I
Biden
were
won
sitting
with
with Dick Morris,
308.
and he said there could be 57 Senate Republicans. At the time, it seemed like maybe a stretch, but we're close. We're close. It's possible.
I think 55 is well within the number. 56 and 57. These two states here. Let's go to the Senate races. These two states here right now, where Democrats are running ahead. Barry Lake's running significantly more than any other candidate behind Donald Trump. But he could have a huge win in Arizona. Might be able to pull it off. I don't think we're going to know that for a while. But the bottom line is that the mandate in the Senate, the last time Republicans had 56 senators, I got elected in 1994 for what was called the Republican Revolution. In 1994, we ended up winning 9 seats that year and getting 56. We passed something called the Contract with America. There was when you have that kind of win. Now, we haven't looked at the House. I'm not sure that the win in the House is going to be quite as impressive.
A lot of close races.
There's a lot of close races, and the reality is we had a big sweep in '94, and as a result of that big sweep in both chambers, there was a huge pressure to do
It's
something.
not quite
If
as big
there
as
isn't
win as
that big sweep in the
Bergen, but
House, maybe a little
good.
tougher.
But the fact of the matter is, though, is that Donald Trump will be able to
Yeah.
govern if he's given an opportunity, and I think that he will.
Wow.
He'll be able to have the opportunity to
Oh
govern
wow.
with the Senate on his
Oh, I
side,
didn't see that
even
one.
with a slim
45
House
to
majority.
47.
He's going to be able to take this agenda that he's laid out over these last 6 months, and he's going to be able to move things quickly in January. And with a lot less opposition than the last time around.
Well, hang on. Let me
He's
push
getting
back on that
close.
for a second,
If they get the
because
House.
there's someone named Jamie Raskin who
yes.
a few weeks back said
Wow.
he's not even going to let Donald Trump get to January 20th.
Oh,
They're not going to.
interesting.
Well,
I
they're on
guess he
record
won't be
saying
going to
that.
They were.
prison.
So why
You say
would
what?
we believe that
I guess
there's
Trump
going to
won't be
be?
going to prison.
Well, and Kamala Harris, as the vice
Oh,
president,
why
has
you
to
say
sit
that?
there in the well of the House
They did say that
and
they
ratify
would
this
put him in
victory.
prison for a couple of
I'm going
days.
to interject here.
So he won't be
we're
going
not
now?
going down there. I mean, that's just.
But
The
he said
reality
it.
is,
He
this
did
is,
say it.
yeah. Jamie Raskin says a lot of crazy stuff. So does,
It would
so
be
does Schiff and so
really
the other.
a
The reality
bad
is,
look
This is an overwhelming victory.
Yes, it
at the
is.
There's no
sentencing
question
hearing
here. He
if
won
that judge
by
puts
strong
him in
majorities
jail.
and others. These weren't
The
20,000
incoming
votes to
president.
10,000 votes. These were huge victories. He won over a 300 majority. Donald Trump is not going to have any
Think
problems
about it.
being
If they put him in jail,
as the next
even
as the
for a
Right.
day,
president, and he's going to have a mandate. And the real
Yeah,
question is,
that's
and
yeah.
we can talk about this tomorrow morning, but the real question is he going to control the House? And right now, no one has projected whether
You
the
have
House is
a
going to be in
point.
Republican hands or Democratic hands. And
that
so
would be really,
everybody's
really
focused on the
bad.
presidential. A lot of folks are really excited about the Senate. Really important things. But for Trump to govern, he's got to.
Let me jump in on this House thing, which is
Wow.
yes, you gotta have the majority. But the best thing Mike Johnson has going for him is Donald Trump keeping those very numbers.
So they haven't called Wisconsin yet, have they?
We're not going to do that if Donald Trump says, "Look, I
Newsmax
need you to
did.
all stay together because I want to get this
Okay,
thing
because
done."
I'm looking at something and
I
Fox
can actually see a
hasn't.
slender House majority working very
The
nicely
Newsmax
with
did.
Trump's second term.
You're going to see a lot.
Okay.
Majority.
You're going to
Better be a majority.
Gotta be a majority.
You're
That's the
going to
key.
see a lot more unity on the Republican side, particularly because this is a mandate, and the next 4 years, the future of the party is going to depend on whether or not now Donald Trump is going to be able to deliver on things like no tax on Social Security, no
Now
taxes on
now
tips,
that Trump
closing
has
the
won,
border,
we really
making
got to
the
start
tax cuts
campaigning
permanent
for
2017.
JD
All of
Vance
those things,
because
if
he's
they
going to
don't
be
stick together, they won't
running.
happen. I
He's
think
going to
that
be
they know
running
that.
for
Okay, the
president
important thing to understand is
in
that the
2020.
things that Tom talked about, no taxes
Yeah.
on tips, and a lot of the
Yeah.
tax measures, a lot of
And,
measures
you
have to
know,
do with
we got a
So
lot of
li-
work to do
fiscal
and to
issues
get the church
actually
out
can
to
pass
vote.
with a mandate because They're not.
Well,
They're not.
that's why I said I think
So if you have a
this
majority in
time
the House,
around,
you have a majority,
and
you
with
can pass.
JD
You can
Vance
pass all
learning,
these,
you know,
all the
just how this
Biden
went,
pass
I
with
think
a
that's
majority.
gonna, you know what I mean? This is gonna be good for him.
To a lot of other
Yeah.
areas where you're going to need bipartisan
So he's
support.
going to
But
be
the
a
bottom
young
line is,
president
some of
like
the
Clinton
biggest
was.
things Trump
Clinton
wants
was
to
the
do,
youngest
he actually will be
president in
able to
history.
do with a
Right.
Republican House.
We're
But
talking a lot
then
of
you
money.
know what? But you know who he may be running against though?
Donald Trump has
He
been
may be
so
running against Tesla Gabbard.
behind him and lie about him by the media.
You read my
What
mind.
would
Tulsi
you
Gabbard?
do
Yeah.
if you
I
were
don't think
advising
so.
Donald Trump on how to handle
I don't
the
think so.
daily press briefings?
No, she went
the fact that the
Republican.
media is allowed to walk inside the
She
White
is
House
on
and
the
sit
Trump
right there.
team.
Well, how would you handle it?
But what I'm saying, Trump can't go again. So
No,
it's gonna
Trust his gut.
it's gonna
it's
be
going to be
wide
strategic.
open.
That is what
So
got him
probably what
elected,
will
of course, among other
happen
things tonight.
is
Yeah, I
JD
think
Vance
it'd be a
will run for
mistake if they kick
president
the
and
media
Tulsi
out.
Gabbard
Well,
will
he
be
could
his
send
vice
it to the
president.
NAOB or the
No,
E.
he's
of
got to be
course.
transparent.
Oh, I see.
I
I don't
took him
think
out.
Tulsi Gabbard can
All right.
win,
That might be a mistake, though, in terms of,
but I
news
think
Yeah.
JD Vance can
and
win.
saying, look, he's not going to be buddies with the media.
Okay.
He's going to fight with them. He's going
You
to
see what I
challenge.
mean?
But he took questions all the
Yeah.
time. He gave as good as he got.
Actually think as
Kamala
that
ran away.
President Trump thrives on the
Yeah.
battle with the media. And look, I saw it firsthand when I was in the White House in the communications shop.
Pray
You would
that we
have- you would
get
basically
a
say,
majority in
"Bring
the
them
House
in." And so
because
the
we
press
do not
would
want
come
them
in
trying to
and some
impeach
of these other
Donald
reporters,
Trump
and they
the
would
whole
badger
4
him with
years.
questions, and he always
Right.
gave an answer.
And that's what
And
will
he pushed
happen if the
back on them.
Democrats have a
And let me tell you,
majority.
the
We
media
don't
treated
want
him
that again.
very
There's
unfairly.
work to be
They
done,
ended up
people.
always going with sources close
Pray,
to
pray,
the
pray.
White House.
Yeah.
As
Right.
Right now, Republicans are winning. They're ahead. We're also ahead in the Senate. If we can maintain the majority in both, things will get done.
like the Washington Post, where you
Yes.
exit
Lord, we just ask you for favor in these races. I know you know what the outcome is, Lord, and we just hold that up to you right now, that we pray that we have the majority in the House and we pray that we have the majority in the Senate. And Lord, just let no more shenanigans happen and let the votes just be counted as they are voted, Lord, and no fraud. Kick it all out in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I forgot about himself for a second. What about this MAGA movement where these media organizations have treated people like deplorable? And what Jeff Bezos said in his op-ed, Jeff Bezos said in his op-ed, we need to bring more conservatives into the Washington Post. It's not about tearing it down. It's about bringing in new
But see,
voices.
Mercy makes a great point. It's like, okay, so you could have more conservative columnists that write on the op-ed. How about not try to destroy all of us every single day in the pages of their newspaper with these unfair slimes? They benefit
Okay.
almost everybody.
Wow.
Not going back to just calling balls and strikes on the issues. Tell us what we need to know on the issues. A little journalism.
About that. Yeah.
Let's reset here. You're looking live, of course, at Palm Beach Convention Center, West Palm Beach, just a few miles from
You know what?
where we are any moment now.
Boo, California.
Former president, President-elect
Latanya,
Donald J. Trump will
all
Yes.
the
thousands and thousands of supporters.
all the
You can
chat
expect
is
the
showing up on
family
my
right
account
behind him.
this
Think
time.
back to 2016, that night in New York City, when he was
I don't know
walking
what
up the
happened.
Tower.
We were there.
No, you know what? It's doing what it's supposed to because the chat is showing up in both of our channels.
Floors of the Golden Tower.
Good.
And
It wasn't
Pence is sitting
there
down and
before, but it
Trump
is
is
now.
watching him watch TV.
So
I thought that's never happened in the history of
so
the
that's
country.
good
Trump was in
news.
suites and hotels hanging
I
out.
don't know
with
what,
everyone
what
else.
I don't know.
Had that look of determination
Yeah.
in it to win it.
So some history-making news tonight. Newsmax was the very first news network to project Donald Trump as the winner of Pennsylvania. With that, he's also projected to be the winner of the presidency. He will become the 47th president of the United States of America. It's something he wears on the ball cap, 45-47, and now it's become a reality.
That's right. Of course, we're waiting
Wow.
for the president-elect to speak. You can see a very excited, emotional crowd gathering at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach. And, you know, here at the table with our experts, of
2 or
course,
3 or more
Mercy,
gathered
you have worked with the
in
former
his
president.
name.
We both have. We were talking a bit about the media. I just want to look till tomorrow. The media, who is still very divided. Matt, how do you
Come
think
into agreement.
the New York Times? How do you think
North
Oh,
Carolina,
yes, yes,
very
yes,
liberal
name.
media,
yes.
the media basically will portray this?
Amen,
I think
amen,
they're going to keep
amen.
litigating this for a while. I'm going to go back when we get a few moments to see where people are on calling this race. But the real thing is that I don't think, have the what's the word? They're not magnanimous enough to actually give this man his due. But
Come
I hope
on,
I'm wrong.
President
I
Trump.
hope tomorrow
I
they
know.
talk about him in the respectful terms of being our president.
Yes,
In
he does.
2016,
God
as you
rewards
remember,
those
they
that
wrote
diligently
about how
seek
he was
him.
illegitimate from the very first moment.
They certainly did.
And they made up Russian collusion, and we were off to the races.
There you are. Let's see.
There's
First of all,
too many
what will
blues
say
winning in
tonight
California.
to the nation as he gets ready to address not just supporters there in West Palm Beach, Florida, but millions of Americans watching around the country and many more around the world. Let's check in with our senior correspondent, John Huddy, who's on
I'm
the ground inside
disappointed
that
in
convention center.
Riverside,
John, talk about the scene there.
Riverside County,
Well,
California.
when the race is called for Trump, a roar went up here in the crowd. So obviously an incredible amount of energy and excitement. We're seeing some of Trump's, major supporters. Elon Musk, I believe, is here. RFK Jr., Trump surrogates, those who've been on the campaign trail, those who have been with him from the beginning, since 2015, 2016. Some of
Okay,
his senior
I'm going to do a
advisors,
shameless plug,
his
but
staff
because he
members
won.
have been very serious.
You gonna what?
Really putting down,
Stuff.
now hitting the bar.
My Trump stuff.
Celebrating
It's 30% off.
level of excitement, but also
Clear it out.
the
Clear out.
reality,
I got
the
inventory. Clear it out.
understanding that now the work really begins. While it's been
Historic.
tough to
You
this
know, he
point,
won. So it's,
now as he is slated
Now,
now
are they
to,
showing? Are they
pave the
showing
way
the
to become the
numbers?
47th president, the work begins.
they're not
We
showing
have
the
not
number. They're
only
just
all the
showing
major
different races.
issues, so much at stake
Right now, they're
domestically,
doing the House of Representatives.
economically, with the border crisis,
And now they're doing president
internationally,
again.
two major wars, the war in Ukraine, North Korean troops
Oh wow!
now joining Russian troops attacking
I
Ukraine.
think I.
In
Oh,
Israel, Hezbollah continuing to attack Israel with rockets, missiles, and the potential of a major war between Israel and Iran that would certainly involve the United States. So much is at stake, and Trump supporters understand that. They realize that, but certainly tonight is one of celebration, excitement as we await former President Trump, soon to be once again President Trump, to make remarks here to the crowd at the Trump election watch party headquarters at the Palm Beach Convention Center here in West Palm Beach, you guys.
All right, John Huddy, we'll continue to check in with you. Once again, some history-making news tonight. Newsmax, the very first news network to project Donald Trump, the winner of Pennsylvania. With that, we became the first network to project him the winner of the presidency. Donald Trump will become the 47th president of the United States of America. Incredible scenes tonight, as you see there in West Palm Beach. And Mercy, having worked for then President Trump the first time inside that White House as a top communications advisor, what would you advise him to say tonight?
Oh, it's so deep.
You know what he's going to say.
He's going to go back to that moment, I think, when it was the assassination attempt where he really felt that God was by his side. And he said that, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's the message he's sending to the American people. But I think it's also
Right Side
important to say
Broadcasting called
this is a
for Trump
message
too.
of unity, of being a president.
Say that. Okay, let me
He will
find.
stand for all Americans.
What did they say?
Message as well. This
Right
is
Side Broadcasting.
Together to say that he's going to
Right Side Broadcasting Network is on Rumble. It's a conservative news organization. They and it's on Rumble. They call Trump the winner.
And I think it's just going to be a beautiful, beautiful story to tell.
Mercy, Matt, as I'm
AP News still hasn't called Trump the winner.
7 p.m. And with this announcement,
And 270 to win hasn't called him the winner yet. Hasn't called it.
Yeah, it's really.
They still haven't called
it's been a
Georgia, North
as
Carolina,
I said,
Pennsylvania,
for
or
the family,
Wisconsin.
for us, for the country, and I just have great
Crazy.
admiration for him because he is He is one strong mother. They have thrown everything they could at him. And look, he has his own ego. He stood up for himself, but he stood up for all of us. Stood up for my girls. He stood up for my family. He stood
Shireen's
up for my
on.
family.
Yes.
I think our senators would be proud of Donald Trump.
Hi, Shireen. Did we wake you up?
This country into the ground. We've been kidding, dragging it
We're
to the ground.
sorry.
And he said, no more protect this country again. And the people responded. And by the way, they were average people. I mean, people.
You know what? This is historic. This has never happened in history.
They responded to this message. And tonight, I don't.
Where a president who lost his second term comes back to win a second term.
Yeah.
This is historic.
Just as long as he ends with the White
We're a part of history. Can you believe it?
I know. I'm just like, wow. Yeah.
Michigan rally.
The last one.
He started at 12.
We're all going to be walking dead tomorrow at work.
Was dancing. I mean, this man is unstoppable. He is.
That's true.
He never stops working. I think he slept like 30 minutes last night. And one thing is that
you know, Trump did 4 rallies yesterday.
He has sacrificed so much.
Yeah, I know when he was speaking, I think it was his last talking. You could tell in his voice that he was losing his voice. I was like, wow.
The American people could just spend some time with him.
We've been on for almost 6.5 hours.
See how he operates. He's like,
wow.
I think in this campaign,
wow.
That's amazing.
That is amazing.
The nation is just, he won't quit. And he won't quit on them. I think that's one of the most beautiful.
Thank you so much, you guys, for hanging with us. We appreciate it.
And he resists.
Yes, thank you so much.
The grievance that his critics.
Poor Roxy doesn't know what to do because she's been sleeping with my mom and my mom's not there. So I can see her going back and forth in the hallway from our bedroom to her bedroom.
And especially after.
Wow.
And I'm not in bed, so she's like, I'm lonely. I need somebody to cuddle with.
Oh.
Window here. It's only 4 years, and it's making sure that he's going to get.
Sorry, dog. You're going to have to sleep in your own bed.
Agenda done. It's getting the to-do list completed.
All right. Once again, some history-making news tonight. Newsmax.
I let her cuddle while I'm watching TV, but when I'm ready to go to sleep, I kick her off.
Do you?
She doesn't move, and if she's not in the right position where I can get comfortable, I don't sleep. And if she's too far over on the other side of the bed, I don't kick her.
Wow.
But, you know.
Donald Trump, also wins.
Oh, he wins
10
Wisconsin.
electoral votes. It's a state he didn't have last time, and now he has it.
Can we officially call it a landslide?
It's getting,
when is it officially okay?
These days, when the Republican candidate wins the national popular vote with these crazy laws, that is a landslide. So I'm with you.
Wow.
This is just incredible to watch one state after another. And Matt, you have to assume that is pretty good news for the Republicans taking the Senate seat there as well, because we've still been going back and forth on that.
When I was the White House political director, we got the 55 Senate seats. Rick talked about having 56. That's as high as Republicans get. This is an amazing achievement in the United States Senate after Mitch McConnell and others in Washington said Donald Trump will drag us down. We need to get a different person to be our standard bearer.
What's fascinating are the Senate numbers in Wisconsin. Tom, you've got that.
I think Tom is standing by with that.
We want more.
Yes, Eric Hovde has taken the lead over Tammy Baldwin by about 70,000 votes in the state of Wisconsin. And like we've been discussing, there aren't a lot of places to make up the difference. Really, just Milwaukee County. So we're going to have to wait on Eric Hovde. But Donald Trump has won the state of Wisconsin, and now in the state of Nevada here, Sam Brown has taken the lead over Jackie Rosen.
Ooh,
and so only by about 1,000 votes. So that may end up going to a recount. But Donald Trump is also ahead in the state of Nevada. He continues to maintain his lead here.
So that would get closer to a landslide, to Katrina's
All right.
question.
When
If
is it
now Nevada
officially-
is
yes.
in there too, and we
Once
still have
Nevada comes
Arizona
over.
that we're waiting on. We're waiting on the former president, now president-elect as well, expected to take that podium any moment.
I think he's expecting you guys to make some more calls before you start.
Let's do it. What else we got? What else is left?
This is what I
Tom, what do
predict
you
is
got?
happening right now. What I'm predicting that's happening right now is behind the scenes. They're working with the speechwriters to finalize the speech. He gets his big black marker and he starts like making changes. So I could definitely imagine that's one of the reasons why we're a little delayed in getting this, in getting President Trump out to the podium.
Well, go ahead.
I was going to say, Mercy, I was, when you said his speechwriters, I was going to say, but does he even follow his speech?
Oh,
So
He does a
that
little
tells
bit.
me a little bit.
I
How
always
much?
say
What percentage?
the hardest working man in politics is Donald Trump's teleprompter operator.
Mine's the black
here,
lab
he's
boxer
there, they're
mix.
jumping
She's
forward,
about
he's jumping
60
back.
pounds.
He always covers it.
Not as big as your
But it's
dog.
a very interesting job.
It's called the weave.
Yeah,
It's the weave. It's the weave, right?
You love
It's the
saying
weave.
that. Well, I will tell you, shortly before we called Pennsylvania, projected it, a source at Mar-a-Lago texted me and said that the word there was that the U.S. Secret Service was sending a full presidential contingent to Mar-a-Lago
Yeah.
to bring him over.
It's about time.
Wow.
There was resources
That's
that were
huge.
There were, and it caused 2 near fatal assassinations. And that's one of the things that I know we want to turn the page. That should never happen in this country ever again. When RFK runs for president, he should have protection. When somebody runs for the presidency of the United States and is leading the pack, they should have all the Secret Service.
You mentioned RFK Jr. is fascinating. He'll be part of the cabinet. I mean, let's think about
He
this.
could
They're
probably get
looking at
confirmed now
Tulsi-
that we have so many senators.
Right.
Tulsi Gabbard, Elon Musk, such fascinating individuals
Characters.
who have become part of this MAGA movement, not Republicans, but these Democrats, disenfranchised Democrats who literally have said, we're going to follow Donald Trump here.
I don't know.
There's some movement up
I was
there,
gonna say,
by
there's
the
some
way, on the
action.
stage
I'm
that they're
getting
getting
busy.
closer.
It's like
Maybe
before a concert when the
Wow.
videos come out.
Dana White of UFC, maybe as chief of staff, and really crack some heads in there in Washington and the swamp. Once again, some history-making news tonight. Newsmax was the very first news network to project Donald Trump, the winner of Pennsylvania. And with that, we also became the first network to project him as the winner of the presidency. Tonight,
Wow,
Donald
it
J.
was
Trump
looking
will
though
become
kind
the
of
47th
a
president
little
of the United
sketchy
States of America.
earlier.
And what a historic night. And it's been remarkable to be
I'm
with
glad
all
we
of you
stayed up.
on this ride
I
tonight. It's
am.
been a journey for years now, as you've been talking about, and it all
That
comes
is so
together
awesome.
tonight, and we expect him to hit that podium.
That's right. Again,
They're getting
Mercedes,
ready.
I know you
Wow.
said you and Matt both said, you know what, he doesn't even have to say that much because of what he has accomplished. But something tells me he's not going to be able to hold back. We know he'll be excited. Do you think there'll be emotion there? Almost as you said, like that survival instinct coming in, almost realizing he almost lost his life.
Right.
And now he is reborn in many different ways.
You know, there's moments where President Trump goes to these rallies and he just takes it all in. He absorbs the energy of the crowd. You know, so I can expect for him to just step back and really tell the story of where he started, this journey he's led, and now the fact that he's able
I gotta go
to
get a sweater. I'm getting
once
cold
again
back
lead
here.
the American people. So
Oh, you get
you
it.
know,
Oh,
I
okay.
do hope, and one of the
I'll be
things I
right
love
back.
about Donald Trump is
Okay.
his sense of humor. So I'm hoping that while I'm sure it'll be an emotional speech, I'm sure he will be emotional during the speech. I do believe you will get, you know, the Trump sense of humor.
Yeah.
Again, the question will be, what is Kamala going to do tomorrow? Will she concede? Are they moving in that direction? Because you have, you know, certain media institutions not calling the race right now.
They look like fools.
So it's
They really do.
It's interesting to watch how there's been this divide of which media institutions are calling the race versus those that are not right now.
Yeah, and it looks like some VIPs there in the front row. Steve and Andrea Wynn. It looked like Doug Burgum.
I think Vivek was there
and
too.
Vivek
That's what I thought.
Ramaswamy, some other potential contenders for VP. Remember Doug Burgum, the governor of North Dakota, talked about as energy secretary or interior secretary. So we will see who ends up becoming part of this cabinet. Matt, you spent a lot of time in Washington. As you noted earlier, you wanted to as quickly as you could get out of government and get out of the swamp. You sort of toe tipped in the water, I guess, for now. What are your thoughts about actually draining the swamp with this mandate? I mean, you know, he ran into some some troubles in the first term where people in his own party did not want to change the ways.
So let me take a few moments here to give some friendly advice. I think it's very important to defang the FBI immediately.
All right.
I don't think Donald Trump should be using the FBI to do all the background checks on the people he wants to put
My
in.
little converted golf cart garage has no insulation, so it gets cold.
Disreputable, and they'll use that information to prosecute them.
Oh, we got a new person, Trump elected. Yay.
I think the president's
Welcome,
despite the fact
Anthony.
that we've picked up all these senators,
Glad you're here.
I still think there'll be a lot of dilatory tactics from the Democrats. He's going to have to do a lot of it from the executive branch, and we have to figure out what that means. The final thing is lawfare. They're going to do everything they can to hog tie him,
Well,
just like they did it before.
Stacey,
And
her
so, Republicans don't
Kamala's
like lawyers, but we need to
tomorrow.
keep with them into this administration, because absolutely everything he does with executive power will end up in the federal court system.
Kamala
Basically,
tomorrow is going to be a concession speech if she
the White House
concedes.
counsel and the
Which
Absolutely. Let's
yeah.
listen in if we can.
Yeah,
We can
if she
hear that somebody
concedes,
was standing at the
he's
podium
winning
waiting
by
for
a
her
lot
to-
more.
Or are they testing?
Does it show?
So hopefully she'll do the right thing. Hillary, when she lost in 2016,
that is
didn't give a concession
like that is
speech.
another
Never conceded.
That's one of those
She never
slow-moving
did?
networks I heard.
Nope.
You know, I got to tell you, the crowd at the
How are
beginning
you?
was very.
And Trump never conceded the
You're what?
2020 election either.
I wonder how Biden is feeling right now.
2020
What?
election, and it was
I
so
think he
crucial,
helped Trump
those
get
people,
elected.
to be
I
able
think
to
so,
then
too.
sit back and take it all in. I think it was took
Yeah.
everybody a moment to just
I really do.
understand that.
I mean,
You
putting
know what? A part of
the
me even
presidency
think
and
I
becoming
think
the next
Mark
president of the
Cuban
United States.
helped
It's truly
because
intriguing.
Mark
Interesting.
Cuban is
Matt,
a
you
smart
mentioned the
man.
word
And
lawfare.
think
And of
about
course,
it. Think about what he
Harris's
said.
campaign
He
continually
said
tried
Trump
to spin
never
that narrative,
has
saying that
smart
Trump
women
would be,
around
I
him.
believe,
Now
we're
he
hearing in about
knows
that
that's
time.
not true.
And again, former President Trump will
But
be coming
he
out
was
soon.
real like
We're going to get to
how
that.
he
But
kept
once again,
saying he
we want to bring it
never
Some
has.
history making news tonight.
You know,
Newsmax, the very first news network
I
to present
mean,
Donald Trump,
I
the winner
I
of
think
Pennsylvania. And with that, he
secretly
was
some of
also,
these people
we
they
became the
didn't
first
they
network
just
to
were
project
like, look, let's do a reset, and they
Donald
didn't really want her. That's my thinking.
of the United States
Well,
of America. Pretty remarkable.
let's look
to
at
see
what
this
happened in the
comeback.
last week.
And I was talking to one of
Or
his
the
friends,
last 2
David
weeks.
Schneider, last week.
Biden
He told me they played
puts
golf
on a
with
MAGA
Donald
hat.
Trump the week of Joe Biden's inaugural.
Okay.
And at that time, there was a
Um,
second impeachment on the way over
they
January
call
6th.
us all
And Mitch
Nazis.
McConnell, Kevin McCarthy said, he was done
Kamala
politically,
tells
Graham, and he had
Christians to
turned
get
on
out
them.
of her
And
rallies.
David told me that on the golf course, Donald Trump looked at him.
So
and he
look at
said,
all the
"Great,
groups of
this is
people
gonna
that
be the greatest
that have
comeback
been pissed off,
the world." He didn't say
that they
America,
all insulted.
the greatest comeback
And
the
then
world has ever seen.
Biden calls us all
The Drudge
garbage.
Report, literally, their
Yeah.
headline, obviously.
And you
they're
notice
not
how we all took
propaganda,
it?
but
We
world
we
in
took it.
That is the
We took it
headline
as a
for the
badge of
Drudge
honor.
Report. I think
Okay.
the
Just like the
Democrats and those
deplorables,
at MSNBC, oh my,
comment by Hillary.
must be
We
glorious to
take it
watch
as a
what's
badge of
happening right
honor.
now on
So when they say
MSNBC and the
things like that, and then
meltdown
Mark
that they
Cuban
might
I will
calling
say this, when you say the world,
all the
Mark Cuban
women that
traveled the
support
world
Trump
doing
or around
feedback
Trump,
events. We've gotten to
stupid.
know a lot of people in dozens of countries.
Pretty much,
and
it's
feeling the
just
bad. They need an America that stands up for freedom.
they
and stands up
sabotaged
against
her.
the UN. And
I didn't think she
Yeah.
could win anyway,
the whole
but
world is
and I think
celebrating
maybe
that
she was a
the
scapegoat.
freedom-loving part of it, and that's a really
Yeah.
That
Donald Trump
anybody
almost
that
lost the
was
fight to
put in that
globalists.
slot was going to
And
be
he ended
it was
up-
going to
they
be a
ended up
career
kind of
ender.
falling in love with him with the fact that
So think about it.
they
It's a
want
career
America
ender
to
for
win,
her,
and that's what's going to start to happen.
You remember on
for
the
her,
election
and it's a
night
career ender for
2016,
Tim
the
Walz.
Dow futures went wild when Donald Trump
That's right.
became
Yeah.
president. I just
But
checked.
you know what though? I do have to say this.
Going wild,
It
but it's
took
good.
a lot.
Another
I
market
mean, how can I kind of say it?
positive, aftermarket.
It was a lot of, for it to even be this kind of close. I mean, I don't know what it's showing now, the numbers, but for it to have even been kind of close with all that has gone on, I think that still kind of says something.
Bitcoin is something
Yeah.
we should look at as well. You're absolutely right. Right
Because to not answer questions, to not, give any interviews till the end, and then you still
loosening
got this
regulations.
close. I think
Right.
that says I think that still says something.
More leases and making us energy independent.
Yep, agreed.
And producing
You
more
know,
energy.
this was not an easy race. And on top of, I mean,
These
wow.
energy prices so high.
That's right. And I mean,
No,
that's one of the things that I
that's
always
true. It
felt
was
when
not an
Donald
easy
Trump
race,
said
and Trump fought hard.
even the Wall Street
He
Journal.
he really, yeah, this one, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
they tried to bankrupt him. Well, they impeached him twice. They tried to bankrupt them. They tried to imprison him.
in terms of creating this
They tried
deregulatory
to assassinate him,
system, which will help small businesses, which will help
and he comes out swinging. And
he
still,
knows what it is to create
I mean, look at all the rallies he's done in the last week for a
Yeah.
77-year-old man.
A 70, I know.
Okay, you need
He
That-
deserves a really good vacation.
He won't stop though. I mean, he'll get to work tomorrow.
So I do believe.
Well, see, that's probably what really keeps him going. You know what I mean?
The American people
Yeah.
trusted Donald Trump on the
So I don't know if you saw earlier, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, or maybe it was on another show, but they were interviewing him about being ready for January 20th to have the bills ready for Trump to sign and hit the ground running with changing everything.
Really?
You know, because there's a lot of things that have got to be reversed. And I know the one thing that he can do by executive order is close the border.
Right, and then there was a loss of jobs in the past, quarter, where the economy did slow down. But the Democrats kept saying, "Well, the macroeconomics, they're great," and they kept saying, "Well, the people aren't feeling it." So the question
Those
will
two
be, when
websites still haven't called the race.
Oh, really? Okay.
But I think the mere fact
No.
that they know that President Trump is in charge, it just gives them a chance to say, we know that the policies are
Uh-oh.
going to be better. We know that for small businesses with a deregulatory platform that he pushes forward, that will help small businesses feel the relief. Also, tax cuts, making them permanent. That's also going to be helpful for not only the businesses, but for American families.
I talked to him about this after the 2000
All right.
election, and we were asking.
Come on, President Trump.
And he said, I don't think I will.
Yes, I think in 10 minutes for me, I have to call it. For
Yeah.
me. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we're losing viewers. That's fine.
Yeah.
And the president,
I'm like,
is an office cloaked with
I know it's like what, 1 o'clock in the morning for you?
yes, it's almost, yeah. So 1:30. Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
RFK Jr.
Oh, somebody asked, did Minnesota turn red?
I don't know. Let's
I
see.
don't know if he can get him off the Diet Coke. That's the one thing I
Let's
don't know
see.
if Robert F. Kennedy Jr. can.
He'll just give him
or the McDonald's.
kombucha instead. He won't
Yeah,
know the
right.
difference.
It's well, the map says it's blue. I don't know.
Nigel Farage, right
No,
there.
it
And
didn't.
I saw former Senator
It's blue.
Perdue in the audience. It's going to be a who's who.
And there's Newt Gingrich and Lisa Gingrich as well. It looks like they're getting from the back of the head. I am very impressed. I know.
She knows her politics. And Newt Gingrich, the father of the Republican Revolution, like a person that before all these campaigns and big policy
Looking at this campaign, one of the things that was much different than what we saw in 2020
Oh, here he comes.
Here he comes.
Yep, here he comes.
And he picked a lot of people in that cabinet. He didn't know people that the RNC recommended. It turned out to not really want to be.
He's not going to
MAGA.
do that again.
So how do you do it this time so that, and you've got a great start with RFK Jr. and
What is
Tulsi
wrong with
Gabbard and the
Newsmax?
people
Come
you
on.
mentioned. But how do you advise them to move forward now?
Well, I think the biggest problem is so many of our friends who served Donald Trump, they're wary about doing it, not for any reason of Donald Trump, but because of how nasty all this has become. And the fact that after you work for Donald Trump, and my wife knows this, they try to destroy you so definitively that you wonder even if you have a professional existence.
Well, they would remember
afterwards.
the Democrats put us on a list so that if you
Okay.
not get on a
Is he
corporate
coming?
board, they would put you down for not getting a corporate job either. It was
I've done that to
brutal.
lawyers too.
Yeah,
There's
brutal.
movement on the stage. Let's listen in.
There he is.
Oh.
And there he is.
Friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the leaves to the hills, across the plains, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA. Let's try to live the American heart, and it's time we stand and say, I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
But Kathy, I wonder why don't they have them behind any protection?
They're in an auditorium. They're not outdoors.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, there's Secret Service behind there.
'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. The father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous. And we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words. Right?
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the back. She's not in the back. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. Never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia, and different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. But I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor. Do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it. And nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in, and he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. but this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 900, 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's that little dance of his.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
History made. History made.
history in the making.
Well, everyone who is still with us, thank you so much for sticking it out with us. We love you.
Yes, we do.
It's been a good night. It's been an exciting night. It was a roller coaster.
Yes, the least.
Right.
Yes,
There it is.
it
President
was.
It
Donald
was a
J.
roller
Trump
coaster,
speaking to
but
supporters and saying, God spared my life.
yes, God spared his life.
Yes,
Um,
yes.
Praise God. Any closing words you'd like to say, LaTanya?
Well, I want to say thank you, Kathy, because I know today was a roller coaster for you as well, with your mom having had this was a very serious procedure that she
Yeah.
had. And we are just thankful to God that it was a successful procedure. And we're praying that she will continue to heal, and that everything will continue to go forward in that way, and she will be released. And so we thank God for that answered prayer. I
Thank you.
thank you for, in the midst of that, just how we were able to come together and just hang in there. So I'm glad that we did. I'm really glad that we did. I think that not only for us, but it wasn't just about us, but it was for all the others who were staying with us.
Yeah.
And so, like, even right now, Connie and I hope I don't forget anyone, but Stacy O, Lisa showed up, Chris, we know was here, 2% was here,
Rosie.
two
Rosie
other,
was here.
Rosie, yes, Rosie was with
And
us.
you, Ann
Two,
Lee Shorts
yes,
was with
Andrew
us.
Schwartz, and towards the it was somebody else too, a new person.
Anthony.
Anthony, yes. Shireen, at the heart of the conversation. And I think I got everybody. If I did miss you, oh, Barbara.
Barbara.
Yes. Barbara was with
Chris
us.
was on for a little while.
Yes, Chris, yes. And let me see who else. I think that was,
Angela was on.
oh,
Angela was
Angela. Yes, Angela. Thank you, Angela.
Layla was on.
Who was?
Layla.
Layla. Yes, Layla. Glenda.
Glenda. Yeah.
Glenda. Uh-huh. Let me see. And I'm just scrolling all the way back up. Okay. I think
Anybody. I think we got
nope,
everybody.
we
But
got it.
as I said, if we didn't, well, thank you so much for joining us. And all of those who had watched and weren't in the chat, we greatly appreciate you.
Yes.
And then, yes, tomorrow night, what time do we want to go on for the recap?
For the recap.
For the post-election show.
For the post, yes. I don't know for sure. We can, like, it will be something tomorrow, but just stay tuned, and we will post.
Yeah, subscribe and hit that notification button, and then you'll know when we have it posted and when we come up with a time that works. After we're done working. So
exactly.
Yeah. And hopefully I pick up my mom from the hospital tomorrow. So
yes.
That's another thing. So all right.
Okay.
Well, we love you all. God bless.
We love
Get a
you
good
all.
night's sleep.
Yes. And until next time, thank you all for joining.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye.